I think we're live. I think we're live, Chris. Good morning, everyone. This has been a bit of a crazy thing to set up, but we got there in the end. So hello, welcome. My name is Nate, and this is to my right, my left, your right, my left, is my partner and my co-organizer, Chris.
Hello.
So
I'm sleepy
we're both very
and
sleepy.
a little bit ill.
Yeah.
So I'm working on it. I'm working on being more awake as and when.
We both have the lurgy that's sort of going around at the moment. But we didn't want to we didn't want to stop doing this. So we are here and we're going to try and bring the energy as much as we can. So welcome. If you don't know who we are the organizers of PrideCAF, or Pride Comic Arts Festival, which is an LGBTQ dedicated comic festival that happens every year except for this year. We've decided to take a break. But we wanted to still do stuff for the community, and one of those things being raising money for AKT. So that's pretty much the thing. If you don't know who AKT are, they are a homelessness charity that dedicates itself to LGBTQ young people, so between the ages of 16 to 25, who either are homeless or are at risk of becoming homeless, or are at risk in sort of unsafe situations within their families or caregivers. I think this is both sort of like a very, sort of a big thing that both me and Chris like heavily support. We've both worked for homelessness charities before. Chris currently still works for a homelessness charity, and obviously with the current sort of climate in the world today, it's probably even harder than ever before to sort of, well, probably not, but it's still hard to be an LGBTQ person in this world today. And we want to try our best to sort of give what we can to that. So that's what we're doing, and we're hopefully just going to have some fun. We're hopefully going to bring some sort of interesting conversations with our guests today. So if I pass over to the schedule screen, schedule screen. Chris, could you let me know if we are properly coming through?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we are.
nice.
It's updated on my phone, but not on my computer. So
Oh,
technology.
as long as you can hear me, that's the most important thing. So yeah, let's have a little rundown through the schedule of what we have planned for today. So obviously we have started the stream. Hello, we are here, we are awake, and we are doing this. At 11:30, we're going to have a panel about disability and creativity. This is something also very dear to my heart. I suffer from chronic fatigue and ME. And I really wanted to talk to people because we also know quite a lot of creatives who also have like uh, some sort of either a disability or something dealing with chronic pain, which can really hinder sort of like finishing those projects, getting those projects started, especially if you have other responsibilities sort of outside of that, like a full-time job or childcare or something along those lines. So, and not only just sort of chronic pain and disabilities, but also sort of mental health as well. Um, Along those lines. With that, we've got Harry Connor, who is a comic artist and creative and a sort of big advocate for talking about their disability, and also Sarah Millman as well, who we've had at the convention quite a few times. And they're going to be also talking to us about sort of like their fairly, I want to say fairly recent sort of tie-ins with their disability sort of coming after long COVID, and sort of exacerbating their chronic pain and their energy levels. So I'm really thankful for them to be coming along to be having a chat with us about that. I think it's really important for a lot of people out there to sort of know more about it. And not only that, we'll also be talking about sort of disability themes within sort of like comics and other creative projects, and what could do better, what does it great, and so on and so forth. So yeah, that's at 11:30. And that will go on for about 50 minutes. And then we'll have a little break. And then at 12:45, we're going to have a drawing challenge. So our friends, Theo and Georgia, of the Homewood Foundation are going to be joining us to talk to me about Doctor Who monsters and getting me to draw Doctor Who monsters that I know nothing about. So I literally know diddly squat about Doctor Who. They know probably a little bit too much about Doctor Who, and so yeah, I encourage everyone who also doesn't know about it, or even does and wants to have like a little bit of a fun drawing challenge. They're going to give sort of like a very short description of what the monster looks like, and then I have to draw it on stream. And I highly encourage anyone else out there who's watching to also join in, and you can post what you get drawn either on Instagram. You can tag us on Blue Sky. You can tag us on Facebook. And we think that it's just a good way to sort of get some really fun creativity going on, and also makes me look like a dunce as well, because I don't know what I'm drawing.
It's not
Uh,
your fault you don't know what you're drawing.
no, that's true. And hopefully I'll come up with something just really ridiculous.
Yeah. We will accept kind of like alternate hints and tips in the chat as well. So if you want to give us some weird hints and tips, see if you can describe a monster in just text. I don't know
Mm.
how that will work, but yeah.
And I should have mentioned in the disability and creativity chat as well that we've got we've had a couple of donations already. Fantastic. Thank you so much to Squid, who's already donated £11 to us. That's fantastic. We are on our way. Just to let you know, the donation is for £500. That's what the goal we're hoping to reach by the end of the day. But thank you, Squid, so much. That's amazing. Thank you for being our first donator. So I forgot to mention in the disability panel as well, like obviously our chat is open. If you do have any questions, or if you have any comments about what we're talking about, please do write it in the chat. We'd really love to hear from you, and obviously we'll be keeping engaged with that. And along with the Doctor Who challenge, if you want to nerd out about Doctor Who, please do. I'm sure Thea and Georgia will absolutely love that. And we can go from there. So on to our next part. We're going to have just sort of like a little bit of a break, and we're going to talk a little bit about AKT. AKT have passed on a case study that they would really like me to read out, and also a short video that they've recorded. If you do want to know more about AKT, they have a YouTube channel. You've got the link to that, Chris. It's like
It's AKT charity.
right.
So just Google it or look up their website.
Yes, so their website as well has got lots and lots of brilliant information on there, and lots of really good resources as well if you need those. If you are a young person yourself and you're struggling with something, or if you know a young person who may be struggling in the sort of like with their family or coming out to their family, and lots of really good information, and also lots of information on how you can raise money yourself.
Mhm.
And all I like to say is that AKT are nationwide as well. So they offer help nationwide, and they do have. This was also another reason why we wanted to do it. We didn't want to do something just dedicated in Bristol, as much as Bristol is a great city and has lots of really good charities, especially LGBTQ charities. We wanted to do something national because we know that like a lot of our artists, a lot of our exhibitors, and a lot of people are obviously all over the country. So we wanted to do something that dedicates to them. Next up, after sort of like a little chat about AKT, we are going to have Laura from Plymouth Comic and Zine Festival, and also Merida from, that she will have to let me know if I've pronounced her name completely wrong. But
We had a conversation about
we
this
did have
before
a
we went live.
conversation with it,
Is it Merida or Merida?
Merida.
We didn't ask.
We didn't ask because we're awful.
We're
Um,
humans. We
we're
make
awful
mistakes. It's
human.
fine.
Yeah, it's you. But she's one of the committee members from Zinezilla, which is a zine and comic festival that runs here in Bristol. And both of them will be coming along to talk about independent comic festivals along with me and Chris, to let you know sort of like what goes into them, sort of like the joys of running them, the horrors of it, um, all sorts of things, are sort of like what goes into running an independent comic festival, especially if it's like you don't get paid for it, you've got a day job that runs alongside it. We know that as much as we love running PrideCAF, like it can be it can be a big source of burnout, and we would really like to talk to people, hear more information from people who attend festivals, and just get to know more about, like, pass out the information on what sort of happens. Um, but that will happen at 3 o'clock today. Um, at 4:15, you'll have a break from mine and Chris's face, as the explorers of Elsewhere will take on the TTRPG Thirsty Sword Lesbians for the next 2 hours. I'm really looking forward to this. I've been in chats with DM Dan, who will be running it, along with four of our adventurers, four of our disaster lesbians, who will be doing a sci-fi heist. um, I'm really looking forward to it. I think it's going to be really funny, and there will also be some donations incentives in that one. So if you pay £5, you will get one of the characters. Yeah, there they are. You'll get to re-roll a successful dice. So if someone's successful, you'll be able to spend £5, and you'll be able to get them to re-roll that success. If you pay £10 and you really want our lesbians to be able to succeed in a roll, you can pay £10 and they will succeed. They'll roll again on a fail roll. We did have a conversation about what the other incentives should be. So an incentive, if you pay us £20, is our scoundrel character, who will obviously introduce herself later on. Our scoundrel character will consensually, and I would like to say that the player did say that they were the one who suggested this option, will consensually lose a part of their clothing if you pay £20, and obviously they will decide on what part of their clothing will get ripped. Apparently it is in the playbook that the scoundrel will lose parts of their clothing will get ripped during it. And if you give £40, then the PC who's playing at that time will have a spontaneous kiss with either another PC or an NPC that's currently in play. Obviously those will be back again for you to be able to see, but yeah, those are the donation incentives if you'll be joining us at that time. uh, after after Thirsty Sword Lesbians, at 6:30, we'll be having another drawing challenge again. So Julia, again, who is from the Explorers of Elsewhere, who will also be playing in Thirsty Sword Lesbians, her and Livy, again, who will be playing in Thirsty Sword Lesbians. Both of them will be joining me again for a drawing challenge of D&D monsters that are probably unknown, like not really used that often, and seeing if I can get that right from a small bit of description. Also joining on us with that is friend of the convention, Wolfgang. He'll be joining us as well. He's a comic artist, and also an avid D&D player as well. So yeah, he'll be joining us as well in that chat, and hopefully we'll be able to come up with some weird and interesting monsters as well. And again, we know a lot of people who are very much into D&D, so do feel free to have a complete nerd out in the chat if you are a D&D fan. Talk about your characters, talk about talk about monsters that you faced before. Like, we'd love to hear it. Continuing on the monster theme, at 8 o'clock, we'll be talking about monsters and any sort of monster stories and their themes and their relationships with queerness. This is sort of like an interesting subject to me, and we've got our friend Zoe, who will be coming on, who is an author. She is a monster author, and artist, as well as giving panels like this before at numerous conventions. She also runs a podcast called The Monster in My Bed. And she is also one of the committee members for an upcoming monster romance convention that's happening in Bristol. And we'll talk about that more later. But expect sort of like some sort of raunchy, it won't go 18 plus, but because we're past the watershed, but it won't go too raunchy. But expect some sort of raunchy chat about monsters. And then finally at 9:15, we're going to have like a little bit of a chill out session where I've got a nice selection of dating sims that I found. So me, Chris, and a few of our friends are going to join us sort of just on voice. I will be playing through these dating sims, and I'll have them all joining me to give voiceovers for the characters as well as they go along. But I'm I'm hoping it will be good. I'm hoping it will be fun for everyone. And from there, there'll be a couple of breaks. There'll be some awesome things. And just want to say thank you to Ollie as well, who's just donated £10 as well. Thank you, Ollie. We are well on our way. So thank you so much. But that's pretty much it for the schedule. Chris, do you think there's anything I've forgotten? Oh, you're on mute.
Yeah, remember when I'm on mute and when I'm not. That's something I need to remember. So to cut down on typing sounds when I'm typing. akt.org.uk is the website you need to go to if you want more information about AKT. They have a lot of links and stuff on there. Nathan mentioned it, but we didn't mention the website. Also, there is a thing that Nate and I discussed. I'm going to remind him of it. That, if you buy something from our big cartel, we've got t-shirts left over, and we've got some prints left over from a couple of years ago. So if you buy a t-shirt, we've got limited sizes available. But if you buy a t-shirt or if you buy a print from us, then we will donate all of that proceeds to AKT. So there'll be some extra added things going into the pot. You won't see those on the little progress monitor, but do go over to our website, do go over to our big cartel. You can get there from our link tree. So from the description, click the link tree, click the PrideCAF merch link, and buy some merch. It's a really nice print made by him. Because he's there in my screen, because I've got my screen set out differently. But yeah,
I am to your.
I'll figure it out.
Right.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, with that, we are going to go into our break screen. So give us about 10 minutes. We're going to get our first load of panelists set up for a chat about disability in creativity. So we will see you all very, very soon. See you in about 10 minutes.
Ta-da for now.
Hello world. Can you hear us again? I think you should be able to. Let me just make sure that everyone is at the right levels. There we go. Okay, hello again, and welcome to this panel regarding sort of disability and creativity. With me today, and I'm going to try and do it again on my on my left on the screen. Um, I've got Harry Connor and Sarah Millman, both of them fantastic creatives of comics and all sorts of other stuff. But I'm going to actually get them to introduce themselves. So, Harry, if you could introduce yourself and some of your work that you've done.
Oh, and my work. Hello. I'm Harry. I use they pronouns. I'm an author and illustrator, mostly of comics, also of like choose your own books. That's it. That was my whole intro.
Because I found out about you, Harry, through the Adventure Zone board game that they
Oh
made.
wow! Yeah,
That's how I found out about your work, and I've been following you ever since.
that's so cool. I think I'm not very good at doing that. Like, so I do often get people being like, "Oh my god, that was you!" about like quite a different thing.
Yeah,
But the main things I do is like comics or like sort of TTRPG stuff.
yes, because you've got a book out at the moment, haven't you?
Yeah, I had my first graphic novel out with a big publisher. God, hold on, I'm gonna hold it up extremely
Yeah.
professionally. This is the UK version. Ooh, it's a book you can buy
Ooh.
in shops and everything. It took a long time because it's a comic. So it's very strange to talk about because it just came out in like last October, so a couple of months ago. But I finished drawing it in like 2023. Like I
Wow.
started drawing it like 5 years ago.
Wow.
It's a trans Regency romance.
Nice.
It's like very Jane Austen type plot, but thinking a bit more about like the real people that lived in that era, thinking about sort of marginalized history and stuff. I've snuck in a little history section at the back because I'm a nerd about that stuff.
Would you be able to put the cover up again? Squid said that they weren't able to
Yes.
see it. There we
Okay.
go. What's it called again? It's called I
It's
Should Never
called
Fall
I
in.
Should Never Fall in Love, which is very difficult to Google or write out in posts, I found out.
Fantastic. Thank you, Harry. Sarah, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Sarah, she, they. I go by Milmo as well in a lot of places. I self-publish comics. I also do talks and workshops with teenagers and adults and kids. Yeah, I've kind of like starting to pivot more into writing at the moment, but yeah, I don't have anything near me that I've done. So
Sorry.
prepared. But I'm probably most well known for like MPCT, which I kickstarted, and the volume came out 2021, which is really scary that it's now 2025. Um, but yeah, that's me pretty much. But...
Cool. Well, I mean, I've got a copy of MPCT, and I absolutely love it. It's so good.
Thank
And
you.
obviously, you've been a constant appearance at PrideCAF as well, and we'll always be happy to have you there because everyone seems to love you.
Oh, thank you.
So let's get on chatting with the main topic, which is obviously sort of being a creative and disability at the same time. So if both of you are happy to, I'd really like to sort of talk about your history with your disability and sort of how it how it affects you on a day-to-day basis. Um, Either one of you who's happy enough to go first, or I can pick.
I don't mind going first. I basically I have long COVID, so um it kind of obviously manifested when I got COVID in I think 2020 and then 2021 I got my diagnosis, and since then I've like got COVID 2 or 3 times.
Oh no.
So it's kind of just snowballed a little bit. The best way I can describe it is similar to chronic fatigue, but there's less known about it, and it varies quite dramatically between people. So they're still learning about it. The way it kind of manifests with me is I'm up and down. Some days I'm really good and I can do things, but then I will crash quite a lot afterwards. I basically feel like I'm at a constant level of some kind of cold, whether that's really bad or just kind of mild, feeling a bit rough. Um, yeah, that's, and I've kind of been coming to terms with it over the past couple of years, and I'm sure we'll talk about it later, but that's basically me. I've also got like depression and anxiety. I don't mind talking about that too, and I've had that. I've been taking medication and have been diagnosed with that like since my 20s. So everything just kind of compounds, doesn't it? I'm held together by string. But yeah, that's me.
I think my understanding is that the symptoms for long COVID, and so I would say I had ME, or chronic fatigue syndrome. A lot of people don't use CFS because chronic fatigue is like a symptom, really. So you can, if you're going through like chemotherapy, chronic fatigue is a thing that you can get, and it's also not the main, like, it's actually not the main symptom for the illness that I have, where the main thing is like payback. So if I talking to you today means I'll be really tired tomorrow, kind of thing. But I think my understanding is that long COVID and chronic fatigue syndrome, ME, I'm just going to call it ME for the rest of the panel, I think, but like that their symptoms overlap completely. But there's certainly things that from COVID you might have like specific, like people I know who've had like already had asthma or lung problems might have had that exacerbated more because obviously it's a respiratory thing. But I think they're under the sort of same big umbrella of like post-viral illnesses. So for me, that basically also meant I got sick with a viral illness in 2016 and I just didn't get better. I spent the first couple of years being kind of up and down, or like thinking that I was better, or just thinking I constantly had a cold like all the time. And I just didn't get a diagnosis for ages. I actually ended up paying £200 to see like a neurologist who could like give me a piece of paper who was like, this is what's up. So I think and that was when it was, I've basically been bedbound since 2018. I say bedbound is just the easiest way of explaining it. I'm basically lying down all the time. This is a chair that I've got a little remote control, little chair that like goes up and down. So I am sort of lying down. You're getting a very flattering low angle of me if I'm lying down properly. I feel like it would be useful to talk about the ways that it affects me, because I think even
please do, yeah,
maybe people like listening with different sorts of illnesses or like friends who have them, the symptoms might overlap even if they're different things. So apart from like feeling like I've got the flu all the time and like literally like can't stand up for very long, like muscles like weak, that kind of thing, there's also like a lot of brain fog stuff, like not being able to find the right word, and also lots of like little weird bits and bobs, like what's it called, the temperature thing in my body is like doesn't really work, so I don't know if I'm too hot or too cold. Getting in the shower is like my body can't understand how to keep the temperature right, so I have to like recover after a shower for ages, and I get like weird it's actually been a couple of years since this happened, but I used to get lots of like, when wires cross in your brain, so I would smell something wrong, like it would be food, I remember really remember eating like sweet corn and it smelled like nail polish remover. And I think that's the thing that a lot of people with COVID or had like during COVID or like having the aftermath of it. So lots of like brain stuff that's gone a bit like wrong. There's probably like a huge like the big laundry list of like smaller symptoms I can get, but the main thing is it feels like I've been hit by a truck if I stand up or talk or think too hard. Is that helpful?
Yeah, no,
is that
that's
similar?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's definitely similar to some of the symptoms that I get if I am feeling particularly run down, or if I'm getting or if I'm particularly pushing myself. So definitely like those cold and flu symptoms, like back in probably 2019, that was probably when I was at my worst. And it was just that constant feeling of just like feeling like you had the flu,
Mm.
which sucked. And I don't think it helped that I had undiagnosed sleep apnea at the time as well, which has now been sorted, thank goodness.
Mm.
But I then also wasn't getting the rest. So my one was, I do believe that I got ME through sort of like a viral infection as well, back in 2018. And I got diagnosed in 2019 because I think I quite quickly realized that something wasn't right. I was finding it a struggle because I used to walk to work, and I was finding that a struggle to do, getting ill quite frequently. And yeah, and it's taking me a while just to sort of get those energy levels right. And like I'm still awful with it. I still push myself like when I really
Mm.
shouldn't, and when my body's telling me no, you shouldn't be doing this. But I do feel like I'm a little bit better than what I used to be. Um, but speaking of which, would both of you be happy enough to talk about like what you do for yourselves to sort of like manage your energy levels and manage any sort of chronic pain that you might get, any sort of fatigue, when you feel that encroaching on you, when you kind of feel those signs of just like I'm gonna crash. So like earlier you said, Harry, you said like you know that you're going to be talking to someone today, it might wipe you out for tomorrow, or you know it's going to wipe you out for tomorrow. So what do the both of you do to sort of manage your lives, to then make sure that you can still be creative and do sort of and do your work? Harry, if you want to start first.
Yeah, I mean, I think it took me quite a long time. And I think it also just took me a long time to admit how much I couldn't do. So there was a long period where I'd be like, I can still make myself lunch. It would be crazy for me to ask someone else to make lunch because I could physically do it. And then I would like make a sandwich and be like too tired to eat it. I'd be like lying on the floor. I couldn't eat the sandwich. So I mean, like, not every day, but like, I think there was so much stuff where I was like, I don't think I'm ill enough for this. I think also
Mm.
I think doctors now almost have heard of long COVID more, but like, my GPs did not know. A lot of them were just like, you should just push yourself, which is like literally the opposite advice. It's the thing that you don't want to do,
Yeah.
for ME. So I also like spent the first few years like just didn't really know what to do, and it took me, I think, longer than it should have to get a wheelchair because again I was like, I'm sure the NHS would give me a wheelchair if I needed one. That's what's gonna happen. And so I was just like, well, I could stand up. It would just have a lot of payback, so I don't need it. And it just meant I wasn't leaving the house because I couldn't. I tried to walk to the post office and I'd just be like collapsed. So it meant I was doing less because I think I didn't like, they're just tools. There were so many tools that could have helped me that I was like, well, but do I deserve these? No one's told me I'm disabled, which I think is something I've heard from a lot of other people with like more severe post-viral stuff as well. So on a literal stuff that I have in my house now, eventually, I like sit down in the shower. Pointless for me to be using energy stood up in the shower. Sitting up is not really something I need to do. I can, if I can be as flat as possible, is helpful. So before I had this, it was like a wedge pillow in bed or whatever it was. I've got noise cancelling headphones because little noises really get to me. Um, buying fruit that's cut up, buying vegetables that are cut up already because I can't really hold a knife. And it was another thing where I was like, I could, but it would take a lot of energy. I honestly think basically every aspect of my life I have like adapted. I like draw, and from a creative standpoint, I always draw on an iPad now. I used to have a sort of dual screen set up, and it was just like too much really. Whereas I can just lie down with an iPad and it's much easier. I letter everything in Clip Studio because I can do it with my left hand, and you can draw the bubbles instead of hand lettering them. So like
Oh,
basically every single like little shortcut that I could possibly be doing. Again, I was quite stubborn and it took me a while, but I'm now like every shortcut, both in life and creatively. And obviously, like the biggest thing is giving myself more time to do stuff. Like if I'm not actually well enough, I was supposed to do 4 thumbnails today or whatever. I'm I'm not well enough for that. Really trying to just not do it. Really trying to actually take breaks. Like, I'm very lucky that I can, like, I don't have to use loads of energy to make myself food because I've had family and now my partner help look after me. But obviously people do that with carers and stuff as well. So really just like anywhere I can saving energy. That's quite a long answer. It's also definitely not all of the stuff that I do. But like the general thing is like, calm down, just do less stuff and
Yeah.
try and make peace with that. I think something that helps me a lot is I also find it quite easy to compare what I'm doing to what I wish I was doing or what my friends were doing.
Yeah.
And then,
Oh
and that
God.
obviously feels like depressing. Feel like I
Yeah.
can't do stuff. So I think something else that I try and think is the opposite way around, which is that like, personally, the viral infection that I had almost killed me. Like I had very bad sepsis and I was like, mate, if it was the medieval times or something, probably would have got me. So this probably sounds really morbid, but I'm like, I really try and think about what I can do from starting at zero. Like, but like instead of not being here, here's all the stuff that I can do. I can like look at the trees in the spring. I can like listen to an audiobook in the dark. Like even if it's really small, that probably sounds silly, but I think thinking about it always that way around helps me. And sometimes limiting how much I'm like, I don't know, talking to people who do go out and do loads and loads of stuff is like, that's a lot.
Yeah.
It's useful to try and think carefully about like, is it useful for me to be looking at like Instagram stories of friends who can go abroad when I never can? And it's like, no, that's not helping me. If I talk to them one-on-one, that's much easier to deal with. So I think one of the biggest things was just like stuff that I know is not great physically or mentally, being like, you actually just don't have to do that. If I can avoid it or do it less or like think carefully about like when I want to do that stuff, that helps me a lot.
Amazing.
It's really interesting saying about like, because it almost feels cyclical because you're battling your like, well, personally as well, like I find your mental health as well of trying to like, do I deserve this? Is it like, and kind of grappling with the fact that you're not as active as you used to be, that you can't do the things that you used to be. It's not like just comparing yourself to other people. It's like I'm comparing myself to the person that I was. And
Yeah.
that's like quite heartbreaking. You can easily spiral doing stuff like that. But I think just that's the thing with like you were saying about long COVID being a lot more recognized. That yeah, I think I am fortunate in that way because I have like a long COVID group. As soon as I had COVID, it's a bit scary because you think, oh, is it actually long COVID? Is it something else? Because they so quickly glommed onto that. But yeah, it's long COVID. But at the same time, like there's a bit more support about it. But I was really hesitant to get like a walking stick because some days I really do need it. Like I get sensory overload and brain fog as well, and I just need it to like steady myself because otherwise I get a bit like, oh. And as well like earplugs. I get
Yeah.
like I forget what they're called again. Brain fog and memory. I'm really good at speaking and remembering things today. But yeah, they're like these ones that are like inner ear and just kind of like filter noise a little bit. Or like, yeah, but I still catch myself like being like, why am I tired? I went to a cafe yesterday with loud noises, talking to my friend, having an emotional conversation, having gone out in the cold.
Yeah.
And then I get back and I'm like, why am I tired and I need to go to bed? I'm so rubbish. And it's like,
Yeah.
think about it. Think
Not
about
sorry.
it.
I don't mean to
Like,
interrupt, but one of the things
yeah.
I also actually do because of I didn't get very much help from doctors really, but one thing they did was like, I have a diary where I just write down everything I did. So every time I'm like,
Yeah.
why am I so tired today? And it's like, yeah, well, 2 days ago you like watched a film with friends at a distance and you were like typing. And I think it's really hard to remember that like noise, talking, typing, or getting emotionally involved with episodes of Severance is like, that is actually, my heart rate is up. Like I think it's maybe if you're not ill, it's, I think, hard to recognize that like physical tiredness and emotional tiredness and mental tiredness and sensory stuff is actually all the same. That's all making me
Yeah.
tired, if that makes sense.
They described it in the long COVID clinic as like a funnel. So it's like when you have chronic fatigue or any kind of fatigue or chronic illness, like it's like the spooter, I forget what it's called.
Yeah.
It's like it just gets narrower, so you can't process. So everything's going in the top, everything. But it all has to come out the same way. And as you have less like energy, that spooter gets smaller. Like, you know, people who are quite healthy, they can process so much more. But yeah, and I think having a journal is such a good thing. Like even since I've had long COVID, I've been writing in it almost every day. And it's literally just like a line and like a habit tracker. That's it, like every day. And that's just been so useful, as you say, to like look over and be like, oh well, I have done things. And at the end of the month, I'll be like, things I did this month. Like last month I saw friends. That was really good. Like
Yeah.
I went to visit friends and stayed at their house. It was, you know, it took me a week to get over it, but I did it. Like, you know, there are things that I have done, but especially when it comes to like creative work, and because I find it really difficult to visualize now. I've basically, my drawing is gone. It's kind of a bit emotional, the fact that I can't draw the way I used to, but I can still write. But yeah, so it's hard to kind of like make creativity kind of work around it, but I'm still managing, as you say, still managing to function, thinking of things that you can do and things that you can still enjoy rather than just like what you can't do. But
Yeah.
yeah.
I think something that I like about writing more now, which is also something that I do, is that you can come back and revise it more easily than you can come back and revise a drawing. So if you're in a really like can't think clearly day, or I can't like physically hold a pen, I can probably still type, and like that's still something that I can come back and edit. Whereas I sort of think that there are some stages of drawing where it's like you kind of do need to be focused, and that just requires like not doing other, for me, like have to not do other stuff to be able to be well enough to like focus in on that. So yeah, I think maybe kind of being able to like pivot to something slightly different creatively is like gutting, but also like,
Interesting. It's
yeah,
like
it is
more
interesting. Yeah.
opportunities, and you know, it was interesting what you were saying as well about having lots of screens, because I was exactly the same. I had like a huge screen and I had like a massive tablet that I used to draw on in my office next door. And I don't spend any time in my office anymore. Like I have going back to the original question of like things like aids and stuff. I have like a bed desk that's really good, and like a
Oh
V
yeah.
pillow that
This
just like varies. Yeah, one of
I
those.
probably should have just literally mentioned the stuff I have.
I've got a couple. I've got like my bed desk, and at the moment I'm speaking to you because I vary from day to day. Like sometimes I have this like wheelie desk that you're on at the moment that I can like sit in a chair and just wheel it round and use it wherever I feel comfortable sitting. But yeah, just because just looking at a screen like for so long, the chair that I was sitting in, the fact that I probably can't do like hours long stints, or I used to do all-nighters because I was that kind of person. No,
Yeah.
terrible idea.
On just talking about like literal mobility aids type stuff, I would also say that the stuff I have now, like this big wheelie table over a chair and a room that I'm in, is like, that's because it's been 9 years. I think it's quite intimidating because some of this stuff, like this is expensive. I am like just ill enough to get government benefits, which I'm very lucky, but like there are so many levels of extremely ill that like don't quite get under their very intense guidelines. But there's definitely a lot of stuff that I did get as well that was much cheaper and easier. Like sitting down in the shower, you don't need a shower chair. Shower chairs are not actually very expensive. Just propping up loads of pillows in bed was something that I mostly did for ages. For a while I had a double bed where I spent when I was awake, I spent it on one side of the bed, and when I was sleeping or resting, I was on the other side of the bed, because someone told me that it's good for your brain to have a different
Yeah.
space so that it feels like the sleep zone. But I think that probably was helpful. Or like you can get bed and what are they called? Like breakfast in bed type little tables, little bamboo
Yeah.
ones for like 20 quid that you can just put on the bed. So I do think there's a lot of like halfway house stuff that you can just be like, actually, I'll just try it and see if
Definitely.
this helps me out. So even though I'm like, I have a hospital type bed that sits me up, there's lots of middle ground as well, including just like I've also got a little pad. It's like a waterproof pad that's like this big that goes in a backpack that I put on the floor when it's wet. So if I was outside, I could always sit down.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
things that are like very low tech, but like or sitting in a room where I put the chair next to a wall so I can always rest my head on the wall behind me. Like I think there's also ways, maybe if it's a bit socially awkward to be like, listen, I've just got to put the chair next to the wall, but or
Yeah.
being like, could you sit down so that I'm not talking to you stood up? So I think there was lots of like small things I could do as well. I just wanted to say, in case there's people like watching who are like,
Yeah.
oh god, I'm not going to be able to get that yet. Like there's also lots of small useful things too.
And definitely ways you can shop around and find things. I think it's like, yeah, as you say, it's difficult to. It's almost the same as like art materials, right? It's really easy to be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna try this and use this, and you just don't know until you've got it whether it's gonna be useful for you.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's definitely like the desk that I've got was like maybe like 12 quid, something like that. Like, you know, that wasn't, you know, there are definitely like cheaper ways to do it and ways you can like kind of homebrew it.
Yeah.
But I think I was lucky in a way because I'm living at home with my parents. My mum had like knee operations, so she had walking sticks. So I could kind of like dip my toe into getting my own
Yeah.
walking stick. But it was definitely like a pride thing as well. I remember people taking pictures of me on holiday and me trying to hide my stick because I was like, am I that person? And I think that's like quite a big thing to kind of get around. If you need it, you need it. Don't
Yeah.
like, you
I
know.
definitely had family members who were like, "Don't let your illness define you," and I was like, "That's just." But it was like so well-meaning, and
Yeah.
also so unhelpful because I was like, it's every moment of every day. What I can do is very restricted by my health, and the more tools I had to help me, the less I was restricted because now I could like go
Yeah.
outside in the wheelchair. I also wanted to say that something I didn't really know is there's quite a lot of places like out in the world that are like have wheelchairs that you can like borrow for the day. So some like art galleries and like uh, national trust houses are actually often have really flat gardens. So they're a really good way of me like being able to see a tree without like trying to take a wheelchair off road. So there's also a lot of like in terms
Yeah.
of like sticks and wheelchair type stuff, there's a lot of things that you can hire but also like sometimes get free because especially big places that with funding like sometimes have to have a bit of an accessible option, so it's not that unusual if you hunt around on websites for places that'll just be like, yeah, we have like folding stools you can sit down on in a museum, or we have a wheelchair that you can just take for the day, which I found quite useful.
Yeah, I remember. I mean, Bristol is relatively good and awful for sort of like mobility and accessibility. Like some buildings are brilliant and they've really tried and made an effort, and some of them are just awful.
Yeah.
But I remember going to Cabot Circus, which is the big sort of shopping mall in Bristol. I went there with a friend who had sort of like walking problems, and I didn't realize that there was just like on the ground floor where all the disabled parking is, there's like a little station that you can go to, and you can just borrow a mobility scooter, and they'll let you have a mobility scooter. And you do have to have like a disability card to show like, you know, I've got this, or some sort of identification to show that you've been diagnosed with a disability. But yeah, they'll just lend it to you, and then you can use it to go around like the shopping center, which I thought was actually like, oh, that's actually really good that they offer something like that. And it's good to know that there's sort of like there's other places, especially like National Trust and stuff like that, that offer those sort of services as well.
Yeah, and there are a lot
Yeah.
that you don't need like any sort of ID, because sometimes the idea is like, what can you have? Like a
Yeah.
letter from your doctor? Like
Yeah.
I have
Oh,
to use my government like benefits letter as proof, but like if I hadn't qualified for that, I wouldn't have a
Yeah.
letter in it, and it doesn't mean that I don't need a wheelchair to get outside. So there's also a lot of places that you also don't need to show
That's
ID.
good.
yeah.
I have
I
discovered.
I recommend as well, like the sunflower stuff if you can get it. There are some
Yeah.
places you can get it for free, but you can. I went online and bought it like the
Like the
set.
lanyard, it's
It's
a
like
sunflower
5.
lanyard. Is that what
Yeah,
it is?
but yeah, I have one, but it's not within reach. Hold on, let's see if I can get. Oh God, but yeah, I recommend it.
Is that for like
Oh,
invisible disabilities?
yeah, there it is.
This is
So
me showing my ignorance.
yeah, it's this. And it's pretty good because on the reverse side it like describes things about it,
Yeah.
so that it is pretty good. I find it more useful if I have to sit on a bus and someone's giving me a dodgy look, because I look very able and sometimes, like, being the people pleaser and the anxious person that I am, I'm trying my best to be like, hi, I'm fine, don't look at me, when really I do need to sit down. I do need this. And like being able to sit on the bus is the difference between me like being able to function the rest of
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
day. Like so it is useful. I and you can get it for free, but I couldn't work out where. I think it's like some Tesco's and some Sainsbury's, I think they give them out for free. But
You can get the
yeah.
wee badge if you're in London as well. That's like, please offer me a
Yeah.
seat, and a little card. I also think that sometimes people just need. That's like a psychological thing, apparently, is that if you just tell someone
Yeah.
a reason, it doesn't really matter what the reason is, they're more likely to be like, oh, okay. So if you like have a card and you can just be like, hey, offer me a seat.
Yeah.
I need this, because people will
Yeah.
often just like, if you're brave enough to ask, people often
Yeah.
will help.
I mean,
It's
the
pretty good.
the sunflower
Sorry.
lanyard is really helpful for us at PrideCAF, because then we obviously know if someone, and they're not just for like physical disabilities as well, they're also for people with neurodiversity as well, which is really, really helpful for us to know if someone may just need like a little bit of extra help, or we might need to put a seat closer down to them without them asking, because that's also a nice thing as well. If you are struggling and you don't have to ask, like it's just there, or it just appears, or if someone notices that and goes like, oh, do you need this, which I find is,
Yeah.
for me personally, like offering that and also receiving that is a nice thing.
Yeah.
Sorry, Sarah, I interrupted you then.
No, not at all. Like I think as well, it is. I think it's one of those things that it's useful, but a lot of the time, like you'll go somewhere. Like I was in an airport once, and they had like all the sunflower things. Nobody knows what it is. Like I was standing in a queue waiting to get on a plane. This was me being like, I can do this. This is fine. I really couldn't do this. And like there was no seats. There was nothing. Nobody asked anything about the lanyard. And I was there with a stick being like, great, cool. It's not something you can rely on, but it is
Yeah.
something that can help.
I
And
also
also
think.
sorry, yeah.
No, I
It also,
used to work in events, and I think that sometimes staff should know. Obviously,
yeah,
if there's no staff around at the airport, then there's not.
you can't rely on it.
Yeah.
But and also it does stop I'm trying to think of a nice word. Horrible people. Like if I have to use a toilet, like for example, like the cafe, there was, if there's a disabled toilet that I don't have to go up and downstairs to, like if I use this and I'm wearing a lanyard, people don't question you. Like because there are, as much as you hate to think about it, there are horrible people who aren't gonna give you space. But yes, it is useful for that. But yeah.
Yeah, I guess on that subject, is there anything you wish people knew more about? I mean, I think in a way you've already spoken quite a bit about it, like especially with people who are sort of struggling at the moment with like coming to terms with their disability, or trying to find ways to sort of manage their pain or their energy levels. So talking about like, there are cheaper options to things, don't worry too much if these things look really expensive, but you need it now. There are alternatives. And also, like, if there's anything else, like people who don't struggle from these disabilities, like, is there something that you wish they knew more about, besides from obviously like the sunflower lanyards and so on and so forth? Is there anything you can think of?
I feel like one of the biggest things that I think people who don't know disabled people don't know is how variable it can be. Like maybe you could do that thing one day, but you won't be able to another day. I also think that if you just have friends or family who are disabled, you can just, if you're like, oh God, I don't really know what to do, you can just ask, just be like, what would make this easier for you? We want you to come to this party, but like, what would make that doable? Like, what would help? Because I think it's going to be really different depending on like the person and their health problems, and it's kind of fine if you don't really know what to do, like magically if you don't know what to do, like they didn't either before they were ill. So I sort of think that asking, because it's always going to be different, especially rather than maybe being like, well, my cousin's dog's older owner used to have ME and they always did this, so it's like it's fine, you can just ask. I think it's probably what I would say, just
And
it's
also
different.
trying to like solve your problem as well. Like, oh yeah, my sister's dog's cousin had ME, but also they used to take this supplement, and
Right,
this
and
will
they
solve your
tried yoga
problem.
and they're actually fine now. So
Yeah.
even that, just being like, oh, I read something about your illness, do you want to hear about it, is like, that's a useful,
Yeah.
like, that's helpful, I think, because you
It's
don't
really,
know if that person has heard it already 20 times that day and they can't access it or whatever it is.
yeah, it's coming from a different angle, isn't it? It's like, I've researched this because I care about you and I wanted to know more. And this could help you, but I'm not gonna tell you about it unless you need it, rather than I can solve your problem. I tried this and it was great. Let's stop talking about it now. Like, it's that kind of attitude that can get just, oh. Another one I had was, oh, when you're better, we can do this.
Oh,
And I was
wow.
like, that just made me spiral because I was like,
Yeah.
when is that going to be? I can't. I think one thing is that that's really difficult is that a lot of people don't seem to realize is planning. It's really hard to plan anything. Like, I don't know day to day whether I'm going to be. I don't think I'm ever at 100%. I'm usually at my best days, which are few and far between, like 70, 80. And that is like for small periods of time. Most of the time I'm on about 50, 40 energy levels. And it's like, some days I do everything right and I'm still at 40, 30, like, in bed, like nothing, and it's so difficult to say, like, and then as you say, people will see you like they'll see you do something and be like, oh, so you can do things then, here you go. Like,
Yeah.
you'll be like this all the time. Okay, cool.
I
But
do a lot of
yeah.
like provisionally saying calls, be like, let's check in on Thursday at this
Yeah.
time to see if we can do it, and if I'm well enough, then I can do it, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Um,
definitely something I'm trying to get used to. Yeah, sorry.
I was just gonna say that I think that people are bad at dealing with chronic illness as an idea. People really like the
Yeah.
idea that you're sick and like, but you'll get better soon. Like socially, I think people are really trained into like finding the silver lining, and it's like there isn't always one, so you just don't need to do it. And I think honestly, a reason that I kind of like historical fiction sometimes, which is what the book I just did is, that's what I'm doing a bit at the moment, is that you do get people hundreds of years ago in books who just like get sick and they just don't get better, right? Like, I think I honestly see more disabled people who are just like, I've unknown illness, or I like see coughing a little bit and now I'm like trapped in bed, is something that I don't really see in a lot of modern media, but I do kind of see
Yeah.
in like kind of Regency stuff. So I find that like sort of weirdly kind of validating, because I'm like, I know that there are lots of people who have this around and it feels like it just doesn't make it into media, whereas it's like quite a fact of life in a lot of old stuff. I think people now like the idea that, well, doctors can cure anything, the idea that there isn't a treatment for an illness, or that you're not going to be bouncing back at some point, is, I think, people aren't like emotionally prepared. They just don't know how to like respond to that really. So I think it's also, apart from having to watch more chill stuff anyway, because I can't always look at intense pictures or stories, I think it probably has changed a bit of like the kind of stories that I'm interested in, both for writing and reading, watching, whatever it is.
I think along that sort of same subject as well, like I think a lot of people are quite sort of misguided by media, where you have like these doctor shows that kind of someone's got a mystery illness, we're gonna fix it, and like we're gonna do everything to make them better, when in real life that's not the
I've
case. The
loved
doctor
that.
will just say, oh,
Yeah.
take some time off work, you know, take some more vitamin D, you'll be fine, sort of thing, when literally that's like not the help that you need.
Yeah, do you ever have the doctors being like, great news, your tests are negative? And it's like, I'm still in. It doesn't matter if the test was negative. I can't
I had that the
move,
other
so
day. I was like, oh, because
yeah.
in a way I'd love for the test to be like, oh no, you've got this, because then it's like amazing. I can
Yeah.
do something about that.
Yeah.
It's I sneeze all the time. Is there an explanation? No.
I
It's
think
just non-allergic rhinitis, which means you sneeze.
yeah.
Like, cool.
I think even healthy people, it's a bit of a fantasy to be like, there's a pill. Everything that's wrong with you, it turns out you've been struggling with rare disease that we know about for all your life, and now you'll just take a pill and you'll be better. It's like you don't have to be disabled for that to be like an attractive idea. I think.
One of my friends who's also dealt with like chronic illness, he said everyone is in their 20s until the accident or the disease.
Yeah.
Which I think is definitely a mood. But yeah, it's, I think the thing is that like, even like you're saying about other people wanting it to be fixed, like I really just want it to be fixed, so I completely understand. I understand that thought process. But yeah, it is, yeah, it's, but I think people who haven't had the accident or the disease find it very difficult to like process that there isn't an easy answer. There isn't a way to just fix it, but you know, you are doing the best you can. Everyone's doing the best they can.
Yeah.
You know, like, yeah.
I think talking about like the disease, that's another big thing, is that being not ill is a temporary state, and I think people see it as the like normal, and it's like if you don't get hit by a bus, like being non-disabled is the temporary thing that's gonna give way like the older you get, whoever it is. Yeah, I just mean it's interesting how much is also like really big society-wide stuff. Even when like, you know, there was all that sort of rhetoric where it was like, oh, like Boris Johnson like fighting like in a battle against COVID when he got sick. There's so much stuff about the idea of people like battling against illness, when like I think especially for some post-viral stuff, the idea of like fighting against it is like not very helpful to me, because when the thing that I need is to be more restful. I think there's so much like society-wide ideas that you have to almost spend some time unlearning to be able to sort of do the best you can with what you have.
It's definitely like an individuality, like capitalist nightmare mindset, isn't it?
Right,
That
just pull
everybody
yourself
is
up by
like,
your bootstraps out of your debilitating physical illness.
and trying to unlearn that. I think even for people who aren't in any way like don't have chronic illness or aren't disabled, or you know, I think everyone can do better at being kind to themselves, because that's one thing that you really can control, is how, you know, or you can try to like, you know, work on, is just finding ways to make things easier for yourself, and to just try and have like a kinder internal dialogue, because that's just like, for me at least, it's kind of been half the battle, and I'm still trying to get there. Like, it has been 4 years, like, but I'm still like, when we were talking, when you were messaging about this, I was like, I don't have my shit together. I don't know how useful I'm gonna be. I don't you know, so but I think that is definitely something that I've learned, is just you know, and I don't do it all the time. Like I'm still terrible at it, but it is helpful to try and have those um like processes in place to be like, that's not very kind, is it? Like, maybe, you know, just because you're tired, that's not a personal failing. You being ill is not a personal failing. This is something that is outside of your control. There are things that you can do to help yourself. But I don't know if that makes any sense again. But
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, because I guess
Mm.
you're also having to deal with that mental health side of everything as well. You're having to deal with the fact
Mm.
of possibly feeling like, oh, I'm failing this, or I used to be able to do this, why can't I do it anymore? And that sort of frustration that
Yeah.
can lead to like anxiety and depression. Um, and even just having depression or social anxiety or general anxiety as, you know, sort of like that, something that stops you from accessing things that you need to, you know, is also like a massive thing, and can also be, even in this day and age where we talk about mental health and well-being quite a lot, is still massively sort of like looked down upon, if that's the
Yeah.
right word.
Mm.
I was struggling at work just over a year ago, and I took sort of 3 weeks off because I was like, I need this, like it is just hitting my mental health really badly. And I won't say the family member who said it because I don't want to put them on the spot for it. But they basically just kind of went, oh, and they were talking about two other people who were unemployed at the time, and they just kind of went, oh, well, that's three people I know who are not working at the moment. And that was like not the mentality that I like. You wouldn't say that if I'd broken my leg or something and then I
Yeah.
couldn't go into work, but because it was a mental health thing, it's still not seen the same way. um
Mm.
which I think is really bad, because I think a good majority of mental health stuff probably does come from like the stress of the workplace and your productivity and, you know, financial issues
Yeah.
and all sorts of stuff that's sort of happening in the world. Like that does affect your mental health, and just having that break and allowing yourself to have that break is really important. um but the fact that that's still sort of looked down upon as like making yourself feel, you know, sort of weak and a failure because you can't keep your head above everything, um, I think is something that everyone, like you said, Sarah, just has to be more kinder to themselves about. Like, you
Mm.
can't control how other people are going to see you, but you can try and control how you're going to feel about yourself.
Mm.
And you know that like what you're doing now is actually the best thing for you, and is the best thing for your
Mm.
mental health, so that you can then carry on and be productive. And I can, as sort of like when my energy levels have been really bad, I can feel like a bit of a failure if I can't sort of walk as far as I want to do, or sort of go out one day and then I can't go out the next day. Like tomorrow, because this is going on for 11 hours, I'm probably just going to be out dead. I'm probably just going to spend all day in bed tomorrow. Um,
Mm.
but like, it's definitely taken me a while to be kinder to myself and to allow myself to do that and not feel bad that I'm now not going to be able
Mm.
to go on a jog tomorrow or something. So
Yeah.
I think I also
Yeah.
basically always feel awful physically and mentally when I can't do stuff. So
mm,
and even though all I'm doing is like making a choice, like, well, I know I'm going to shower, or I know I'm going to talk or do this thing, so I know I'm going to feel worse tomorrow or the day after or whatever. Um, it still feels physically and emotionally awful to like not be able to do anything. And I
Mm.
think that like probably time as well, but just when I'm feeling bad, instead of being like, why is it because I don't do enough, is it because I like, why do I feel so bad, I almost like try to be like, it's not worth thinking about it. I just am going to feel bad when I can't do anything. Let's see, like, can you listen to music? Like, is there something you can do that is not thinking like, oh, why can't I do this stuff today? So I don't know. I think that that's something I kind of heard talking about like chronic pain as well, is that like sometimes it's just helpful to not think about. It's not always helpful to be like focusing in thinking about the
Yeah.
stuff that I can't do. So trying to recognize that like, oh, I know that I am feeling bad because I can't sit up today. What could you do? Like, if I'm going to be lying in bed, like what's the least painful way of this being like an okay experience, or if it's like asking for a cup of tea or like watching something if I can or whatever. I don't know.
That's a really good way of thinking about it. I got quite upset, I think, yesterday or the day before because I was trying to draw and it just wasn't. I was getting exhausted and I was like, I need to like update my Instagram. I need to start like getting my work together to start applying for conventions and do it. And it's just like, and again, like I was spiraling, being like, why can't I do this? But I think to think like that is a lot more healthy rather than just, yeah, digging yourself a hole, isn't it?
I mean,
really?
that's the ideal way of thinking.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that I'm always like, actually, I'm thinking through this really logically, and now I'm fine with it. But you know, that's what I try and keep in my mind.
Sometimes you do just have to lie down, going, ah.
I
You know,
genuinely,
you have to
right?
yell
Like, I
in the
sort of
car.
think that like accepting where you're at, even if it's like, well, I'm so miserable, I can't do anything, is like, okay, it's fine to be miserable because you can't do things. That makes sense. I don't know.
Can you do something nice for yourself? Like, okay, you are feeling miserable. This is the way that it is. Put something nice on. What can you do that is nice for yourself? Yeah.
We've got 10 minutes left. I was wondering if we could have a little chat about sort of themes of disability in creative work. If there's anything that you feel like has been like a particularly good like portrayal of sort of disabilities, or you know, sort of ME or long COVID. I know that's a very opened question, so it can be anything to make it even more opened. Or any
Honestly,
bad ones.
like nothing springs to mind. I really think,
Yeah.
especially when the bigger something is, like a really big film,
Yeah.
I think of like great portrayals of disability in it, not really. I definitely think there were like books, because those tend to be more like individual person talking about their experience. I don't know. You know, Lizzie Huxley Jones has wrote a couple of Christmas books where there are disabled characters in it, and I remember just being like, that's nice. They just can't do things sometimes, and I was like, yeah, nice. That's the best example I can think of, apart from people, romantic poets dying in period dramas, which are very relatable to me.
I think a lot of portrayals, like you said, Harry, are just like, oh, it tends to be more about like diversity and visibility, which is obviously important. But at the same time, a lot of it comes from this like capitalist individualist standpoint of, yes, I'm in a wheelchair, but I can still do everything you can do, and I am a strong, independent woman who is in a wheelchair. And that's just like, great, that is a useful thing, but there are less depictions of people who actually have a disability or have any kind of chronic illness that they're dealing with, and can't do things, you know.
I don't know how much I'm supposed to be talking about this, but I am at the moment like working on the first book that I have done where like a main character has like the same sort of illness as me, and is like really significantly limited in what they can do. But it took me a really long time to like kind of get there. I think because I'm so ill all the time, I didn't want the one thing that I'm doing, which is being able to work on books sometimes, to also be thinking about someone who's really ill all the time. So it's sort of a bit of a challenge, and definitely not something that I could do in the first few years of being ill. But I also get people who read my other stuff who are like, oh, is this about being disabled? I did the webcomic that I did between 2016 and 2023. One of the main characters is like magic, and then like dramatically changes what he's able to do, like goes through stuff that means like suddenly he just like can't do the magic stuff anymore, and is like really like limited in that way. And I was like, or I wrote a vampire book where all of the vampires have like died and had a completely, they've now got like new sort of lives which don't really resemble the stuff they could do before. They can't do all the stuff they could before. And I was like, so every time a reader is like, is this about disability? I'm like, I guess actually, yeah. So I sort of think, even if I'm not writing about it directly, which I sort of have my own reasons for wanting to or not wanting to do in terms of like what works for me on what I'm working on day-to-day basis, it's often something that is sort of there. So like you said, the broader theme of like being kinder to yourself about your limitations, no matter what those are, like mentally or physically, but to do with disability or not as well, to be honest. Definitely something I'm thinking about quite a lot and like themes of in books, whether I'm writing or reading them.
Yeah, I think there was someone, was it Sarah J. Maas? I think I've got them somewhere. Was it Six of Crows and all that? I know there's a character in that like dramatically their magic changes. Yeah, that had lots of like disability coded kind of things. But yeah, but it is difficult to think of like, yeah, even on on just the visibility side of someone in a wheelchair or someone with a stick, it is hard to find, like a main character, especially in like, mass market fiction, mass market, like, it is hard. But
There's
yeah.
probably loads of stuff. I feel like I should have come prepared with a list, and I'm just
Yeah.
not at all.
Yeah, especially in indie and like biographical comics, and as you say, like when people are writing fiction, it is a lot easier to find someone who's writing something that's a bit more personal. But
yeah. I mean, obviously I would say this, but I'm basically always going to be like, indie comics, that's what you're looking for. Like probably there's someone in indie comics who's doing it. So
I mean, the majority of the stuff that I know about you, Harry, is from so pretty much for a good few years now, you've done the hourly comic on like the 1st of February. And knowing sort of like what you go through on a day-to-day basis, like I know from that, which I think is like a wonderful thing for people to be able to see and read through.
That's really nice to hear. I mean, that was last week this year, but I've been doing it for years now, and it's an experience that, again, it can be depressing. Like some years I was drawing myself having dropped a packet of paracetamol and I was too ill to pick it up. And I just like really wanted to take a paracetamol and I just couldn't move at all. And so obviously drawing that is like kind of is depressing. And having and hearing from lots of people who are in similar situations can be quite hard. And also I tend to be doing it on a day that I'm well, and I have to rest before so that I'm well enough to draw the hourly comics. So I'm always like, this is over representing what I can do. And then another part of me is like, or maybe this is making a fuss and you're fine. I mean, I think it's just because so many people see this that I tend to be like, is this right? Am I like sort of, I think it's difficult to get across my whole life experience, right, when it's just a short little thing. But even though it's quite hard to do, I mean, it's part of why I wanted to do a sort of big book that has a main character who has a similar disability, is it feels like really nice to be honest about it. It does feel like if I do occasional like work calls with my agent or editors, and it feels like in those it's not helpful to talk about my health unless it's relevant to the work, right? Not that I feel like I can't, but I'm just like, I don't have enough energy to get into it really. So it feels a little bit sometimes like I'm not being totally honest, because if I was being totally honest, I'd just be like, I'm really ill today, guys, every day. So I really like doing those hourly comics, and I do hear a lot from people, and I've definitely had like suggestions of people being like, have you tried this cushion? This cushion's on sale, it'll be good for you sitting on the sofa. And I was like, oh, and it definitely was. I think that's a really nice way to like connect and talk about those really small things, which is just like, I listen to podcasts because I realized that video is too much for me. Like the little small adaptations I don't really think about. So I think just like the internet is for me, although social media is a bit grim a lot of the time, I think kind of it's really nice to just see people in the same boat, because actually like day to day I am not seeing people as ill as I am, because they're at home being ill in their rooms as well. I think it's reassuring to me to see again that other people are giving themselves that leeway, and I'm allowed to as well.
Cool. We've got like about a minute left. I was wondering if I could just read out a couple of the questions that we did get in the chat. Most of them actually come from Chris. So one of the questions he did ask was to you, Sarah. You were talking about some inner ear things that you wear to sort of reduce sound. Are they the loop ones?
I tried loop. I didn't really get on with them. I use flare.
Right.
Which people, you got to use what works for you. But yeah, and it's literally just like it's, they are like inner ear and just kind of like like a tube that you put in. Some people
Right.
say it's like doesn't do much, and I can't say that it like fixes everything. But for me, I found that like it does make things just a little bit more bearable. I kind of have those on when I go out and I'm chatting to someone, and I put my loops in when I'm trying to work because they block out more sound. But yeah, I think they're called Flare. But yeah.
Cool. And the last one was, so Chris has asked for honest question, would a grabber, so like one of those ones where it's sort of like you have like the mechanism at the top and it sort of can grab things on a pole, those sort of things, would a grabber be useful for people who have trouble picking up things? Or
Yes.
yeah.
I mean, I think so. I mean,
Yeah.
in terms, if it was about like when I dropped the paracetamol, like, yeah. But I think I mostly have stuff on tables that are really close to me because it's more about
Yeah.
general mobility. But I do know that there are people who use those when they have problems with like bending over, if they're like going able to do more stuff around the house, basically. But
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, I want to say a big thank you for both of you for coming on today. Like, I really, really appreciate it. Links to your socials and everything we'll put in the description. This will also go out as its own individual video on YouTube, so people don't have to scroll through the whole 12-hour live stream. But thank you to everyone also who joined us today, and if you asked any questions, I'm sorry I missed them. But yeah, just like a really big thank you again to you, Harry, and to you, Sarah, for joining us and being so open about your lives. And yeah, just thank you so much.
it was really nice to
Thank
talk.
you.
Nice to see both of
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, it was lovely chatting.
We're going to take a little break. When we come back, we're going to be doing our drawing challenge of that I know nothing about Doctor Who. And so I'm going to be drawing Doctor Who monsters that I know nothing about. But again, thank you, Harry. Thank you, Sarah. And we will see you all in a moment. And give me, oh, this is where. No, we're still live, by the way. We're still live and we're still
Try to do something really entertaining.
Yeah, go for it.
Interpretive dance.
There it is. There it is. Okay, we'll see everyone in a bit. We are back. Hello. I've just muted Chris because he was typing very loudly. Are you all done with your typing, Chris? He has done with his typing. Thank you so much. Chris has been busy in the chat, sort of responding back to everyone. He now has some nice big soup to cure his cold, because we're feeling a little bit rough today. But we are trucking along because that's what we want to do. With us at the moment, we have Georgia. Hello, Georgia.
Hello.
And we have a Theo. Hello, Theo.
Hello.
Hey. So before we continue on with this part, we just wanted to say a big thank you to everyone who has recently donated. We are now over 25% of our goal already filled up. Considering that it's been just about an hour, almost 2 hours, we're really, really pleased with that.
So amazing.
So
well done, guys.
thank you so much for that. All of this money will obviously be going to AKT, which is an LGBTQ young people's homelessness charity. So we're really, really chuffed with that.
Do you want me to reel off names, Nate? Or
yeah, please do.
Okay, Dan, Errol, Halloween, who has a elderly cat. So I hope your elderly cat is got a lot of love and given us some of their bickies. Louis, who's a chug that we know. Scarlett, thank you to Scarlett, and Di. Thank you to Di as well for all of your donations. If I've missed any of you off, I'm sorry, but that's everybody that I've got noted.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Chris. And thank you to you for everyone who donated so far. We're going on until 11 p.m. We've got lots of things coming up. So yeah, keep on donating if you can. But let's get back to what we're here for. So as you can tell from the title of this part, I don't know anything about Doctor Who. I probably know more about, like, I would say mostly sort of like the actors. So obviously, like, I know David Tennant, I know Matt Smith. I probably only know like Colin Baker as like one of the older ones, because obviously that's the most sort of well known. And obviously I'm more knowledgeable of kind of like the more, not, I wouldn't even say knowledgeable, it's like I know their names, and that's sort of like, and that's probably even a high ask for that. Of the actors who have played. I know that he's not called Doctor Who. I know he's just called the Doctor. That's about as much as I know. But yeah, I definitely don't know any monsters. So this was an idea that I shared with Theo and Georgia, I think like a couple of years ago, of just like a very interesting drawing challenge. And I've seen like other people on YouTube do this before, where someone describes something of either pop culture or of the animal world, and just from the name, that person, the other person who's drawing, then has to think like, what is this, what could this possibly be? And so I've asked probably the two biggest Doctor Who nerds that I know on the planet to hopefully
Out here.
Well, I kind of feel like, considering that you have written like a novel for the Doctor Who series, that you've done audio dramas for Big Finish, that's pretty nerdy. That's
professional nerds.
Professional nerds.
Yes.
So, but I will. I'm going to let you introduce yourselves, actually. So, Georgia, do you want to introduce yourself and who you are and what you do?
Yes. Hello, stream. My name is Georgia Cook. In terms of Doctor Who, I am a writer and artist. I've done a lot of work for Big Finish over the last few years. And recently in 2024, I had a Doctor Who book out called Ruby Red, featuring 15 and Ruby, which was very, very exciting. And now I'm here to describe Doctor Who's.
Nice, fantastic. And you, Theo, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, very similar vibe, really. I started off life as a Doctor Who fan, and then ended up quite happily being able to work on the Doctor Who Extended Universe, doing Big Finish production, audio dramas, and then being able to support Georgia in writing stuff together, which has been great. So very recently we wrote on You Only Die Twice, which is a 12th Doctor Chronicle series, which was the finale of that. So it was 12th Doctor travelling with his companion. I say companion loosely because she just kind of turns up, Kira Sandstrom, and that whole story there. And then we've also written some short stories and audio drama for the extended spin-off of Gallifrey, which is a really well-known, much beloved series all about what's going on Doctor Who's home planet while he's gallivanting off elsewhere. Lots of political intrigue, and yeah, it's really good fun to write. So yes, that's kind of us in a nutshell, I think.
And
Doctor Who
sort of
wise.
outside of the Doctor Who world, both of you
Yeah.
have also been working on an audio drama, so completely different from Doctor Who, a Dracula audio
Yes.
drama.
Yes.
Yes, the Homewood Foundation, for which we have pinched several Doctor Who actors to be in it with us, which has been very, very lovely of them.
Yes.
We've been hard at work on season 1.
Yes, because you had a very successful Kickstarter. You're able to raise all the money to sort of pay for production and pay for your actors. And I'm very excited because I like it. And I'm not just saying that because I like both of you. I think it's a legitimately just like a brilliant piece of audio drama. So I'm really looking forward to hearing the rest of it.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, mate. Yeah.
So go listen to it. Go listen to the first pilot. It's brilliant.
Pilot episode out now, and hopefully the rest of season 1 out in kind of May, June time this year.
There are links in the chat.
I just
my
wanted to double check. Is anyone else getting sort of like a crackle from George's microphone, or is it just me?
A wee bit.
Is
Tiny-
this your new mic or your old mic?
This is my Rode.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a little bit crackly.
I could switch to just the normal laptop one.
Yeah, well, whatever. See if that gives it a good old load. But while you do that, I will explain what we're doing. So on here we have a shareable whiteboard. I tried all sorts of things to try and get my iPad working with this, but in the end, I found actually this really good whiteboard that's called I think it's called Excalidraw. It's free to use. You don't have to make an account to sort of sign into it, and it's very bog standard, but it's actually pretty good, I think. So thank you to Excalidraw, if I've pronounced that correctly. Give them a look. I think it's great. And we can also share images, which we've only just found out, which is absolutely amazing, because now Theo and Georgia will be able to share the image of what they're going to get me to draw.
Next to your beautiful creation.
Yeah. And also
How's this sounding? Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
How's this sounding for the mic? Is this better?
Brilliant. Yeah, that sounds so much better. Thank you. If I do highly encourage everyone else, if you're out there and you fancy sort of like a little bit of drawing this lunchtime, listen to the descriptions, do a drawing. Please do, tag us or link us in Instagram or on Blue Sky. We'd really, really like to see it. And I think this is just going to be like a little bit of fun, So I'm going to move away from here on my iPad, and I'm also going to move it away from let's see how I'm going to do this. Let's move away from here a bit. Oh no, I've drawn now. I've drawn on this. Let me see if I can find like a new spot to draw on. Let's go a little bit up here. Let's go a little bit up here. Let's go a little bit here. And then let's see if I can actually make sure that I found that on my pad. So I'm also sort of checking the stream. Might need to move up a little bit. Let's see if that's coming up on the stream. No, it's not. We're so professional here. There it is. It's down there. Let's see. There. There's my squiggle. There we are. You guys might need to sort of zoom out and zoom in to see where I'm actually drawing, but we'll get there in the end. Right. Going to remove that. There we go. Right. So take it away, both of you. You said that each one of you have got like an idea of what you. So if I got what Theo said earlier on, both of you have got an idea of what you'd like for me to draw, and I get to choose which one sounds the better to me.
So we've got either we'll give you the name of the monster, or give you like a brief like couple of word description of it.
Okay.
And then you can draw based on that.
You can also take both if you're struggling to come up with an image. Georgia has gone for the most how do I put this? insane ways of explaining this monster. I
Buck
was gonna like
wild.
describe it. Yeah, basically, it's very buck wild. So I have gone along with the theming. So if you want a little bit more description, please do. But
Okay.
yeah, I think it's really funny to see the reaction first for the initial sentence, and then we'll see see if you need a little bit more help. But yeah. So,
Okay.
I'm just going to close the door over there because we're in the same
Yes.
building, so I can hear you bleeding through the wall. So I'll just.
Oh.
Yeah, me and Chris also have the same issue because we're literally just like a door away from each other.
If I
So-
slurp really loudly, it will come through on Nate's mic.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do that because I know what people are like when people are slurping. So yeah.
There we go.
It does happen. Right. Before we start, have we had another donation, Chris? Could you just check? Because I think we've just had another one.
I will have a look.
Oh, I think
Another donation by DM Dan, who we thank you, DM Dan, and salute you for your donation. Thank you.
another £10. Thank you so much. Right. That all being said, let's do this. Let's do this. Give me a description first of your
Okay.
first monster.
Georgia, do you want to go first, or should I go
I
first?
can go first for you. Okay, so first on my list here, I have if Mothman went to aerobics.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
That's all I'm going to say to that.
So, oh, okay.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Leg day or arm day?
Oh, I feel like it's leg day. All I can remember about this monster when I'm not looking at it are those legs.
Okay.
Right. I am going to use small references like Mothman, so I remember what Mothman looks like. To give
He's a
you-
man that's a moth. I mean,
Thanks,
he's
Chris.
got wings.
Right.
What do you want?
Okay, so we're thinking Mothman, aerobics, definitely leg day.
Definitely
Definitely leg
leg day.
day.
Right,
And I'll
let's
find
see
an actual picture of it for when you've finished.
I'm just making sure.
Now, I've also got no idea what you've just described because I have some knowledge of Doctor Who, but not a lot of knowledge on Doctor Who. So that rings no bells for me at all.
It is, I've done a mixture of classic and modern. So some of these are hardcore fans, some of these are
Right.
slightly more casual.
Right.
That's, some of the classic beasts were a lot more rubbery and had a lot more things attached to them.
Stunning,
And like
beautiful,
1960s rubbery beasts. It's what we want in life.
like
really.
sellotape together.
Sellotape together, held together with string, that kind of thing.
Just making sure that that's coming through on the stream. It is fantastic. Right. Let's Mothman. Okay, so while I'm drawing, it might be sort of like a nice just chat about like how did the both of you get into, like, what drew you to Doctor Who as like a piece of media, or like what makes it so such an interest to such like avid fans of it?
Was it the scarves? Was it the outfits? Was it the rubbery monsters?
Always the rubbery monsters.
Always the rubbery monsters. Okay. Take it away. Sorry, I'll stop interfering and being a troll a little
Oh,
bit.
you're good. You are good. Do you want to go first, Georgia, or shall I? I don't mind either way.
You go first.
Yeah, I think because I didn't get into Doctor Who the traditional way, so a lot of people around my age tended to watch it maybe on UK Gold whilst it was cancelled, before it returned in 2005, or they were they watched it with their parents, or their parents got them into it. I didn't discover Doctor Who until I went to university, so actually around the time I met Nate, funnily enough, which is kind of a weird thing to think about. So that's when I started watching it, which was a good few years after it had been popular. And I think what I liked about it was that though Doctor Who is a show about science fiction, it really does like break a load of like the genre norms of lots of different
It feels
science
very
fiction stuff.
fantasy adjacent.
Yeah, and also horror adjacent. So
okay.
it kind of encompasses so many things because it's designed traditionally for children. it really does ride that line of like really just like falling into different ideas, and I just really liked that. I found that really like welcoming as a TV show. I was like, oh, every week's going to be a little bit different. Your standard Doctor's going to be the same. The companion usually fills the same role. It depends on the story that's being told, but you'll kind of know what to expect, and yet you never do. Like, you're just not entirely sure what's going to come out. If it's going to be more sciencey, more like time travel based. Is it going to be other worlds? Is it going to be at home with some weird, Mothman doing aerobics problem? You just don't know, and I think that's part of the joy of it for me. But that's how I got into it. I was with, I think the first episode I watched was an episode called The Waters of Mars, which is it's a more horror based one.
Traumatizing.
It's basically a base under siege. So it's the Doctor dealing with characters who are all under quite a horrendous threat.
It's
And
zombie
like,
water, isn't it?
yeah, it's zombie water.
Yeah.
It's creepy. But I was watching it with 3 other people, and I remember quite vividly they were just like, "Oh, this doesn't feel like the Doctor. What's the Doctor doing? This doesn't feel like in character for him." And I was like, "This is just great storytelling. I know this without knowing the rest of the series, and it just got me hooked. I really wanted to watch more of it, really, and I just then didn't stop watching it, and that's kind of that was my journey with actually watching Doctor Who. I'm curious, actually, with Georgia, what was it for you? Because I don't actually know much about your
About my
like
Doctor
how
Who journey.
I know who your favorite Doctors are, but I didn't know like what it was for you that drew you.
I got into it with the revival, so I was about 9 when the modern series came out. So it was the perfect age to start watching Doctor Who with Eccleston. And I was a huge Doctor Who nerd as a kid, all the way up until sort of like my mid-teens, I think. So I kind of dropped off around the middle of 11's era. And then I think, as many people did, I came back to it during the pandemic. And I think a lot of us kind of returned to old things that we found comforting as a way to escapism. And I fell right back into that Doctor Who void. I think it's such a good show because it's been going on for so long, sort of one of the longest running shows on television, which is insane and amazing. You will always find an era which is for you, even if the rest of the show doesn't quite appeal. So you'll have people whose favorite era is the First Doctor, which is a completely different show almost to people whose favorite era is the 10th Doctor, but it will still be the same show. So there's something for everyone if you want to find it, if you want to search for the thing that is yours. And I think that's why it's got such a varied and large fan base. Not always the nicest fan base sometimes. I think it's the same with most nerd related things. People get very passionate about the things they love, which can sometimes get a bit infighty, but it does mean that you get people from all walks of life, all tastes and preferences, can enjoy Doctor Who in some degree, which I think is really, really good. And I'm a horror writer outside of Doctor Who. That's my main trade, which is why we're writing Homewood. And so seeing some generally horrendous episodes was brilliant for my young mind. I think Blink and Waters of Mars, the Shakespeare episode, not the Shakespeare, the Dickens episode when I was 9. Brilliant, wonderful, love them. More of that, please.
There's a really interesting thing that you said about like kind of fan bases being kind of, they're both protective and kind of sometimes aggressive and sometimes like really, and like they contain lots of loveliness. And I think like fandoms just have a way of just making that. And I think it's because so many people can interpret it in so many different ways. I think that's why Doctor Who has like spoken to so many people in so many different ways across the time that it's been on, which is like infinity in my opinion. So yeah, I mean, that's always something that I think has made me stay away from certain fandoms,
Mm.
and just because I don't think I know enough to kind of get invested enough. So I always feel a bit like an outsider. Definitely with I was having a chat with some TTRPG people, and they kept referencing Star Wars. And they were like, "Oh, you've seen Star Wars, right?" I was like, "Well, I've seen 2 of them." They're like, "Which 2?" I'm like, yeah, that's where my nerd credentials fail. So
I hadn't seen. I think I'd seen one Star Wars film until last year when Theo sat me down and made me watch all of them.
You make it sound like I tied you to a chair.
Torture.
I did not. Would you be interested in watching them all?
For the next 24 hours, that's what we're doing. Nothing but that.
No. That was the Lord of the Rings marathon you did Christmas before.
Yeah, I've got friends who have threatened we're going to sit you down. We're going to watch all Lord of the Rings, like
It happened to
director's
me.
cut.
It happened to me. 15 hours.
I don't want that. I don't want that.
It's fair.
Right, I finished. I don't know if you can see it.
I love
Oh my gosh.
so much.
How do I scroll down?
You might need
use
to
the little hand icon and then push.
Oh, I see it.
You can,
Oh my
so
god,
good.
that's beautiful. Canon.
So what is, like, I am pretty sure it is spot on from your description, but just for formalities, why don't you show us a picture of
All right, I'm going to
what
try
this
and
monster actually looks like?
paste an image in for you. I'm not sure how pasting goes, so we'll.
You just like drag it in. You choose an image, you drag it into a spot.
Oh, I see it. Okay.
Cool. So hopefully I can see it coming up. Yeah.
He's arriving.
Yeah, see?
Yeah, boy.
Perfect. Wow.
There he is.
So what's his name?
I think Theo might have to pronounce it.
Menoptera.
Menoptera.
So they are a race of creatures who are from an episode of Doctor Who called The Web Planet, which is a William Hartnell episode. I think it's from his second season. These are I think they're the good guys. I always get confused because it's such a mad story, and I think they are the good guys. I think because they're fighting ants,
Right,
which are called Zarbi, which doesn't make it easier to work out who's who. Yeah, and it's very funny.
Just the epitome of held together with duct tape. Look at those legs.
They're so good.
Now, are we talking like we might not know the colors because this is a black and white photo and everything. We're shot in black and white. Are we talking this is black and white fur? Do we think it's black and white? Do we think it's black and yellow?
I think they're black and yellow from what I remember.
I think we actually know what color they were. I think I'm just going to see if I can find out.
Or is that yet more canon that we can like unfurl?
If someone in the comments knows, please do. Actually, you know what? I know who I can ask. I'm gonna go ask.
I think based on just a quick scrolling on Google Images, I believe they were yellow.
Okay. It looks like it could be like there's a cross between a bee and a big moth.
Yes.
Yeah.
Stunning, gorgeous. Nate, I prefer your design. I think that should be the new canon.
Well, I mean, when would you think this episode? When did this episode come out?
Oh, this episode came out in.
Or just a generalized?
Let
Because
me have
maybe
a look
mine
at-
is like the 80s revival. So
Let me have a look at.
That works. This
This came out in.
1965.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. Actually, it's pretty close. It actually broadcast. The premiere was the 13th of February, 1965. So we are coming up. Oh, hang on. Is that 60 years exactly?
Yeah.
This is 2025.
Yeah.
Yeah, 60 years.
That's 60 years since Mothman Aerobics.
He's still kicking.
Still kicking.
Like
Amazing.
high kicking as well.
Yeah, exactly.
The thing is, I think if my memory doesn't escape me, they have like really like soft voice is like,
Yeah.
hello.
I mean, it's quite a famous actor who plays the head Mothman as well, I think. He went on to do a lot of things.
That's so funny.
Right, I'm on a roll now.
Okay.
Give me your next one. This time I think I'm just going to ask for the name, because I think with
Okay.
even though as much as I liked drawing aerobics Mothman, I think that sort of led me down the path of obviously just very tight shorts.
Yes.
Cool.
And we're not supposed to
Okay.
get to that until much later in the stream, Nate.
Yeah, exactly.
Romancing monsters comes later. Although I'm sure Zoe would appreciate it.
Yeah, that's why I brought her on, because I know she's
So he's
she's
going to look back at this and go,
professional at it.
"Ooh, ideas." Yeah.
Okay, so I'll do the next one then. So I can't wait to see what you'll think of just the name of this.
Right. Okay.
So this monster, again, it's another 60s monster.
Okay.
This one's called the Macra.
The Macra. Okay.
Is it? I'm going to throw out random ideas just to be a little bit of a troll. Is it macrame, which is paper?
That's decoupage.
Decoupage.
Oh, macrame.
Macrame.
I think macrame does involve paper, but I don't know off the top of my head.
I
Is
was
it?
thinking macra and cheese.
Yeah, macaroni. Is it made of
macra cheese.
macaroni? Yeah. Macaroni monster.
Okay, that's giving me ideas.
Ruh-roh. Is
Okay.
it thinking of other things that make me think of what macro is? Like I could go super nerdy and like macro. Does he have like one lens for an eye that can only see things very close and slightly fish-eyed?
So this is not a spoiler at all. I think it's just really fun to share because I think it will just make things even harder for Nate. There's a really famous quote from the episode The Macra's In, where I think it's said multiple times. It became a meme, which is "There's no such thing as macra," is actually a quote from the story. There's no such thing as macra.
Okay.
So yeah. It's
Okay.
just so good.
I think they have made an appearance in Modern Who as well.
They have.
Yeah.
So they have turned up in Modern Who as well.
Okay. Have they been updated since the rubber days? Is that kind of like, are they
Yes.
less rubber these days? Okay.
I won't say because that.
Yeah. Okay.
also give
That's too
things
much.
away.
That's too much probing. Okay. I will.
I'm so excited about
I
this.
mean, I want to know, like, it must be some sort of writer's room, right? Where they all sit around and they all kind of like think of like weird names to throw around. And I want to be in that writer's room to know what that's like. Where they just be like, okay, macra, what is it? It's a chicken with a fish head. It's I don't know.
I know whenever I have to come up with a new monster for a box set or something, I'll make up a word, as you do, and then I'll go immediately to TARDIS Wiki to make sure it's not a made-up word that already exists.
Okay.
in Doctor Who. And invariably, it usually is.
Oh no. Oh no. Trying to find something that doesn't already exist within the canon of Who must be really tricky.
Or if you've tried to be like clever and use like a Latin word for something, or you know, and then you go and it's like someone's already done it. Someone's already been that person.
These are hippo people from the planet. Whatever.
God, it's nuts. Really. Like trying to keep up with like 60 odd years of canon. Is just it's just like I don't know. Like,
and there's like some really obscure comic or like a short story that was only published in one magazine that some like will contradict what you've written, and someone will be really angry that you've contradicted that thing, and why haven't you read it? I'm so sorry, I tried.
Nate, we lost Theo for a bit, but he's back.
Yes,
so
he appears to still be in the stream.
That's good.
That is the wonderful thing about the camera thing that we're using at the moment. So I'm trying to keep in the idea that like this was in the 60s still. So monsters, I'm guessing, are mostly just sort of people dressed up in costume.
There's no CGI in those days.
It might have been. It just might have been rubbish. So.
I've never seen CGI in the 60s, in any sort of 60s thing. What have you learned from like Doctor Who to take forwards into your own work, guys? Let's talk about that. I'm finding some filler. I'm picking random things that appeared in my brain and asking you about them.
I mean, very much in terms of writing for Big Finish Doctor Who, writing scripts to a deadline, writing scripts to a word count has been very good. Much a learning curve. And writing for an IP that already exists. I mean, obviously our take on Dracula is a different Dracula to Dracula. But we're still writing for a character that does exist. And we're writing for the Harkers as well, and lots of characters from the original books. So it's been really handy in all of that to have that experience of doing that multiple times over, and then being able to, hand it off to actors, hand it off to script editors, hand it off to our director. So I think we've been able to accrue quite a lot of knowledge based on that, which has been so handy in our own production.
Do you think it's easier writing for something that already exists rather than creating everything yourself? Perhaps because you've got so much reference material. I mean, there's probably an equilibrium somewhere between so much reference material, too much reference material, so you've got to stay within the canon, and then enough reference material.
I suppose we write professional fanfic for a living, really, and then some people consider Big Finish canon, some people don't consider it canon, but as soon as it exists, it becomes another aspect of canon for people to keep on top of. And Doctor Who especially contradicts itself so many times, which you can't just brush off by saying, oh, Time War, oh, timey-wimey, Doctor Who. Yeah, so you pick your own canon from Doctor Who.
Yeah.
But it's a new thing because you have to be disciplined with work that other people have already made. So someone else has decided how the Doctor acts and talks and how they operate in any given incarnation. Someone else has decided who their companion is. Someone has, sometimes also decided what the monster is. And you have to follow that set path, which on one hand means that half your job is done for you, but on the other hand, it means you have to pay so much attention to what you're writing to make sure that it remains consistent. So it's two very different things, but two different, fun ways of dealing with something. They are very different.
Yeah. It is tricky because you can't. It isn't like writing a fan fiction in a way because if you're writing a fan fiction for yourself, you can do whatever you want. Where if you're writing for an IP, there are expectations to do things for the IP. Like there are like we've said, Doctor Who is fundamentally a family-friendly show, and there are lots of things that Big Finish just will not allow you to do because it's a BBC family-friendly show. There are obviously ranges that can get away with stuff, like the Torchwood range. I think is just insane because it can be dark. It is adult adjacent, so they can do a bit more. But yeah, there are like certain themes and things that you think would be great to explore, even on some small level, and yet you have to bear in mind who's signing them off, and what can be likely and what can not be likely. But that being said, the joy of it is you can just go write your own fan fiction. No one's stopping you if you want to explore that.
True,
you can.
Yeah,
there's
a whole world out there of people doing that.
Yeah. And very well as well. Like there are some, the Doctor Who fandom create some amazing fan projects from audios where they have their own doctors to their own audio dramas,
which we can't really engage with anymore. Unfortunately, it locks us out of a large portion of the fan community because we can't engage with fanfic or audio fan work
That makes sense.
But yeah,
Just in
but it
case
is
you
amazing what's out
encroach
there.
on someone's idea, is
Yeah.
that the reasoning
Or
behind that?
if someone listens, if someone listens to something from Big Finish and they go, "Oh, that was my idea. I wrote that in this fanfic, or I made that in this audio, and you've listened to this, so that you've taken this from me." It's
Mm,
like you can't really read
Yeah.
fan fiction of your own, even if it's original, because of that reason. So it is a shame to not have that aspect of the fan community anymore, but it does sort of keep everyone safe, creative
Yeah.
wise.
And that's
And
really
that's
important.
good for them as well.
Mm.
Yeah, it's good for the those who are creating for their own love of it as well, to not feel like they're being approached to have their stuff taken. It's like that's not the point, you know. But we were also fans beforehand, so it's a very difficult line to cross. Yeah.
Like with
Such a
Homewood,
shame.
we've got some fanfic already, which is really, really gorgeous, but
You can't.
we've made
Yeah.
we can't read it.
Yeah, we were like, no, we
Yeah.
can't read it. When the show is over,
Yeah.
we'll read all of it. But
Yeah.
if the show is currently being made, we cannot. So
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it will pollute your own ideas, and like it could
Yes, and you
pollute
might
anything.
accidentally steal something from
Yeah.
someone, and then that is something that you've done. You plagiarized from someone else. So yeah, all sorts of sticky situations.
It looks like Nate is ready.
I'm done. So if
Cool.
you move to the right of the Mothman,
Okay, to
you
the
should
right of
be
the
able to see
Mothman,
it.
I will.
We'll zoom
Steal a
out.
Mac.
So I kind of
I
went with
love
the
him.
thing that he probably was made of mac and cheese, and that he is in a Mac. So because you said no one actually sees him, so maybe he's just hidden in his Mac. So
He's
yeah,
the Doctor Who flasher.
It's-
Again, we're not supposed to be doing this.
I'm hoping so. I'm gonna get up a picture of the Macra if you're ready to see
yes.
the original Macra.
Well,
So let's see if
obviously,
it'll let me-
I've drawn them correctly.
obviously.
100%.
So,
How are we going to be able to tell which is which?
Do you want to shift yours
So-
across a little bit, Nate, or just the
once
streamer across a little bit?
once the picture's on, I'll be able to do that.
pictures on to the right when it finally arrives.
Look, there it is. Oh, how can you not see that?
Grab man.
It's so funny. It's just so weird.
That's not well. There must be a man in a costume. I'm guessing.
Just a lot
There
of
are
rubber
some-
going on there.
Yeah, God. So this is the Macra. They are from a story called The Macra Terror,
Right.
which was released in 1967. It's one of the stories that was actually lost for a really long time and was recently animated again. So do look at the animations done. Actually, it was good. I chose it. So Sun and Moon Studios, who are based in Bristol, they worked on the Macra. They made it, which is great. They were able to do the animations for that. But yeah, basically the Macra is brainwashing an entire colony of people for them to think they don't exist. Hence why in the episode they're like, "There's no such thing as Macra," and they're
it's like
really
the false
intense about
hydra.
it. It's so funny. Yeah, it is. Oh yeah, basically it's
It's
false hydra.
false hydra
It's
vibes.
great.
I think they're also in Gridlock in the modern
Yes.
series.
So they were in a 10th Doctor episode back in 2006 or 7. 2006
Yes.
maybe.
So if anyone saw the
Um,
episode and wondered where the giant crab people came from, they came from this
Yeah,
episode.
the random crab at the end, just like attacking all the
Attacking
cars.
cars. Yeah.
It's so weird. But yeah, so
So yeah,
that's
pretty
the
close.
Macra.
You'd say, pretty close.
Yeah.
Pretty
Yeah.
close. I love it.
Yeah, pretty bang on, I think.
Awesome.
Needs
before-
more pincers, Nate. That's all you need. Is just more pincers,
That's
and then
more
you've
it's
got it.
underneath the Mac.
Honestly,
Underneath
under
the
the
Mac.
Mac is just all
Under the Mac is
pictures
just all
in the pockets.
Pictures in the
Let
pocket.
me.
It's like a
move
tiny
away
one,
from
like
this boy.
it's like tiny one that's attached to a watch. Like this.
Before we carry on, we've just had another donation of £10 from Julia. So thank you, Julia,
Thanks,
for that extra
Julia.
£10.
Julia.
I think I'm in the space.
Julia asks via the via the donation, can I romance aerobics Mothman?
Sure.
I mean, we could make that happen. Probably.
I love that for you, Julia.
It's an honest question.
It is an
We love
honest
that.
question.
We love
and we
it.
should all be done. Oh, my thing has decided to reload again. Whoa, where am I? It's loading the scene. Loading the scene. There we go. Let's...
I did find via Wikipedia. I've not been googling these monsters beforehand, but I did find via the Wikipedia a list of Doctor Who universe creatures and aliens, and in there they have the Menoptera costume, which looks to me like black and white.
Yeah, they've just
Interesting.
a friend of mine did message while we were talking, saying that the costumes were black and white, but obviously people because
have
they expect
recolored
it to
them.
be, people have recolored them.
That makes sense. That
Um,
makes sense. I do like the weird
and,
antenna. That's just like
Yeah, I love the little hoods. They've got like the little fluffy
yeah, fluffy,
situations. Fluffy.
and almost beak-like as well.
Yes.
Cross between bird,
do,
bee, and moth.
Right, let me get back into the scene again. Let's make sure that this is coming up on the stream. And a pen. Are you drawing? Let me see. Let me see my beautiful creation. There it is. Let's move that up a little bit so we're away from. Yes, cool. Right. Let's go. Well, let's go with a name and a description this time.
A name and description.
Yeah.
Would you like modern Who or classic Who? We've given you 2 classic Whos.
Okay, let's go with a modern Who one this
A
time.
modern Who. Cool. I will give you the Saturnine.
The Saturnine. Okay.
And Vampire Fish.
Okay. Okay. Vampire fish.
Okay.
I'm guessing the spelling. Excuse me. Satane. Probably wrong. Don't tell me if I'm right.
Yeah.
Or is it SATA hyphen and then a number 9, perhaps?
That's true. That is very Doctor Who.
It's very
Got
Doctor
K9.
Who. Got K9. Yeah. Is it just a big hard drive? An SATA hard drive? Is that too nerdy? That's too much nerd. Too much nerd. A hard drive like with like hundreds of legs underneath it, a bit like a caterpillar, just like crundling along.
Oh gosh. Centipede hard drive.
Exactly. Makes skittering noises. That kind of thing.
It's sort of drawing back to who we are as a community. So obviously we are all sort of flavors of queer in this space. I have noticed that there is a big queer community that sort of does navigate to Doctor Who. Do you think there's any particular reason for that? Like why do they do that?
I think for one aspect of it is it's high camp all the time. It's Doctor Who is wonderfully campy. Even when it's being serious, there is always an element of camp. And the aspect of change and renewal, but remaining sort of your core self, is so it sort of touches so many aspects of the queer community. We have a friend, a shout out to Gallifrey Cabaret, which is an LGBTQ plus friendly cabaret show based entirely on Doctor Who, which has been so amazing to see grow because it's brought in so many aspects of the queer Doctor Who community into itself and celebrated both those aspects of high camp and community. Yeah, there's just something quite safe about Doctor Who, and I think the Doctor champions all people. You sort of see the Doctor and you think, oh, the Doctor would accept me, the Doctor would know who I am. If that makes sense. Yeah.
There's definitely a quote. I think it's Matt Smith Doctor that said, I think he said something like, "I have never met anyone who wasn't important," and it's that kind of sense of, oh, okay, like to be seen. Like I think that's why people like being the Doctor or being the companion when it comes to cosplay and play. Is like the Doctor is heroic, but not in like a I'm a soldier heroic. He's heroic for being himself and championing the good. And same with the companions as well. They're all from different walks of life, and you know, especially even with Big Finish as well, we've had so many different types of people have played a Doctor's companion in some shape or form. And that's the same with the show as well, and the books and the comics. I'm pretty sure there's a comic where the 12th Doctor has a companion, which is a horse. Someone needs to correct me if this is correct.
Okay.
I'm sure he has a horse companion.
If he doesn't, he should.
He should. He absolutely should.
I mean, there's Frobisher.
There is Frobisher, who's basically
a penguin,
a shape-shifting penguin. You know, they're like because of the joy of the science fiction aspect of Doctor Who, where you could meet anyone and do anything. It just brings in that sense of community, and the Doctor would accept you, whoever you are. If you're a good person and you're not out to hurt anyone, that's all he cares about. And I think there's definitely an element of that. When I've spoken to, especially to older queer Doctor Who fans as well, they feel like the Doctor would have seen them and helped them, especially in like particular times in the UK where it wasn't safe to be out. So yeah, and obviously as the show has gone on, we now have queer actors playing major roles in the series, which obviously again is just such a brilliant thing to have.
We had the Doctor in a queer relationship.
Yeah.
With Jodie.
Yeah. Ncuti recently kissed. His name is gone. Broadway guy. What's his name? Jonathan
Groff.
Jonathan Groff in his most recent series. So and I think that was the Doctor's first. I think it might be the Doctor's first same-sex kiss that was in like a love aspect, because I think he has also kissed Rory on the mouth before, but that's more of a like a you're here and then walked off. It's like this was an intentional romantic kiss between the Doctor and a character in an episode. That, which is great. We have a transgender character who is actually transgender. We've had non-binary characters, non-binary actors before as well.
And every time we write a Big Finish, we try to slip as many queer characters into it as we possibly can.
Yeah, my first Gallifrey had a non-binary soldier in it, which meant I was able to get a non-binary actor to play that role. There are things I've written for that has trans leads. I can't say what, sorry. Homewood is a similar thing. We're just very passionate about making sure that queer people exist in the stories that we're telling.
And then it means we give queer people jobs and we get an opportunity to pay them and make sure, they have something to do, which is very important as well. I think not just putting queer characters into things, but making sure that it involves queer people in that narrative.
I think putting their voice in is like really useful. It's great having somebody write someone in, but having like an actor that can also add something to that.
Exactly. Yeah.
Take the words of a writer and be like, oh, this is how I see this line being delivered, because this is how I would deliver it in this situation, because I have that, quote, lived experience, so to speak.
Yeah.
I looked up Gallifrey Cabaret and found a link for that, so I've just put that into the chat. Should anybody want to
there's such a good
go and look at that. Apparently, it
I
was
think
at
they
MTN.
do London.
They do Cardiff, I think.
They do Cardiff. Okay, do Cardiff, London. I
Yeah.
think they've got some in Birmingham. Maybe I could be wrong.
I feel like they've done Manchester before. Feels like
Yeah.
it'd be stupid not to do Manchester. I feel like they've done at least one.
That makes sense.
I
love the LGBTQ plus artists. That's I give that a thumbs up for writing. I don't know how long it took them to find that, but I like, you know, because there was a T in there. They were like, okay, let's get started. Yeah, I love that.
Right, I'm finished.
It's ready.
So it's just above the last drawing.
Oh, I see him.
So you said vampire fish. I heard Saturn in there, so I gave him like a little planet. Maybe he's just like, I like to think that like it's a really like I'm thinking like galactic size monster.
A world eater.
Yeah, like that it pretends to be a planet. So that other little planets come up and go, oh, that's a safe little planet. And
just goes around just like nomming planets.
Yeah.
Just willy-nilly. Yeah.
Am I right?
Absolutely. There's no point even getting. I'll find the picture. There it is.
I found an episode on the BBC that had a picture, so I know roughly what's coming.
Okay.
I do like this monster design a lot. I think it's good fun. It's
cool.
proper like gothic vampire fish.
I'm a big fan of like many spindly legs, despite the fact that I'm not like a massive fan of spiders. Well, sometimes I am. Not like in my vicinity, but I like the way they look. But
depends what they're doing.
Depends what they're doing. Are they being shifty? You don't know. Yeah, I think that's a really cool design. And almost
this is from the Vampires of Venice, which is an 11th Doctor episode.
That's what I found.
Amazing. Right. Let us. Whoop. You going to reload again? Yeah, it's going to reload. Give that a moment to do its thing. Whoop.
Stick with us. We've never tried this kind of technology before. So there's going to be a few little technical glitches because when you don't pre-try stuff, you just do it live.
Yeah.
Stuff happens.
Right. Let's move over to a new little space. Let me see if I can pick up my drawing. Whoops. You going to pick that up? Tell me to think about it. There we go. Let's move you a little bit over here. Yeah, that'll do. Right. You can go. Yeah, that's coming up on stream. That's cool. Okay. This may be our final monster. So
make it a biggie. So many to choose from.
Do you want a name and a description, or just a name or just a description?
I'm going to go for another name because I feel like I'm a little bit more loosey-goosey when it's just a name. And I like to see what it actually is afterwards.
Okay. I'm gonna go with this one then because I think that this could be quite fun. It's another classic monster. So the name of this creature is a Drashig.
Drashig.
So Drashig.
Okay.
Drashig.
Okay.
Okay.
It sounds like it could be a swear word.
like an alien swear word.
I'm thinking what that makes me think of. Drashig.
It reminds me of Baldur's Gate 3, the many swear words that Lae'zel comes out with. It sounds like a Lae'zel word.
Drashig.
Drashig. Yeah. It could be a newly invented chocolate bar. That's mostly nuts. There's very little bits of chocolate, but mostly nuts.
Mostly nuts.
Mostly nuts.
Not for the intolerant. It's not accessible as a chocolate bar. What else does it make me think of?
I'm just going to very quickly disappear out of you.
Go for it.
Back.
Go for it. So if we break it down a little bit, like I've got drat running through my head, so it could be part rat. I've got rush. It could be a really fast running rat, and it's addicted to Instagram. Drashig. That's kind of like, so it's constantly scrolling. It's got a mobile phone, and it attacks people by downvoting them. Not that you can downvote on IG, by unhearting things
but it
previously hearted
in real life.
Yeah, yeah.
Ugh.
It's horrible, cruel, nasty. Shouldn't really exist. It goes around Reddit just like randomly downvoting people just for giggles. Like, even if it's a good post, actually it only aims at good posts. There you go.
Only good posts, it downvotes. Yeah. The emotional distress.
Emotional distress and equilibrium is what it's kind of aiming for. It's like, no, this is too popular, downvote. So does that help, Nate?
No.
What do you mean, no?
We're doing our best work here.
I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best to come up with things that might exist.
Might exist.
We figured it out, Theo. We figured out what it is. I figured out what it is by the power of breaking down a word. So I was thinking about like a rat, like a kind of anthropomorphic rat that runs everywhere and is addicted to Instagram. Drashig, IG. The IG bit was Instagram. But it just goes around downvoting things. Like, it goes around unhearting things. It's got the power to unheart things it previously hasn't hearted. That's as so close as I can get. And Nate says that's not very helpful, which
shows how ungrateful he is.
Here am I trying to come up with, like, I'm nursing a cold, trying to come up with something helpful.
The next big finish we come out with, there it is. That's the monster.
Yeah.
Putting that in my little file of facts of ideas. This is why we can't do
Wikipedia.
Yeah. Exactly. And you can have that one with my permission. You can use it, and you don't even have to credit me for that one. Like, that's cool. Like, you can have that.
Brilliant.
And then Chris will get you for plagiarism.
And then I'll come and find you.
That's just what friends do.
Exactly. Yeah.
So obviously we've spoken about Doctor Who, and we've spoken also about horror, because from what I know quite a lot about Theo, like, Theo's not like, at least from back in the day, Theo wasn't like massively into horror, and I feel like he's just gotten more and more into it, like, the more people he's met. But what I think you've just been sort of gaslit into liking it, Theo, sometimes.
It's the right way to horror.
Yeah.
It's the right way.
But well, besides from Doctor Who and besides from horror, what other things would you say give you inspiration? Like, they could be other genres or other pop culture things. Like, what gives you inspiration in, like, your writing and your creations?
I mean, I'm happy to start this because we've picked on me a bit. No, I think that the horror thing is really interesting. Actually, I'll just branch off on that because I think growing up, I did like scary things. There's a beautiful book that I read in primary school, which is a Clive Barker book called The Thief of Always.
Yes,
which I love.
Sorry,
and I remember the illustrations, and I remember it was captivating, and like it was the most popular book in our school, like, little library. in our classroom, to the point where if you wanted to read it, 9 times out of 10, someone else had it, and it was usually me. I was just obsessed with this book. And again, I don't come across as someone who enjoys horror very much, but I think I like things that I wouldn't say I'm a typical horror fan. Like I couldn't care less about Saw. I don't like being jump scared, but I like the act of. I like monsters and I like spooky things and I like the gothic horror stuff and I like that sort of stuff appeals to me when it comes to horror. Like I think I saw Pan's Labyrinth when I was in secondary school, and again it's that kind of fantasy horror I used to really enjoy, and I think just being able to blend that line, like growing up, and making more friends who were more horror adjacent did help. I'm not saying like I am a horror fan because I'm not, but at the same time, an element of horror in work isn't a bad thing. Like one of the first short stories I ever wrote included quite a horrific werewolf, basically, and like munching on children's limbs and things. And it was just kind of like, yeah, okay, maybe I shouldn't kid myself. I just enjoy horror stuff. It's fine. I just don't actively seek it out in like it's just something I am drawn
I think
to.
in our work together on Homewood, I think what you bring to the series isn't necessarily the horror aspect, it's the adventure aspect, it's the found family aspect, it's the communication between the characters, and then you give it to me and like give it some spooky severed head goodness.
Yeah, I'll turn to Georgia and I'll be like, that was great. I would never have thought of that, and now I have chills, and I'm just going to go over here and be a bit sad about.
just be quiet for a bit.
Just be quiet for a bit and consider what we're doing to these characters. And I come back and I'll be like, we could make it worse, because I will also enable you to make it more horrible. Yeah. So it's not all that bad. But in terms of other stuff that inspires me, I think everyone in this space that we're talking to are quite big fans of RPGs and TTRPGs. I met Georgia while playing D&D. It's one of those things of being able to have a joint, like, collaborative experience with other people is really compelling as a writer, because you're creating a character usually from scratch, you're building a world with other people, and then you're kind of exploring character moments, like big events, or even just like little things with people. I find that really inspiring. Like if I have to create a new character, I usually can't get that character out of my head for at least a week, and sometimes I'm not even playing that character for like a month, and I'm just like, oh, I'm in the zone now. So yeah, that's one of the things for sure for me is definitely like TTRPG spaces. Very, very compelling and very important to me.
And how about yourself, Georgia?
I think well, my main thing is generally horror with a bit of fantasy in it. I started writing short horror stories. That was the beginning of my career. I love audio fiction a lot. I think we've discussed before a joint love of the Magnus Archives. I'll plug that. Probably doesn't need plugging, but it's very good if it's not something you've heard of before. I love the work of Terry Pratchett. I've always been a huge absurdist fantasy fan. He kind of got me when I was in year 8 to secondary school, and I read all of the books that were out at the time of his Discworld series in a year, and it's one of my favorite series ever since. So I love that. But I think what I tend to bring is various flavors of horror to the table, and the Theo gently says, maybe we should do something a little bit else with that, and I'll go, okay. I like to joke with my Doctor Who's, if someone doesn't stop me, I'll write another haunted house story in some capacity.
Amazing. I'm finished.
I love him.
Where is he? Where's he gone?
I love.
He's sort of above the image of what Theo put right at the beginning. Up and to the left. So
love him so
I
much.
couldn't just get I originally thought like a dragon, but is also a trash bag. I kind of went a little bit Pokemon in the end, but just a little bit more menacing, I guess. And then I just threw him in a bin, so because I was thinking dragon and then trash. So
Trash.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like Oscar the
I-
Grouch, but dragon.
yeah,
So this is going to be so much fun to show you because
He needs to be holding up a sign that says "Scram" if he's Oscar the Grouch.
Yeah.
Like, Scram
I always really liked the little worm puppet that they had.
for Oscar.
Okay, so close.
So this is Drashig. This is a Drashig. Yeah, he is not too far off.
Is
I love it.
is
He looks like a Muppet. It's the little...
are those things sticking out of his head? Are those his eyes or are those horns?
That's his
or-
eyes.
Those are his
They're
eyes.
And I'm gonna put another photo as well because basically one of the toys you can get of Drashig is basically a puppet. I own it. I have one that Sophie Aldridge, who plays Ace, signed for me, even though she's not even in the story. It was way before her time. I think at Trunk at a convention once she decided that. So I'll just bring up the puppet when it
I
comes
feel like
up.
I've definitely seen that from somewhere. I've probably seen it
Yeah.
before.
But I own this hand puppet. It's just I don't know where he is at the moment. I think he's at my house. Hopefully it's going to turn up on the stream in a second because he is so funny.
Okay.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah.
He's so good.
Amazing.
5 eyes, like in a like a
It's a lot of
tentacle thing?
eyes.
That's
It's
your
like,
sort of
yeah.
thing, Chris. You always say the more
Look.
eyes, the better.
The more eyes you have, the more ways you can see, and then the more things you can nom. If you've got multiple
I think
mouths, then
actually
you can
it's 6
multiple nom.
eyes.
1, 2, 3,
Yeah,
4,
6
5 in the
eyes.
TARDIS. Mhm.
Great.
So funny.
Brilliant. Cool. Well, unfortunately, we are out of time. I have thoroughly enjoyed myself, so thank you both of you for providing those prompts for me and for giving me a little bit more of an insight into Doctor Who. I probably still don't know very much, but at least now I know what's like 4 of the monsters look like.
Thank you so much for having us, Nick. It's been lovely, and obviously you're going to have Georgia later for giggles.
So Georgia, along with the Explorers of Elsewhere, is going to be one of the players for Thirsty Sword Lesbians later. So, which I think is just going to be really, really fun. So, and you don't want to miss that. No one wants to miss that at all. We're going to take, we're going to probably take like about a 20-minute break. Now we'll be back at 2:15. We're going to have just like a little bit of a chat about AKT. And then after that, very quickly after that, we are then going to be joined by Plymouth Comic and Arts Festival, Plymouth Comic and Zine Festival,
yes.
and Zinezilla as well. We're going to have a chat with them about running independent comic festivals. But before we go, both of you, is there anything you would like to plug very quickly?
We'll plug Homeward again.
Yes.
If you would like to hear a modern day sequel to Dracula, featuring severed heads, ghostly possessions, and 2 co-workers who really, really hate each other, please go listen to our very first episode. You can listen to it anywhere that you get your podcasts. Our pilot is out, our trailer is out. We should be having our trailer for the rest of season 1 dropping quite soon. And then the rest of season 1 will be dropping in a few months' time. So please go give that a listen.
Links are in the chat.
Amazing. And and we'll pop that on our socials as well as big thank yous. But until then, thank you both of you as well. Me and Chris will be back in about 20 minutes time. Grab yourself teas, stretch your legs. We're going to do that. And we will see you all in a bit. Now, here comes the really slick transition of me doing this as we go to the break screen.
No, too slow.
We will see you all in a bit. See you then. And we are back. Let me make sure that you can hear me. Yes, you can hear me. Chris is currently on mute. He is just tipping and tapping away, getting getting all of our social medias back up to scratch, and stuff like that. So we are back again. If this is your first time that you're coming in to see us, we are Pride Comic Art Festival. I have a big cup of coffee ready to get me through. So we've been going for 3 hours now. And we've got lots and lots more coming up. So yeah, back to what I was going at. We are Pride Comic Art Festival. We are a comic art festival dedicated to LGBTQ plus creators. We've been running for the past 3 years. Unfortunately, we won't be running this year, but we still wanted to do some things that benefit the community. And so we are here doing a 12-hour live stream from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. To raise money for AKT, which is a LGBTQ young people's homelessness charity. The reason why we chose this, basically, there was a couple of factors why we wanted to choose AKT as the charity for this stream. One, because both of us work in charity, and we've worked for homelessness charities before as well, and especially towards young people, and we are fully aware sort of like about the vulnerabilities and the the hardships that young people go through, and having that added point of sort of discovering yourself, finding out about your sexuality, finding out about your gender identity. Something as simple as that can force your caregivers to they'll put you into sort of like a hostile environment is not good for anyone. So, and both obviously as both queer people ourselves, like we feel very strongly about that. I feel like we're both very lucky to have not been brought up in hostile environments to such extremes. I have a family who are very open and accepting of the fact that I am bisexual and I'm also a trans man. It's not always been that way, but I was much older when that sort of happened. I came out when I was like about 15 as bisexual, but I didn't come out as trans until I was like about 26. So I already had like an established sort of safe zone. While some of my family did find it particularly hard, that seems to have now, not be the case anymore. And, I'm very, very lucky to know that I have a very loving, accepting family, for who I am, and accept me and celebrate for the person who I am today. I mean, Chris, not wanting to speak for you, but you came out as bisexual very later on in life.
Yeah, not so much a late bloomer, just like didn't really know what words to put, and still struggle with the words to put to it from time to time, because I just through mostly sort of self-confidence, I think, and knowing that I'm in that part of the queer community, so I want to represent it well, and B, kind of like, I sometimes feel like a bit of an intruder because I don't, I get that whole like, am I queer enough thing?
Yeah.
And am I this and am I that? So trying to put all of that to aside, it's very much just a case of just accepting I feel how I feel, and I portray that however I want to portray that. So it's very individual, and I think that's the real struggle for a lot of people, is that it's a really individual journey we all go on. And I hate to use that word journey, but like it is. And I think especially for something that I've spoken about with at least my therapist ages ago, about how for families it can feel like for family members it can feel like that you're losing the person that you knew, because it's the person that you thought you knew. So it can almost feel like a grieving process. So if you are a person who is queer and worried about coming out and worried about kind of doing that, or your family isn't accepting you, it's not so much you have to be a bit lenient with them, because they're also having to get used to the fact that this is who you are, as well as you've had to get used to the fact that this is who you are. So it's doubling down on that. It's really difficult.
Yeah, there's a her name completely slips my mind, but there was a relatively famous Irish drag queen who, and she said this on the, I'm pretty sure she said it before in other places, but she said it on the Adam Buxton podcast, talking about sort of coming out to the family and obviously coming out as gay, but also coming out as I'm not completely sure if he came out as a drag queen at that time. And basically saying, like, you've had a lot of time to think about this and think about coming out, and then you come out to your family and that's like the first they've heard of it. And you kind of hope deep down that you've shown signs that like that they would understand, and sometimes that's just not the thing. But going back to obviously the young people who used services like AKT, like they probably know that it's going to be a hostile environment for them for them to come out, just from the way that sort of like either their parents or their caregivers sort of act in social, situations, how they act in the home. And it also may not necessarily be linked to their LGBTQ status as well. It may be there's a whole sorts of things that are linked to sort of like their neurodiversity and their disabilities. That means that like their parents or their caregivers are not going to give them, like, they're not going to treat them like a human being with their own identity. They're going to treat them, as an other, and say like, no, you can't think for yourself. That's not right. And so then they are being forced to, not express their whole identity just because a lot of parents do just believe they know what is best, when in very much cases like this it isn't. I'm going to read, so going back to AKT, they were very nice. I had a lovely chat with one of their supporters over email, and they provided me with a case study. If I can find it. Where are you, case study?
Whilst you're finding that, just browsing through their website, between April 2023 and May 2024, AKC supported 791 LGBTQ young people or at risk of experiencing homelessness or living in a hostile environment. So within that year, supporting that many people, it is UK wide. And obviously you're going to get more in certain cities than others, and of course, like, resources are more available in certain places than others. It's mostly aimed at young people between the ages of 16 and 25 years old. So if you are within that range, or people who are within that range and do have questions, do get in touch with AKT. They should be able to help you out.
So I found the case study, and I've got like a short video as well that I'll show in a moment once I've read this. Actually, let's show the video now. Where is the video? There's the video. Let's transition to this. I do know that this video is quite loud on my computer, so
Shall I give you a up and a down?
I've just turned it down a bit, so it shouldn't be too loud. But it's something that they've made for sort of like their Instagram. So hopefully that everyone can see this, and let me know if the volume's coming through.
Hi, my name's Arie. I am a London-based caseworker at AKT.
Today, a young person came to the London office needing emergency help. We made them a cup of tea
For the stream to
and
catch
made
up.
them feel comfortable. They then explained to us that they had been kicked out by their parents as they came out as non-binary. We listened to their story with empathy and without judgment to understand exactly what they needed and how we could help them. We ensured they had a safe place to sleep tonight. Together, we put an action plan in place and made sure they had emergency supplies such as food and an Oyster card to travel to emergency accommodation. Then tomorrow, we will start supporting them with getting long-term accommodation. Another day helping LGBTQ+ youth find safe homes.
Yeah. So there's that. So I think they've got like a number of little videos on their sort of Instagrams and TikToks and such that sort of explain the work that they do. And I'll grab this case study. So this is Beth's story. Beth's story is just one example of the incredible journey from homelessness to hope, made possible thanks to donations like the donations that we're getting today. So Beth is a trans lesbian from the Northwest. She was kicked out of her family home after facing transphobia from her mother, and then found herself sleeping on the streets for a month. Despite having reached out to her local council, emergency support was not available, leaving Beth feeling lost and vulnerable. Beth has autism and dyslexia, so she sometimes struggles with understanding instructions and information, making finding vital support even more difficult. She had a part-time job in hospitality, but the unpredictable hours and low wages made it impossible for her to afford a safe place to stay. When Beth came to AKT on a Friday evening, she had nowhere to sleep that weekend. Thanks to our AKT supporters, we were able to act quickly, immediately booking Beth a hotel room while we worked to secure longer-term accommodation. Over the next few weeks, we helped Beth navigate the housing system, provide food and hygiene products, and connect her with local services for hot meals. Now Beth has moved into temporary accommodation where she feels safe and settled. She is actively bidding on permanent housing and is using her stable environment to explore employment opportunities. So please consider giving a gift today to support Beth and other people like her. This can be sort of like £3, £5, £10, even more. So you can go to our Just Giving website, which is down below, and there's also a QR code there. You can click on that, and that will take you straight to the Just Giving site. And this is a great way for us to just show complete, sort of like transparency of where that money's going to. It doesn't even touch us. It just goes it goes from Just Giving straight to AKT. And all of that money can support giving like a safe place to sleep. It obviously supports giving that person like emergency accommodation, like a hotel, while AKT are then able to find somewhere for them to stay. It helps them support the navigating system. It gives them more independence. So usually with charities like this, the whole point of it is to have that money to use to give independence to that person so that they can then continue. Because when you're young, like it's really confusing. It's really hard. And when you're, if you're already struggling, sort of like finding a place to live, trying to accept your identity, all of the rest of that can just be, 100 times more difficult. So yeah, any money that you're able to donate, we know that it's sort of like the cost of living at the moment is not great. But if you can't donate today, please do share. Like we're probably going to keep the link up for a week or so. So anyone who sees this a bit later on will be able to donate as well. But our mark today is hopefully for about £500. That's what we're hoping to raise today. So yeah, that's pretty much a lot of information about AKT. And we, as I said, we decided to choose this charity because, as we said, they are national. There is an AKT branch in Bristol, as well as London, and I think Manchester, and a couple of other places that I can't think of off the top of my head. To add on to a note, so obviously we've got a lot of friends who are helping us today, but we've also had some guest panelists as well. The information that they've provided us, or that they're going to provide us today, so obviously with Hannah and Sarah, Harry and Sarah earlier on, and the panelists that we've got coming up, we did offer them money to to compensate for their time and their knowledge, but we're very grateful in the fact that all of them, like literally every single speaker, has decided to donate their compensation to the charity. So we'll be popping that into the donation bucket like towards the end of the evening to build up to our final number, which we're super thankful for. And just super grateful that we are part of a really amazing community that are so willing to give up their time and share their knowledge and be vulnerable with their experiences as well, all in the aid of just raising a bit of money for people.
If you want links to anything that Sarah or Harry talked about, including their work, they're all in the chat. I think the one that I didn't know beforehand was the sunflower kind of lanyard that Sarah was talking about.
Yeah.
That's hdsunflower.com/UK. I found links for that. So go head on over to that if you are neurodiverse or you need some support in that way, and just check out what they have available for you.
I've also
found sorry Nick, I've also
go.
found AKT's offices, so London, Bristol, Manchester and Newcastle.
Fantastic. So there's a good spread, hopefully. And I don't think you even need to be in those areas to get their support. That you can find them via the website, you can call their number, you can email them, and get support via them. They may sort of put you in touch with a with another homelessness charity sort of in the area, and then hopefully support you obviously with stuff that you're struggling with, your identity or your sexuality, as well as the other important things like getting a house over your head, removing you from vulnerable situations, and sort of getting you back on your feet to being independent and the person that you're, a wonderful human being, which I'm sure people are meant to be.
To start reaching out to get help, if you want to get in touch with AKT by email, the best email that I've found so far is gethelp, that's GETHELP at akt.org.uk. I will be popping that as well in the chat just so that people have it for reference.
Fantastic. Thank you, Chris. Is there anything else we would like to talk about? We've got 15 minutes until sort of like our next little break until our next chat comes along at 3 o'clock.
I mean,
maybe we can. There was something else I wanted to bring up. If you go to our link tree, which is PrideCAF as well, you will find our big cartel, which we've got some old merchandise on. 100% of anything sold today, and we'll do it for the rest of the weekend as well. So anything that's sold over the weekend, we will 100% donate to AKT as well. So that will go onto there. We've got a few t-shirts on there. We've got a few prints there from our 2023 convention that we had back in that September of 2023. We've still got a couple of t-shirts, both in white and black, as well as some prints as well, some very nicely sort of printed. We ended up with double the amount of prints that we needed because the first delivery failed to actually get to us until I think about 2 weeks after the event. Yeah. Which was nothing to do, it was all to do with Royal Mail, unfortunately. It had nothing to do with the printers, which I'll shout at as well. Print.work, absolutely amazing printing business, based up in Leeds, I believe. They have been nothing but accommodating to our every whim and our stupid questions. And I've used them once personally and twice for PrideCAF, and I just love the stuff that they come out with, and they're always super nice, and like they were super helpful, and they completely saved our butts on that day as well. We literally got the programs, I think, probably about an hour before we opened.
Well, we were open, and then they arrived pretty much.
Yes, we had the exhibitors setting up at the time.
I'm just going to have to send a link back to Laura, so bear with me. The Discord link that we sent to Laura isn't working, so I'm just going to send this over to her, just in case.
Thank you.
And then watching email, just in case things happen.
Before we go into the chat about comic festivals, we did also have INQ lined up to talk. So they are a relatively new LGBTQ comic festival that happens in London. They had their first event last year, and they're looking to hopefully run again this year. And that's organised by a pretty decent group of well-established comic and zine creators. And they were meant to join us, but unfortunately some obviously real life sometimes can get in the way, and they're unfortunately able to join us today, which is a big shame. But they've been absolutely wonderful with sharing the stream, getting people to know about it. So we're really pleased about that. So thank you again to Chloe and INQ, Cleo, sorry. Chloe. Chloe Starling, that's it. Look up Chloe Starling and tell them I'm a massive silly man for not getting their name right. Not allowed to swear. Yeah, we did have a little bit of a conversation with Harry and Sarah before they came up, and they was like, what is it like about swearing? And we're like, we don't know what YouTube's going to allow us to do. But yeah, that's one little thing. But as far as we know, everything else should be. While we're actually here, let's go back to the schedule. Let me show you what else we've got planned up for the rest of the afternoon and evening. So we've just had our little chat about AKT. We are going to be taking another break in about 10 minutes as we...
We have a question come in from Gibson Gray. What's the name of the London con?
So it's called
INQ.
Yeah, so IN and then a big capital Q with an exclamation mark Comic Fair.
I'm going to find their website and put it up.
So their Instagram is...
I found a website.
Ink Comic Fair. So let me see if I can probably whack that in the chat.
I will grab their website.
There we go. So I've whacked their Instagram in the chat.
And website also in the chat.
It looked like unfortunately we didn't get a chance to go, but it looked like they had like a really good day for their first event, and they had like some really wonderful artists that we've had at PrideCAF before as well.
It was small but intimate. It looked really like cozy and looked kind of quite well attended, which is great for creators because that's like the reason why we do PrideCAF is half because we want to see these amazing creators all in one room. We don't want to have to go and visit like all the places in the UK to go and find their stuff and or pay for postage. So it's a little bit of selfishness, but also like it's great to have all of these people like all in one room because you get like a real vibe and you get like a real kind of warm fuzzy feeling. That's the only way I can put it. Like it sounds really weird, but that's the crux of the matter. And I think Gibson is one of our creators that we know of. So hello, Gibson. Good to see you. Thank you for viewing. And keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah. Well, we know that, so maybe this is something that we'll bring up in the next thing, but we know that Ink last year so they got their exhibitors through requests. So they actually reached out to exhibitors and asked if they wanted to have a table rather than like an open application like we usually do and like a good majority of the comic fairs do. But I'm pretty sure if you get in contact with them and if they are running again in September this year and say like, hey, I do this, would I be possible to join in? I'm sure they would, but they haven't had much news about what they're doing this year. But then again, it's February. They're probably and they're all creatives themselves, so they're probably like massively busy with their own projects as well, which I think will be a topic for our next panel, definitely, because but from what we heard, like it was apparently like a really good day. Like we heard from, because they ran, I think they did theirs 2 weekends before PrideCAF.
Yeah.
And they were amazing. They reached out to us like in March and kind of said like, hey, yay. Thank you, Gibson. They reached out to us and said like, hey, we're looking to run in the beginning of September. We just want to make sure that we don't clash with PrideCAF, which was really thoughtful of them, and we really appreciate that. Because I think as small independent festivals, we should definitely be looking out for one another and making sure that there's like a variety of stuff that exhibitors can apply for, and that also people can get to as well.
It's also signal boosting as well.
Yeah, like
we are a small community and we don't want to be too insular about these things. We don't want to be this is ours, this is just us, nobody else can do it. We want to be like welcoming. We want to be like, oh, there's one in Leeds and there's one in Birmingham and then there's one in London, there's one in, like, it's kind of, we want it to be everywhere.
I mean, anyone who's watching and they have a fair coming up, and like a comic fair or a zine fair or a print fair, and they're just like, hey, would you be able to share this for us? We're more than happy to, because like it's taken us a while to grow sort of like the community that we've got, but like we want more people to know that there's more stuff happening, and we want to know as well for ourselves to go, really, for a bit of a selfish act, really, so we can go ourselves and meet new artists, meet new creators. Like we want that as well. So, you know, if you can always get in touch with us via email, you can always get in touch with us via Instagram and Blue Sky.
Got a mailing list.
We've got a mailing list. But yeah, it's just to kind of share what's going on in the country, because people work, and again, we'll talk about this in the panel, but people work really bloody hard to put these on. And not just like not even just the organizers, like the exhibitors work really hard to produce stuff, and this is the best way for them to sort of get there with, you know, the uncertainty of social media and the internet and being seen, like going to a festival and actually talking to people face to face, like actually having their artwork and seeing it in person, besides from on a computer screen, is so much more valuable to a creator than anything else. And that's why you will find that probably like a lot of these comic and zine festivals, they're ran by creators, because creators know how important they are. So that's the reason why they run them as well, because they're just like, I also think, and this is a little bit of a thing with the reason why we run PrideCAF, is because I wanted like lots of really good artists like really on my doorstep, so then I could buy their stuff and I didn't have
Like
to
I
go
say.
to London or something.
There's a little bit of selfishness in there. I'm sure the people who organise, you know, Thought Bubble, the UK's biggest independent comic festival, that spans over the course of 3 days, and then probably the week beforehand, the festival that kind of is attached to it. I'm sure there's a little bit of selfishness in there for the organisers.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you could get like a big comic hero of yours to actually just come to your hometown rather than
Exactly.
you go to like
Exactly.
America to go and find them, like
Exactly.
you would put in the hard work for it to kind of
Yeah.
go like, if I did this, I could get this. But also like, you know, you can definitely tell that things like Thought Bubble are a massive passion project for a lot of them that work there. Because they always seem to be trying to improve it and get it better. We're big fans of Thought Bubble. We absolutely love it.
We did invite them, I believe, Nate.
Yeah,
Didn't know
unfortunately
if you
they
wanted
were.
to mention that.
Yeah, we did invite Thought Bubble, and oh, awful.
Chloe
Green. That's it. Thank you, Chris.
It's all right.
We got in contact with her, and unfortunately she was unable to make it this weekend. We do believe that they're obviously like, they have now done like, and if anyone doesn't know this, Thought Bubble applications are now open. Go onto their socials, go onto their website if you wish to apply for Thought Bubble this year, because yeah, those get filled up massively, despite how big it is. Like they get hundreds of applicants, so you want to be part of it. You got to be in it to win it, pretty much. But yeah, they're very busy at the moment, so we can completely understand that they probably weren't able to make it this weekend, which is fair. But maybe one day we'll do another one of these and we'll get them on. But until then, they're not here. But we do appreciate it. We appreciate it that they didn't just ghost us as well, that they actually got back to us and said, we're really sorry, we can't do this.
Yeah, I mean, it's really nice to be recognized by such a massive event like Thought Bubble. And them, for people who don't know, we went there 2 years ago and we held a community table. So we took art that was given to us or delivered to us at our home, and then we all took up, because we were going to go to Thought Bubble anyway. So we asked them for a community table. We paid for a community table. They gave us another table. So we filled 2 6-foot tables with just content, and it was a lot of content. And yeah, we sold a lot of stuff for people that weekend. And it's a wonderful thing to be able to do for people, but it's also really necessary for people that can't make it to Harrogate, which is, you know, in the north of the UK. And it's a really long journey for people down in the south, and they might not be able to do it due to funding, due to, you know, abilities or disabilities, should I say. And, you know, didn't really matter to us. It just, we wanted to take queer content up there and display it along with everybody else.
Yeah, and like it's been really nice to take that to other places as well, to take that community table to other places, and really show, because it's just amazing also to see the kind of stuff that we get. Like there's some absolutely just such a wider range of stuff that comes through, from just like tiny little paper zines as well to like fully fleshed out like bound books. And I'd always say, if we ever run any of these community tables again, like don't feel put off by sending like, oh, I've only got like these tiny little A6 zines that I've made in my bedroom. They're not going to sell. Like we had one of those and they sold it. We got them at Plymouth, and they sold out probably within like 2 hours.
Mm.
Like we only had 5 of them because we have to have
Mm.
like a limited stock, but literally within 2 hours they were all gone. And it's just a great little way for you to make like a little bit of extra money from your art, because people do seem to quite like zines, especially when they're sold at festivals. So yeah, that's just my little blurb to just keep on creating, even if it is just tiny little zines.
Well, just try, just get out there,
Yeah.
and people will. It might find you a little while to find your community to buys your stuff. You might find certain people buy certain things over certain other things, and certain festivals will do better for different bits of content. And it's a bit of an experiment that we all kind of dip into. We wish that there was some sort of way to know who buys
Who buys
when
what?
and how. But definitely, it's always it's probably worth mentioning that Thought Bubble also do have a micro bursary available for trans and queer creators and people who I've got to get this right. People of the global majority, which is now the phrase that I have to remember to put in my head to kind of go forwards with their content and actually kind of apply. And they have a small bursary where they will actually pay for you to come to Thought Bubble, I believe, and bring your content with you, which is great.
Yeah, if you're interested in that, it usually comes out around about June time. And you're right, Chris. It's sort of like for trans and non-binary people, for people of color, and for people with disabilities as well. Those are usually the ones, usually the bursaries, and I think they can give you up to £300, and you have to tell them what you're going to use that £300 for. But as far as I'm aware, that doesn't include your table. So that £300 that you have, that's primarily for whatever you choose to do with it, whether or not it's to buy yourself a new graphic tablet, to get your stuff printed, to pay for your accommodation when you get to Thought Bubble. Like that's what that £300 is for. And then you will get a table at Thought Bubble, which is usually like about well, for a 6-foot table, that's 175 quid. So I think obviously for half of that table, it's a bit less, but still that's not accessible to a lot of people. So having that bursary, if you're also interested in that bursary, but not for having it, just kind of saying like, how can I contribute to this bursary? They do have a program which is called Friends of Thought Bubble, and you can join that and you can donate money to Thought Bubble, which primarily goes into the bursaries for creators from minorities to be able to get to Thought Bubble and to sell their work, which I think is also a really lovely incentive as well. And I think you get like some special little perks and bits and pieces.
I just chucked up a link, Nate, for all of that information on microbursaries. It is last year's information.
Yeah.
You'll have to wait until this year's to be released, I believe, or we are ready to receive it whenever they do it.
Let's do a little quickie through the schedule before we're going to take like another sort of 10-minute break while we get our next panelists up and ready. But we'll do like a quick little rundown of the schedule. So
shall I do it to save your voice?
No, I'm all right. I've got it.
You're all right. Okay. All right.
Coming up at 3 o'clock. Obviously, we've got our panel with two well-established sort of independent comic fair creators who will be joining us and talking about sort of running their fairs. At 6:15, we've got an actual play of Thirsty Sword Lesbians with the Explorers of Elsewhere. So DM Dan will be taking 4 disaster lesbians through a sci-fi romantic romp, which I'm really looking forward to. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. If you joined us for the Doctor Who drawing, we're going to be doing another one at 6:30, but this time it will be around D&D monsters, so less known sort of D&D monsters. And then at 8 o'clock, sort of following on the monster theme, we're going to be talking to Zoe about sort of monsters and queerdom and how like queer themes do seem to resonate in monster themed media and horror. And then to sort of finish us off for the rest of the evening, we're going to have a nice little chill time going through some dating sims that I've been able to find. And I'm also really looking forward to that as well, because I've been trying to keep these a secret. It's been hard because I think they'll be really good fun. But until then, we're going to take a quick little break, and we will be back with you at 3 o'clock where we'll be joined by our two panelists. And
just a quick mention to say thank you for our latest donation. Thank you, Laura. We are now at £161.
Whoop, whoop.
Thank you very much, Laura. We
Wonderful.
really appreciate your support.
Thank you, Laura. Yeah. Let's go into a little break room and we will see you guys in about 10 minutes.
Ta-da.
Hello world again. We are back, and this time we are talking about all things independent cuisine festivals. I am just sorting out some volumes to make sure that everything is all hunky-dory and we don't blow anyone's ears off, but also everyone can be heard. Yes, that looks all good. I'm going to try and get my camera right on the screen. To my left, but possibly right on the screen, I've got Laura. Hello, Laura. I've got Laura from PCZF. Down below me, I've got Marida from Zinezilla. Hey, Marida. And then obviously there's Chris. He's in that corner.
I'm in a diagonal.
Yeah,
one of those.
We're in a little 4 QB square thing. So, but welcome. I'm going to start off and actually let you introduce yourselves and what you do, and talk a little bit more about the independent fairs you run. So, Laura, would you like to go first?
Of course. So I am Laura, and I run Plymouth Comic and Zine Fair with my lovely pal Sam. It's a comic and zine fair in Plymouth, and yeah, this is the 3rd year that I've been running it.
Amazing. And Marida?
Hi, I'm Marida. I live in Bristol, where I run Zinezilla with my friend Marcy. Zinezilla is, until now, it's been an illustration and zine fair. And this is the first place that we're putting it out there, but it's coming back this year for the 4th time. It's going to include more comics and animation as well.
Amazing. So I guess sort of like a question to both of you is, and probably a question which I ask myself every day, why did you decide to host your own? Because both of you are creatives, both of you are comic writers, both of you are comic artists. What made you decide to go like, actually, I'm going to run my own event? Either one of you can go first if you want to.
Do you want to go first, Marida?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I got into comics partly from attending events. I kind of discovered the world of indie comics through going to events in London, where I grew up. And when I came to Bristol for university, I was really excited because I'd heard about Shake and I'd heard about Bristol Comic and Zine Fair and all these cool things happening. And then I moved here in 2020 during COVID, and there was nothing happening. And then the events were really like slow to kind of come back as well. So Marcy and I kind of just decided that we'd do it ourselves. So the first one we ran in our 2nd year of uni, and we really had like no idea what we were doing, and kind of every time we've done it since then, it's gotten a little bit better organized, a little bit more professional. But yeah, I found such a beautiful community and so much inspiration, so much joy through attending events, and as a punter, to tabling at events, like everything around it. And I even made my first ever zine at a zine workshop at an event. So to be able to provide that for other people is really exciting, and even just for ourselves, that we get to meet everyone. Like, yeah.
Awesome. And how about yourself, Laura?
Yeah, I mean, it was fairly similar. So my first experience of going to a comic or zine fair was Bristol Comic and Zine Fair, and I was utterly heartbroken when they said that they weren't going to carry on with it. I think a lot of people were, and it's the same as Marida. Like during COVID, like everything just stopped. And everything felt terrible. And the thing that kind of makes me feel good and like community orientated is things like zine fairs and comic fairs, and just like being in a space with loads of people who are very similar and have like similar kind of interests. Yeah, like creative people. And yeah, so I was annoyed at how little there was in the Southwest for for people to go to, and for because I wanted to see everyone else's work as well. So I was like, well, if no one else is going to do it, I guess I will. Yeah, so I I had a little chat with, I sort of knew to begin with that I wanted to have it at Ocean Studios, which is where it's stayed since then, because it's such a beautiful space, and they have like a really lovely kind of wholesome artistic kind of community there. The space itself is so beautiful. It like really lends itself to kind of artistic endeavors. So I had a chat with Fran from Ocean Studios, which is run by Real Ideas. And we had a lovely chat, and she was so enthusiastic. I think part of it was that I was also really enthusiastic about it. I was like, please, can we do this? And yeah, so she helped me like every step of the way with the first one. And you know, it was a big learning curve because I knew basically nothing about organising events before that. But she was really helpful, and everything went really good for the first one. And yeah, and everyone said how much money they made, and which is always really good. And they also said like vibes were on point and everything felt really good. So yeah, that kind of encouraged me to carry on.
Cool. Yeah, I think one of the biggest things for us at PrideCAF as well is like how when people talk about that, the vibes are good, basically. Like it feels like a good, inclusive, creative, welcoming space.
Yeah.
And I'm sure both of you have had that as well. Like obviously we went to Plymouth last year, and we really liked the vibe of it. And I went to Zeenezilla last year as well, and Zeenezilla was packed when I went there, which was great. It was great to see like so many people around, like wanting to, not even like, they didn't even want to just like mill about. They wanted to keep on just going round and round and round and looking at people's work, which was really nice to see. And sort of having that nice feeling of just like, oh, people are enjoying the vibe, like, you know, not only just the general attendance, but the exhibitors as well are there because they feel like it's a welcoming and inclusive space for them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think what we've really noticed throughout our years of doing this is like how much like almost hunger there is for events and opportunities like this. And like it makes me giggle that it's happened every time that you kind of set up the event and the doors open and people start streaming in, and the first questions you get is, oh, when are you opening applications for next year? Like, when's the next one? When's the next one? And people like, and yeah, you have people who just kind of are there all day because they're just excited to be there and to meet these people. And I also really love it when you hear visitors say, oh, this artist that I've been like following for years, I finally got to meet them and buy their work in person. Equally, that people will come and say, I didn't know any of these people before and I love them all and I bought so much of their work. And so you have that kind of the making, like establishing connections, discovering new artists. And I mean, it's just like it makes it like the stress of organizing it can sometimes bring me down. So just actually being there and hearing people say that makes it all completely worth it. And I find as well, like, I mean, we're all making stuff, and I find it gets pretty lonely for me at least. And like being on your own and working at your desk and just kind of being in your own head. So to get like going to events, then you kind of all that work you put in on your own gets to be shared outwards. Yeah.
Awesome. What would be the one thing that you wished like you knew at the beginning, like when starting this? Because obviously now both of you have a few sort of events under your belt now. Like what would you wish you'd be able to tell yourself, like when you were first beginning this, like do this or don't do this? Or
for me, it was on the day of the very first PCZF, I thought that I was going to like vomit pretty much the entire time because I was so scared. And I think if if anyone's watching that was at the first PCZF, they will attest to the fact that I was running around like a crazy person, just like, are you okay? Is everything okay? And like I was so anxious about everything. So I would love like to tell my previous self that like chill out, it's gonna be fine and nothing terrible is gonna happen. Yeah. Yes, that was so mad.
I think it's funny that that was your experience because that was exactly my experience the first year as well. Like to a T. I have sleepless nights leading up to it, and like my memory is kind of blacked out almost the whole event. So like just like stressed and running around and making sure that everyone is okay. And like I don't think I stood still for like more than 2 minutes. And I remember I remember my mum bringing me a sandwich, but I don't remember my mum actually being there apart from that she brought me a sandwich at one point. So definitely, to chill out and because I think I was like sleeping very little the week leading up to it just because I was so worried, and then I actually ended up in hospital 2 days later with like a mystery infection.
Oh god!
So it wasn't worth that stress. Like, and like you know, once the event kind of starts, like people really look after themselves. Like everyone knows what they're doing, you know.
Yeah.
And if they've got questions, they will come and ask you. Like that's the thing. That's what you're there for, to be the organisers. They will come and tell you if they've got problems. Generally, from my experience. What about you, Nate?
Me?
Yeah, you're an organizer. You have to answer this question too.
That's true.
I mean, I know I'm also in it, but I'm the support. So, what would you now tell past you?
I think probably more to document more things, like make sure that I've got like a note of everything that has, you know, make a note of like every detail that you need and make sure that it's in a place, because the files that I have for PrideCAF are just like all over the place, especially like the graphics for like materials and for marketing materials and stuff like that. Those are all over the place. So something along those lines of just getting like much more properly organized. But that, I mean, it was a massive sort of like is this even happening sort of thing. Sometimes when you get into the full swing of it, it's just like, is this even happening?
Even though we are organizers, it doesn't mean we are organized.
No, it's true.
Yes.
We're good at herding sheep, not being a sheep.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's an analogy in there somewhere.
I would say even though the herding I sometimes struggle with, and the advice I try to give myself when we start every event, and that I end up taking far too little, is trusting other people to do things, because I have this thing in my head where it's fine. Instead of us, people always offer to help, and people like there's a lot of people who really do want to be part of it and who want to help with the organization and the lead up to the event. And they always say, yeah, that'd be great. And then it comes to the thing, and I'm like, I'll just do it.
Yeah.
Instead of asking someone else to do it and then checking in on them, and then suddenly you've got the workload, like this mountain of workload, and I don't know. I think,
I definitely get like that as well, and I think part of it is. It's not trusting that the other person can't do it. It's not trusting yourself to be able to explain what you want. And so I'll be like, it will just be easier for me to just do it myself rather than have to try and explain what this jumbled up amount of mess in my brain is to another person and hope that they understand.
Very true. Yeah, I have a similar thing, but I don't know how much of it is like being a tiny bit of a control freak about things, and sort of because if it's just me doing stuff, then if anything goes wrong, it's me, you know, that's done it, and that's fine. I can cope with that. But if I sort of hand over a bit of control to other people, like, and also if I'm doing it, I know exactly know exactly what I need to do, and it's a bit like you said about like whether you can get across exactly what you want to achieve to someone else, and I struggle with that as well. But my friend Sam, who is helping me, is like, we're on a very sort of similar wavelength, and he's extremely good at, like, if I'm not being super clear with something, he's extremely good at sort of asking very specific questions to like help me to explain better to him what I need, and that's, you know, that's really helpful. It's like a really good kind of like bouncing off each other kind of thing.
That's a really helpful skill.
Yeah,
to be able to do that, really
Yeah,
helpful.
yeah. I mean, well, he's a lecturer, and he's the course leader on an illustration course.
Okay.
So he does have to be quite good at communicating and kind of like sort of extricating exactly what he wants to hear from his students. So yeah, it's very handy to have him by my side.
I think it's good to practice as well, like being the person that's giving the information and sort of getting to that wavelength. It will take time.
Yeah.
To kind of get to that mid-level of understanding, so that you can just go, oh, I just need this doing, and then that other person will take that task and just run with it, and you'll be able to, oh, that's just going to get done. Oh, okay. Yeah.
I don't have to worry.
That maybe there's a different battle there to like learning to not have to worry, perhaps.
Yeah.
I think another thing is learning as well how other people work best, because you know how your brain works and how to organize the things around you to best aid your own productivity. But I found like a lot of the people I've worked with their brains don't work in the same way. So how can I make it easiest for them? And like that sometimes takes a while to understand that, oh, okay, doing it this way doesn't work. But if I don't know. Yeah.
Nate and I have definitely had those conversations.
Yeah, because obviously
for sure
we live together, so it does. Obviously, the conversation can come up quite often, and then it's trying to find the best way of how we can not only work together but then use each other's strengths to the best of their abilities. So Chris is a lot more organized than me, and he's a lot better at sort of prioritizing job loads and things like that. Well, I'm very much just like, I'm going to leave it all to the last minute because that's when I'm most productive. So it's good to have him sort of like in the background, just kind of going, oh, by the way, this is probably a good thing that we bring this, even though as much as it like frustrates me on a sort of neurodiverse level, I also know on a logical level, no, he's right. This needs to be done now. So and it's really good to sort of have those different skills to get things, you know, sort of running on time and running to the best that they can. Because obviously Rita, you don't run Zingzilla by yourself. You have I've forgotten their name.
My friend Marty.
Your friend Marty. So I mean, how does the teamwork between the two of you, how does that feel for both of you?
I mean, we always work together well when we were at uni together. But like, I kind of do more of the organizational, like, kind of the spreadsheets and the emails and the funding applications and that kind of thing. And Marty runs the Instagram because too much for me, so and then we both work on the visuals and stuff, so we'll often take in turns to draw promotional material, and then when it comes to big decision making, it's always like the two of us. But it's quite I think the reason we've always been hesitant to bring anyone else into the fold, to like the inner circle, is just because Marty lives in London now, and we kind of work different hours. So if we want to have a meeting, we want to talk about anything, we can just jump on the phone together. Whereas like, and so like often it's a bit difficult being friends first and then fair organizers, because I'll be like, hey, I want to talk about some Zingzilla stuff. Let's jump on the phone. We jump on the phone. We chat for 45 minutes about all the stuff that we want to catch up on. And suddenly it's like, oh shit, I got to go in 10. We've got all this stuff to talk about, which happens every single time. but it's also nice because we have very similar, I would say, attitude towards the vibe. Like you were saying earlier with the vibe, it's so important. And for us, I think we decided very early on, we just wanted to have fun. And obviously I did get really stressed the first time around, but also like the whole vibe is set around a yellow dinosaur, and we go for bright colors, and we have characters and storylines and stuff that's really it's mainly for us. And it gives us something to work with when it comes to the marketing and the visual side of it. But I think, yeah, just keeping it fun and throwing around silly ideas, that's what really keeps the energy up. And especially as the events get bigger and the kind of time spent working on the event gets longer every year, I think having the other person there to really re-energize you, and I don't know, it's really important to us. Sorry, I don't know if that answered your question.
No, that did definitely. I think we brought this up. So, Marida, when we met you in person, you brought this up about how there seems to be like a lot of festivals out there that do like the 2 years, and then they say, "Oh, we'll come back. We'll take a break and then come back another year," and then they never do, just due to like burnout of running the event. Because obviously, all of us, we all run it in our own spare time. We've got jobs sort of around that as well. Like, do either of you feel like you have anything sort of sorted out when it comes to hopefully not getting into that burnout, or do you still feel like you probably struggle with, you know, overloading yourself with work when it comes to obviously like doing everything else that you need to do in life while also running this event? That made sense.
Yeah. I think that I mean, so as I'm doing more and more fairs, I am finding that trying to automate as many sort of processes as I can is very helpful. So I'm not the sharpest tool in the box, and I only found out about mail merging this year. So,
Hey.
So
I'll have to learn.
Yeah, so the previous 2 years that I've run PCZF, I had made, like, I had to sort of individually do all the emails, which is so boring and annoying. And then I did a bit of looking around on Google, and very quickly found out that mail merge is a thing, and that you can do that, and you can like link it to a spreadsheet. So that was like mind blowing, and completely changed how much time I have to do other things, and also get a pal to help you, because doing it all by yourself will burn you out. Yeah, so I think just having an extra person there. Oh, and also this year, like I've never asked for volunteers before, but that's changed this year. So so before I was doing everything like flyering and you know, all the other things that go with it. And this year Sam has helped me to be organised enough to actually like appeal for volunteers, and we've got a fair few that want to help, which is really nice. So I'm looking forward to like meeting all the volunteers and like not being afraid to sort of ask them to help with stuff, because that's what they want to do. So that's really nice. So they're going to be helping with things like flyering and setting up all the tables and everything. I think the first year setting up all the tables was done just by me and my partner in an evening, which was, you know, it took ages, and all the tables were really heavy, and and I felt like I'd done a whole workout afterwards. So much work. Whereas last year I got Sam to help with setting up the tables, and then like he was so helpful with that. that I was like, maybe he might want to help me with the whole thing. But this year we'll have extra pairs of hands, which is going to be great. Yeah, I think that answers your question.
Yeah, volunteers for us are a bit of a godsend. We know that like they're giving up their time, and I think this was the first-ish year that we had help with the tables for us. Or last year was the first year we had tables, but then we have general help during the day. So our general help during the day is like mostly there, and setting up 46 tables is a lot within the space. So yeah, like volunteers, our hearts go out to you, and we love when you volunteer. Like I think it's a really good way of getting into like being in the comic festival vibe as well, without being too overly responsible. So if you want to try and get into kind of like, or get to know the underworkings of comic festivals, go and volunteer. You'll learn a lot, and it's like a really good vibe. You'll normally get looked after by the people who want you to be there.
Buy so many biscuits for the volunteers this year.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
I have a question for both of you, if you don't mind, Nate.
Well, how about Ryder? Do you want to answer sort of like stuff about burnout first?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, definitely trying to get more people involved, whether that's volunteers or just people helping out in the lead up, is definitely a big one. And I would say for us, we've never taken for granted that we'll do it again, and that's why we did it in September one year, and then we did it October the year after, and then sorry, I'm on a call. And then because we were in our third year of uni, we were like, oh, we don't really want to be doing a fair and like doing the degree show and all that. So then we kind of, we just graduated and we wanted a break, and then we did it the spring after that, and now we've gone for autumn again. So I think for us, like, not saying that we're going to do it every year and it has to be this thing, but just we're going to do it this time, we're going to enjoy it, and then kind of waiting and resting, and then when the feeling overcame us, we were like, okay, no, I think we'd like to do it again. Just kind of that flexibility. So
wait till the night is right.
Yeah. So I think we sacrifice a little consistency for only doing it when we really think we can do it and we can put the effort in, and it can be a good experience for everyone.
Yeah, good. You've got to, because you bring yourself so much to it as well. Like, you've got to know that you're good in yourself, or else it's just not going to run the way that you want it to run.
Exactly. I'm really sorry. I did go to the loo before this, but I've drank a lot of tea, so I'm just gonna pop.
You go for it.
These things happen.
Yeah, Chris, how about
it's live?
Got your question? And we can...
So my question, I'll repurpose it when Rita comes back. So Laura, what have you? I mean, your space, knowing the Ocean Studios, your space is very accessible. Yes. How important was that? I mean, you've got an upstairs space, but there is a lift, right, to get to the upstairs. So how important was it for you to kind of have an accessible space?
I mean, it's just, for me, it's just like common sense. I don't want to actively kind of exclude people for any reason. So I made sure when I because we've had a few a few exhibitors before that have had things like wheelchairs and like canes and stuff. So I wanted to, like, in the emails that I send out with like the exhibitor info, I always make sure to write exactly like where the toilets are and like how to access the upper floor and everything, and just make sure that people know that, like, you know, some people are gonna have like a sort of negative kind of sensory experience, and so like you know there are spaces that they can go to if everything's getting a bit much. Yeah, so that is important. Like, and I think it's like I think if you're if people are feeling excluded, then that, you know, they're not gonna try and come back again, and you know, you're kind of like people are missing out on something that is really sort of exciting and valuable, and I don't ever want anyone to feel like you know, like access is a problem for them. Yeah,
that makes sense. Yeah. Marita, the question is, how important is it to you that your space is accessible? And I know that you're changing spaces this year, or don't know if you need to mention that or not mention it.
All right, we haven't made an official announcement yet, but we are changing venue.
Yeah.
And so I'm visiting the venue next week to kind of get the full breakdown. It's important for me to make sure everyone is included and feels like they can have a good experience there. And feedback we've had the last 2 years is that it's been really overcrowded, which is really nice because it means a lot of people are wanting to be there and spend time there. But a big reason for looking for a larger venue has been that we can just be more accommodating, and like with the sensory thing as well. I mean, we have so many people coming who are really like excited to enjoy the art, but it can be absolutely overwhelming. So hopefully with more space, we can really make space for everyone. And we're going to have a lot of different, well, not a lot, so we're going to have 3 different spaces in the event this year. So we'll have one space that will have the art market, and then a workshop space for kind of talks and workshops where you can kind of sit down and spend some downtime, and then also an animation festival where, again, if you want to sit down for a bit and just watch a film or listen to a talk, you can do that and then to break up the time, and means not everyone's kind of rushing through at the same time.
Yeah, that sounds like you're making moves towards kind of like, I think the difficulty is for us is to find what tries to work for as many people as possible, and you'll never please everyone.
Absolutely.
But you can try as hard as you can. We have just 2 years ago we bought like a bunch of just earplugs just to have on the front desk.
That's
or
a
on
really
the
good idea.
just
I'm
to
going
be
to write that down. One sec.
I mean, you're welcome to borrow some. I mean, they're one use.
Are they reusable?
You just hand them out. You just hand them out, and you just be like, "There, take them." I bought like a bulk of like 100 earplugs, and you just give them out to people. And I think that's kind of like, not many people use them because most people who know they have sensory things come with like earplugs themselves, or come with noise cancelling headphones, that kind of thing. But they're really useful just to have there, and it's just one extra thing. We would love to have a space, a chill out space, but in our current remit, it's not entirely possible. Not a nice chill out space, at least. So it's it's very much juggling. But I think Laura said it like really well. So saying we don't want to exclude people, and we want to make that barrier as low as possible.
Yeah,
I will say as well. Sorry.
No, it's okay. You carry on.
The Comics Cultural Impact Collective, who are doing some really great work in research, they've put out a pamphlet or a pack for fair organizers, talking about all the sorts of accessibility needs and issues, and how to combat that. Not combat, that's the wrong word. How to how to kind of make it as
facilitate.
Accommodate.
So that's a really good resource that I'll be referring to.
Yeah, and also run by some amazing people.
We've I think in our third year, that was the first time we sort of implemented a program into PrideCAF. So like a written program that we just handed out, and people could sort of see when the talks were and who the artists were and things like that. And we also provided like a printed out large version, which our designer made for us, which could be viewed on the website, and we just printed out a few so people could have them. And we did have like he exhibited last year, but he just came as a punter that year, and I was just talking with them, and they said like, you're actually doing more work than what like most museums do for like their sight impaired people, because they just like, oh, they're sight impaired, they can't see the art, when it's just like, no, that's not necessarily true. They just need a little bit of added help for, you know, reading words, because they just need to be a bit bigger, because you make them this tiny, and they're even hard for people who don't have like sight impairments. So that was always really nice to hearing that like just kind of doing that little bit extra can just really help someone to be more accessible to what we're trying to do. And it doesn't even need to be that expensive. It can just be something that's on a Google Drive that you share, and that you say like, here is the link to it. Like, hopefully this will, you know, help sort of see the program a bit better. You can be really imaginative on how you can provide accessibility to people. And I think this was the issue when we were sort of like, we wanted to go with a venue that, you know, was also a charity itself, and that we could afford, and that was also like massively accessible as well. You know, it had lifts, it had like street level entry, and had enough space that we could have a good amount of artists in, but also provide enough space for people to walk around, that had like not only just accessible toilets, but unisex toilets as well. And that was sort of easy to navigate, and was fairly central as well. So it's not hard for people to get to. If they live sort of outside of Bristol, they can get there quite easily. It just always makes me laugh how there are some buildings out there that say, oh yes, we are fully accessible, and then you get there and there's like a step that goes through into a tiny narrow door, and it's like, we've just seen you, this is not accessible. yeah, fully accessible. You have to go round the back where the bins are and talk to a member of staff to let you in, and they're not necessarily going to be there to let you in. It's like the idea that they think that's accessible is just mind-blowing to me.
I mean, even doing things like we use the dyslexia font, the open dyslexia font for our program. It's just a font that's easier to read for dyslexic people. That's a tiny weeny bit and costs you £0 to do. You can donate £1 if you want, which I think we did, just to kind of use it. So yeah.
If people want to know what that looks like, if they look down at the bottom with the donate link, that's actually the dyslexia font. So yeah, if you want to see what it looks like and try and get more places to implement it more,
I will find a link and put it in the chat.
I forgot we were on YouTube for a minute.
I mean, hopefully that's nice. Hopefully that just makes it feel like we're having just like a nice chat.
Yeah, we are just having a nice chat.
The one thing that I get from running these events is just how self-reliant like exhibitors are. Like, you can just leave them to get on with it, and they know exactly what to do. Have both of you found that? Because you just show them a table, and then they'll just produce this like beautiful array of work, like fantastic stall. Like, I mean, as both of you, but also as like creators and exhibitors yourself, like I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on that.
I mean, that's what's fun about just doing an event as an exhibitor, is like suddenly I don't have to worry about the whole event, and I can put all the effort into just how my table looks. But for sure, and it's, I mean, like, it's always exciting because obviously, you know, you've kind of looked through applications and you've curated the event to a certain extent, but there's so much that people just bring that is always unexpected. And my biggest frustration is that I never take any pictures on the day because I'm really busy. And then afterwards I'm like,
Get a photographer.
It's been this amazing. I do need to do that this year, because like I'm always like looking for a record of how beautiful just to look at the event was, and always come up short.
Yeah, I struggle with that as well. I've never had like a photographer, and I think looking back through my photos of like the last 2 events that I've done, there's like 3 pictures. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
And then whenever you have to apply for something and they ask for picture evidence, it's like, well, I haven't got any
Yeah.
pictures.
I was too busy.
Yeah, you're like, I know I was there, but I don't have any picture evidence of it.
Let me paint you a verbal picture. Like, imagine.
If it helps in any way, we use a photographer called Nikki Ebbage here in Bristol. They're really good. We've really liked their photography. We've used them since the very first PrideCAF. So they're Bristol based, unfortunately, for you, but we can highly recommend. They also do like wedding photography and other bits and bobs. So definitely recommend them and get in touch with them. And their rates are very reasonable as well. Like their rates are really good. And they'll be happy enough to sort of walk around for an hour and then take pictures for you.
That's cool. I like how Shake does it, where they have like their little Polaroid thing.
Yeah.
And they take pictures of all the, I think that's really cute. That's a lovely touch.
Yeah. What other events have you, like, we know from Inc. as well, as they were meant to be in this panel today, but unfortunately we're unable to make it. But when we spoke to them at PrideCAF, like 2 of the members did mention that they've taken a lot of ideas from us, like, you know, sort of providing water and snacks for the exhibitors and lots of other things. Like, is there anything that you've taken from other events, or you've actually gone to another event and said like, oh, or you've spoken to them and said, oh yeah, we took that idea from you, and sort of like that sharing and collaborating of ideas with other events actually, you know, better offs the whole community.
The having a communal table that came from Catford, I think, or South London Comic and Zine Fair, a few events I did in London, and I sold my first ever comic at a communal table at a tiny comic fair. So to be able to do that for others is really exciting, and people people love it. Like there was one year we had a communal table, and it was like it was actually pretty badly organized, because it was just like teetering with work that people had brought in and were excited to sell. But
I think same here. Sorry.
Yeah, go for it, Laura.
Yeah. So communal table is a thing that we're doing this year as well for the first time. I still need to figure out how, like, exactly how to, like, what the best practice is with it. But that's something that me and Sam will figure out. And we can always talk to other people. And the first time I remember seeing a communal table was at Bristol Comic and Zine Fair, and I thought that it was a lovely idea for people that either can't go for the whole weekend, or that didn't get the chance to have a table. Still gives them the chance to get their work seen by people and to make a little bit of money from it. So I think that was a really nice idea.
I think the first time I saw a community table was, I think, Tab Kimpton. He does one at Thought Bubble pretty much most years for like the trans and non-binary community, so they can bring their comics along, and he'll sell them sort of like alongside his table. And I think that was the first time I'd seen that sort of happen, and liked it as an idea, and kind of wanted to develop that, especially as down in the southwest, like it's pretty hard to get up to like a really big event like Thought Bubble, especially if you've only got like really small little things, and you don't have enough money to even just like the table is relatively expensive as it is, but then sort of like the travel and the accommodation, and like Harrogate's not a cheap place to stay for a weekend. So having all of that, it was just something that we were able to do, And like we've found with like doing these community tables as well at other places, so not just Thought Bubble, but also we run the community table at PCZF as well, like just like how wonderfully accommodating like people like the organizers have been. So like yourself, Laura, have been wonderfully like, you know, kind of going like, yes, that's great, bring it along, and being like really accommodating to that sort of idea has, you know, been, means that we're able to do that sort of thing as well. So, and we're more than happy enough to share our ideas with community tables if you need anything.
And I will say I nixed your idea to apply for Thought Bubble as a community table this year, so send off the application for us.
Wicked.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. Okay.
You never know what it will bring, but there's a lot of sharing of ideas. And Marita and we met up in person a couple of weeks ago. It was just like, we should probably just start forming some sort of like comic event creators bubble that we can then just share ideas about. Like, and I'm like, yeah, we definitely should do that.
That's a good idea.
So like maybe that's kind of some of the effort I can put into this year, is just to start that and invite you guys in, just be like, okay, let's just use it as an idea dump place at the moment, and then we'll slowly filter the bits that are important and organize it.
Yeah.
And
oh, go on, go ahead.
I will say, when it's coming to what events we've been inspired by, it wasn't anything specific, but I have to give credit to Joe Stone, who ran Hackney Comic and Zine Fair for a couple of years, because he was the person I knew best when we started Zinezilla, and I think every week I was probably sending him messages and going like, how do I do this, what does that mean? And so yeah, big shout out to Joe Stone for just fielding all of my questions.
Good egg.
Is it Nate, is it worth talking about things that people might not know about? Things like, I don't know, insurance. I mean, insurance is boring, right? Nobody wants to talk about insurance.
I mean, we can have a talk about the boring things we didn't think would be involved, and yet they are involved. So things obviously like insurance, and I guess like whether or not you've actually gone down that route of, and whether like depending on the size of your event, like how necessary is it to have. So we get public liability insurance, just because as people who like attend prides and things like that, like that's now become like a really big thing. Like once upon a time we didn't need to do anything like that, but now like a lot of the bigger prides, even if you just want a little table, you have to provide public liability insurance just for yourself, and that's like 50 quid already. So, and like
Can I ask how much it costs for the whole event, roughly?
About 75 quid, I think. Is it more than that, Chris? You know better. So
it's more than that.
Yeah.
It's more than that. Yeah, I will look up. I'll go do some little bit of research, because it's in our invoices. We've got invoices for it and everything.
Yeah.
So
No,
bear with
like,
me.
The public liability insurance basically covers like if there's any damage done to the building, if there's any damage done to anyone,
people fall over.
Yeah.
Like it covers
God,
us.
you're really scaring me now.
And
sorry.
I mean,
I mean, what to think about.
Having just like a health and safety, you know, form that you filled out that just shows like you've taken precaution with all of these things, you know, sort of like what could go wrong. Someone can trip up. What are we going to do to minimize this person tripping up? We're going to tape down cables. We're going to make sure any tripping hazards are either clearly labeled or are out of the way. So having things like that, so even if you don't have a liability insurance, like a lot of the time, like people understand it's like a small little event, and I think people who have these buildings as well, like they get it, like they get that sort of like a bit of paint is going to be chipped off, maybe someone's going to kick a chair wrong, something along those lines, and it having that health and safety sort of form will help to make sure that like you're like, no, we have prepared for this. It just might mean that like if someone does decide to kind of go like, no, we're going to charge you for this, that the liability insurance just helps out with that, just in case it gets a little bit very expensive. But I think that's mostly just to cover our it's like, I guess in a way it's like holiday insurance. Like if you're going away somewhere, good 99% of the time, hopefully nothing happens, but it's just that one, that maybe that 5% of something possibly happening, and it's just making sure you've got that security. Squid has just mentioned, would it be cheaper to join something like AN, which I think includes public liability and includes other member benefits? I don't work for them, lol. So that might be worth sort of looking into. Squid, you might have to explain a little bit more what AN is, or if anyone else knows what it is. Is it sort of like a, I'll see if Squid sort of mentions back, but yeah. I guess sort of like, I mean, do either of you mess about with accountants? I think since we became like a non-for-profit business, obviously we had to prove like our accounts and things like that. So we got an accountant to help us out. But is that something that you're thinking of in the future, or does that absolutely put the fear in you that it's like, oh, I have to deal with big amounts of money?
I mean, it's not the biggest money spinner. Doing little events. I do, so I tend to just declare everything on my own personal tax return every year.
Okay.
And that, you know, just to sort of, because it's essentially just me, you know, generally just doing it. And with regards to things like public liability insurance, when I was organising the first one with Fran from Real Ideas, because of like the sort of structure of their kind of business, they already have kind of like risk assessments and insurances in place to kind of protect them, and I think that if anything were to happen, then they would be able to claim on theirs.
Okay.
But I think that in itself doesn't kind of protect the exhibitors that are going. So I think if exhibitors are kind of a bit worried about that sort of thing, then they can sort out their own public liability insurance, and that will cover them personally. But as for me, as in like the event organizer, I don't have it for PCZF as a thing.
£383
okay.
is the number that I have that we paid last year. We do have again, we were dropped a name by somebody, an insurance broker that works quite closely with LGBTQ people. So we kind of like, we use that contact, and we just use the same contact every year. And for us, it's peace of mind, I suppose.
Yeah.
It's quite a lot of money to shell out, but I think it's worth it. But it's equally like, it's equal opportunity to say like, you don't have to do it. You can just trust that everybody is going to be really sensible. That is going to happen. So yeah.
So far, nothing terrible has happened.
Yeah, it's like touch wood.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
We did almost have one year, and it was our first year as well, where someone felt like it was a really good idea to bring in their foldable bike, and then try and almost smack into someone's display and almost knock it all over. I wasn't there when I saw it, but I heard like a couple of people told me who were there in the situation, which is always like a really good thing to know, because now I know to put up a sign saying, don't bring your foldable bike in.
You wouldn't have thought about that before.
No, it's until it happens, you don't think about it, and then you're just like, because we have like a lot of e-scooters in Bristol as well, so it's basically telling like, you know, don't bring in your e-scooter, don't bring in your bike, don't bring in, you know, unless it's like a legitimate mobility aid, like don't bring it
in. Squid came back saying, like an artists union, we campaign on crucial issues from fair pay to intellectual property, ensuring that artists' voices are heard and shaping policy. It might be worth reaching out to them. I don't know. I've never investigated it, but I'm.
Well, we'll see if
open
we
to
can
those.
get some more information, and maybe we'll pop that in the description, or pop it when this video, because this video is recorded and it will go as its own little section on our YouTube channel. So maybe we'll pop that in the description as well when we find out more info. Thank you, Squid. We've got about 5 minutes left. Yeah. I'm just trying to think what might also be. What would you like exhibitors to know, like a brand new exhibitor who may be sort of like applying for your fair, like maybe they feel like conscious that they haven't got enough stuff, like what would you recommend to them? So like we always say, like we always want to bring in sort of new artists. We just want to know that like they've got their stuff out there, like even if it's just your Instagram that says like, hey, I made this zine today. All we want to know is that they're going to have enough stuff to fill the table that they've applied for, and that they sort of understand, like, the table's going to cost this, we'll need it at this time, and we try to be as transparent as possible to let them know like how long they have and to pay for a table. But what information would you give to sort of like brand new exhibitors who may be quite hesitant to apply for any of your fairs?
For me, I think please don't be disheartened if you don't get a place. I've applied to freaking millions of fairs, and there's loads that I haven't got into. And yes, it does feel like you're like you're shit, or like or like you're making terrible work, but it's not. It's absolutely not that. Sometimes it's like for me, because I do because PCZF runs over 2 days. Sometimes like your work can be amazing, but if I don't, like if I've got someone using a space on the Saturday and I need to fill a space on the Sunday, then like sometimes it just doesn't work out with like the space that's available. And like this year we've had loads and loads of applications, and unfortunately I've had to say no to so many people, which really bothers me. But a lot of it is down to like trying to, like we've had loads of people applying for full tables this year rather than half tables. So a lot of the people that have applied for full tables, I've had to offer a half table just so that we can get like more artists in. So things like that. And also like if you're applying for a comic fair or a zine fair, just make sure that like your website or your social media profiles have pictures of work that you make, because otherwise we're not gonna, we want to see what kind of things you're making, and we want to see like what you'll be selling. So that's just, and like a lot of the people that I had to say no to, I looked at their websites and their social media, and I couldn't see anything like sequential at all on their websites or social media. So it's things like that, just making sure that if you're applying for a comic fair or a zine fair, that you don't just sell like stickers and prints, because that's not what we're after. Okay.
I don't really have anything to add. I feel like you put that really well. And I would definitely second that about, we've also, last year we had so many applications, and it was really, really tough. Unfortunately telling people that they didn't have a table this time, but yeah, like keep sending in the applications, and like we are trying to as well, if people didn't get in last year, like make sure people can have another opportunity. And if you're nervous about applying because you've never done it before, just try it. I mean, like the worst you'll hear back is no, and it can just be quite a good experience to put your work out there. And like you also said, making sure that you're showing your work somewhere online for people to see, and even that in itself can like be really confidence boosting, because you collect your work and suddenly you can see that, oh wow, I've actually made something.
Look at all these things I've made.
If an exhibitor gets a no from you, what would your feelings be on them contacting you saying, oh, is there could you give me any more specific reason? Would you be willing to kind of
Yeah.
give a more specific reason as to like, this is why we didn't pick you this time?
Yeah.
Please reapply, that
Absolutely.
kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
for sure.
have that this year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can't. There's a lot of emails to write, so we can't
Yeah,
write to
of
every
course.
reply.
Of
But
course.
honestly, if people do want feedback, like we'd be really, really happy to give it, because that can be really helpful as well.
Yeah.
That
And
makes
might, you know,
sense.
that will help them next time they apply as well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
With that said, thank you both of you so much for joining us today. Lots of really interesting information, lots of really interesting insights to the stuff that you do. And obviously, like, both the fairs that you run are absolutely incredible. We love them both. So do you want to do a quick plug just before we finish, Laura?
Yeah. What, of PCZF or my own
Both.
personal?
Either.
Both. Okay. So you can find PCZF online. So we're on Instagram at Plymouth Comic and Zine Fair, and my own personal illustration work is on Instagram at Laura Hole Illustration. Hole is spelled Hole, like a hole.
You can follow Zinezilla on Instagram, Zinezilla_Bristol. And Zinezilla will be coming back on Sunday, the 7th of September this year at the Trinity Centre in Bristol. We will be opening applications probably in March, and we'll announce everything through the Instagram. So if you're interested in applying, all of the information will be found there. If you're not on Instagram, we also have a website, zinezilla.bigcartel.com, where we'll be trying to put the information as well. And yeah, I hope to see everyone there.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for both of you joining us. A quick little thing before we go, we had another donation from DM Dan again, so we're now up to £171. So that's 34% through our up to our goal. Next up, we're going to take about a 15-minute break. Next up, you're not going to see mine and Chris's face. We are going to be handing over to DM Dan, who is going to be running a game of Thirsty Sword Lesbians with 4 lovely disaster lesbians as they go through a sci-fi romp. We hope you'll come and join us. And until then, thank you both of you again for joining us, and we will see you all in a bit. Now, here is my obligatory trying to get the break screen up in a lovely fluid manner. Let's see. Dun, 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 dun. Yes, there we go. We will see everyone at 4:15.
Cool.
Right.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you for having me.
Greetings, everyone. Hello. Welcome. Hi.
Hello.
I am a new face for anyone who's watching. Hello. My name is DM Dan. I am here on behalf of Explorers of Elsewhere, and to have hopefully quite a lot of fun with these four beautiful creatures and all of you who are watching and donating in a frenetic frenzy. Thank you to Nate and Chris for giving us this opportunity to play. We are going to play a little game called Thirsty Sword Lesbians. I think it's one of those games where when we saw it, we knew it was going to happen. We were going to play it at some point. It was just a case of when, and what better time to play it than now. Yes, my name is Dan. I'm over on Explorers of Elsewhere, along with actually all four of these players have been on EOE at some point in time. These four being, let's start with Georgia. Hello, how are you doing?
Hello, I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm feeling remarkably fabulous, thank you. Georgia, you were on the Doctor Who. I really enjoyed the Doctor Who segment. That was a good laugh. Really glad and thrilled to have you here.
Thank you for having me back.
That's all right. Next along is Errol. Hello.
All right.
How you doing?
I'm okay. It's going to be weird not playing a little goblin, but you know, we roll.
we're just flexing your role-playing chops. Because I think your character, as we'll see in a minute, is anything but a little goblin. Next along, hello Julia. Hello.
Hi.
How you doing?
Yeah, good. Thanks. Very much looking forward to this.
Yes. I think when we first discovered TSL, we were kind of giggling quietly to ourselves about playing it. So yeah, I'm really thrilled that we can pop that bubble together. And lastly, hello Livy. How you doing?
Hello. Yeah, good.
You are going to be bringing some. Well, everyone else is bringing some degree of refined sophistication with their lesbians, and you are bringing the energy. You're bringing.
I'm bringing the energy. I'm bringing the party, as I know best.
Yes,
the only thing I know. Love it.
Thirsty Swords Lesbians is a Powered by the Apocalypse game. Fundamentally, the characters here have a number of stats. The stats off the top of my head are daring, grace, heart, wit, and spirit. The 5 tools with which our lesbians will navigate this short adventure. To see if the characters do or don't manage to succeed on doing things, 2d6, like 2 dice will be rolled. They will add one of the stats to that roll and then see what happens. The world of, the universe, the galaxy of Thirsty Sword Lesbians is one that is heavily steeped in emotional conflict and turmoil, almost as much as physical acts of daring, I guess. So there will be there's a currency that they'll have to be able to kind of influence their either each other or the people around them. Those are called strings. You can consider them as heartstrings. But yeah, we've all kind of gotten together. We've figured out a little story as to what we're going to be going through today for you all today. I think we'll introduce the characters and then I will quickly talk about the donations that you can donate while we're playing to directly influence the game. And so yeah, your money to AGT will be adding to the sheer volume of chaos that we're going to be wading through. And I'm really, really looking forward to seeing how much you can all collectively make me squirm while I'm running this.
Challenge accepted.
Challenge accepted. So first things first, I will swing back to Georgia. Who is your character?
I will be playing Camilla. Are we mentioning the classes that we're playing in this game? I suppose.
Yeah.
I will be playing an infamous. So she is a former cat burglar, trying reluctantly to atone for past mistakes and past misdeeds. She is a lovely green alien, tight bodysuit, blonde hair, knows it, darling.
Amazing. Next along then, Errol, who's your character?
I am playing Ravani. Ravani is the class is a scoundrel. Ravani is older than she seems by the stories that she tells, and she has slightly pointy canines in her wonderful, fully painted red mouth. So take from that what you will. And she almost exclusively wears evening wear.
Amazing.
Nice,
Amazing. Julia, who are you bringing to the party?
So I'm playing Aggie, who is classed as a spooky witch. So she wears a lot of black and purple. She has some ooky spooky powers. She's got a little sort of alien slime that she keeps as a pet who helps her out sometimes in dangerous situations. But she doesn't really fit in. She's a bit of a weirdo, and she tends to stick up for the other weirdos in society.
Okay, amazing. And last but certainly not least, Livy, who are you commandeering into this adventure?
I'm playing Mitzi with 3 E's. Spell it right. She is the beast, and she is large and in charge, I think is maybe one way to put it. She's big, she's brash, she's brazen.
She's furry.
She's furry. She's got wolf ears. She's got a little tail. She's got claws. But if she likes you, she's a golden retriever. If she doesn't like you, she's a feral wolf. So
Very good. Amazing. So yes, these 4 very, very different characters, all being brought together for one particular reason. The reason itself being a daring heist during the reception of a high-profile wedding. And these 4 disparate individuals have been brought together for one kind of very particular reason within that heist. For it would seem that the bride of the wedding being a high-profile event, celebrated and lauded throughout the galaxy-spanning imperial patriarchy, this bride, this beautiful, beautiful bride, is in fact all of their exes. Well, they are, the characters are all exes of the bride. So yes, there is already some emotional turmoil.
Already so much mess. I love it.
So much mess sat underneath the foundations of this heist. So yeah, we'll see how that pans out. Whilst our lesbians here are on the heist, as I say, your donations will be able to translate into in-game effects. So any donations for £5 will force the next roll, if it's successful, to be re-rolled. If you donate £10, it will force the next unsuccessful roll to be re-rolled. If you donate £20, Errol's character Ravani has a playbook move called Rip, where consensually on Errol's part, but perhaps accidentally on Ravani's part, Ravani will lose a piece of clothing, and we just run with the narrative from that. And finally, for £40, a big old chunkus £40 donations, regardless of what is happening, we will, for all intents and purposes, immediately interject with a sudden romantic kiss.
Nice.
And the participants of said kiss will largely depend on when the donation is received and acknowledged, but I'm sure you can appreciate the shenanigans that could come of that, should that be timed beautifully. Cool. So we have an idea of why we're here. I think we I'll be ready to jump in, begin the heist.
Let's go, baby.
Yeah.
Okay. So, while this is all happening, the four of you are aboard a small kind of a relatively small ship, one that is owned by Maggie, our spooky witch. Aggie here, our spooky witch. As you hurtle towards one of the satellite moon bases of the planet Sephiria. And Aggie, you being a relatively kind of low-key and law-abiding citizen within the oppressive imperial patriarchy, you are able to kind of bypass a lot of the kind of patrols and the blockades that kind of protect this moon, as you're just seen as a standard kind of commercial vehicle.
Nice.
I think just to give everyone a flavour, as the little kind of wedding venue on the surface of the moon of Sephiria gets slowly bigger in the viewfinder on the windscreen of this ship. Let's start with Mitzi. I mean, you know that your ex is the bride. What's like one point of kind of sticking it to him are you hoping that you'll be able to pull off today?
I think just causing sort of uncivilized chaos is in this very civilized. I think as what we want to do with all of our exes, just show that we're doing much better without them.
Sure. Okay.
And I'm doing great. I'm with 3 other beautiful women on a plane on a spaceship, looking cool. So suck on that.
Amazing. In which case, as we zoom away from Mitzi, I can almost imagine you kind of leaning against one of the metal interior walls with the your biceps bulging slightly in your neon pink leather coat. Who does your gaze kind of fall on as you glance around the rest of the crew?
I just thinking about my ex, the bride. I can't help but look over to Camilla.
Okay.
Who who was the partner of my ex straight after, maybe even at the same time, after me. So just thinking, well, did she go up a rung on the ladder?
Well, Camilla, you noticed that the wolf girl on the other side of the kind of crew compartment is glancing over at you. But what is it that you're doing as the ship begins its entry into the moon's orbit?
I think I'm leaning over the chair of I suppose Aggie is driving, leaning directly over to glare out of the viewfinder, whatever kind of seeing contraption we have, a windscreen, if you will, to critique the wedding decorations that we can see growing larger in the.
You notice that this is absolutely an imperial patriarchy funded event. You can see a number of banners with the the imperial patriarchy logo, which is so effectively it was 3 circles almost in a triangle, but the top pillar of the nobility, being that they are so much more important, they're sort of raised up above the other 2 circles at the bottom, and that is proudly displayed and broadcast out into space to declare that this is the land of the land of the patriarchy. But yes, as you peer out, some lunar dust hits the windscreen, and Aggie has to like turn on the windscreen wipers to kind of clear that off a little bit. But yeah, what are you hoping to introduce to this this wedding during the heist? And again, to kind of get it into the bride.
Was that me or Aggie?
For you, Camilla, yes.
Just to show her that I'm fine. I'm completely fine. Absolutely fine.
I'm
Couldn't
fine.
be better.
Okay.
That's the voice Camilla talks in when she's totally fine.
Yeah, absolutely fine, darling.
Marvelous. Well, given that you are kind of towering over Aggie, who's sat in her little sat in a little driver's chair with a steering wheel, because obviously spaceships have steering wheels and windscreen wipers. Yeah, like Aggie, how do you feel about kind of being co-opted into this heist? Like, how did this come to be?
Well, I was just chilling at a spaceport, hanging out with my best friend Mitzi, and Mitzi got a call from Mitzi, said, "Hey, come to the bar. I've met two really interesting people. We've got a proposition for us." And apparently they needed my ship, and here we are. And actually, weirdly, it turns out that we've all dated my girlfriend. She hasn't called in a while. She just sort of stopped calling a few months ago. But I assume she's busy. So it's actually quite exciting to see her and catch up. I heard she's getting married. Woo! Didn't know about that. I thought I would have heard, but it's fine.
Yeah. Would you say you're excited to be flying to your girlfriend's wedding with three of her exes?
Excited is one word. I mean, excited, yes. Confused, certainly. Kind of. Bitter's a strong word. You just let's just go with confused. Sure. And something's going on in the old tum tum. There's some butterflies, and whether those are excitement butterflies or something else, who can say?
And if nothing else, what one thing would you like to introduce to this wedding and or get from the wedding?
I think closure. I think closure would be really nice. Just an answer, really, like what happened, and was it something I did? Was it her, not me? Like, I'm fine. Like, we're all fine. Yeah, I've got a crew now, and this is really nice. Flying through space with my bestie and my two new friends, but like, sure, would be nice to know what happened there.
Sure. In which case, as you think about these two new friends, one of them is looming over you. But as you glance to the final lady on your ship, Ravani, where are you? What are you doing?
I feel like in most of the areas of the ship, Camilla has introduced a number of chaise lounge seating areas as is her favorite. Right, of very tasteful fabrics. And I feel like there's a chaise lounge behind the driving seat, and Ravani is kind of lounging on it, and she's plucking a sitar, which is a very long-necked string instrument. And she has one of the long cigarette sort of style smoking tube things that I suppose in space it's somewhat of a vape. So there's a cloud of floral vanilla essence kind of pouring from behind. And as she's kind of plucking the instrument, she kind of gets up and walks towards Camilla and kind of leans over to look at these decorations, and she goes, "Florals for spring, groundbreaking." And just kind of smirks at the rest of them as we approach the wedding.
Okay. As well as that happens, Aggie is beginning her sort of final descent into the space dock on this moon base, and you can hear the radio sputter to life as the comms tower begins kind of directing you in to make sure that you're kind of landing in the right place. Takes your identification codes. Just a
very boxy. If you could park on the runway on the right, please, that would be grand. Thank you very much. You are found in the queue.
And yeah, before long, your ship lands and the runway starts sort of like moving along like a travelator to kind of move you into the spaceship car park that they have here at the venue. You can see like a number of patriarchy ships that take the form of the insignia of the patriarchy, just kind of flying around in formation, just billowing out the most manly colors in like space dust clouds from behind them. And yeah, your spaceship is docked, and you're able to to exit. You can see that there are a lot of nobles kind of loitering around as you make your way to the. I mean, for all intents and purposes, it almost looks like a beautiful, almost like a countryside hotel style reception area. You can see that there's some sort of there's some sort of accommodation building. It's all built on the side of this big like weapons research factory of sorts. But this is just the bit where the patriarchy get married, obviously. But there's like a little there's a grounds in front of like a garden type area. You can see a lot of people kind of loitering around and like sipping on like protein shakes, and there's there's an abundance of statues, David style statues, just really well-toned and muscular naked men with like jets of water coming out of various orifices, and yeah, the low kind of murmuring hubbub, the excited hubbub. It's clear that the ceremony has concluded. That would presumably have been for like immediate high ups and like family and whatnot. But the reception seems to be a much more curatedly public event that you've managed to wangle your way into. But as you stand like at the edge of the gardens that lead onto the building where, with the tables where they'll be serving food and the inevitable dance floor and the kids skidding along on their knees and whatnot, as you kind of take this all in, yeah, what's your plan first? I suppose we should say what the target of the heist is, shouldn't we? In which case, yeah, there's a group of older gentlemen in very, very tight form-fitting suits, and they're wearing the customary imperial patriarchy, like it's a new fashion of like arseless chaps. So they're just discussing, and I must say that she looks splendid wearing that beautiful necklace. It was mined from the most prestigious blood mines of Mangalia 5. Lots and lots of people unnecessarily perished for that jewel, and it looks absolutely marvelous on her. She should be really pleased that she was given permission to wear such a marvel of mankind.
God.
And with that, your minds flicker to what you know to be the enormous pink star-shaped jewel necklace that you have heard that your ex, the bride, is going to be wearing. So, as you stand on the gardens, say there are people loitering in the gardens, there are people loitering inside as well. Where would you like to begin this? What's your first steps?
Ooh.
I suppose we want to go see where the bride is.
Sure.
We want to assess who's around her.
Yes.
And if we can somehow either get her alone to steal the necklace or cause a distraction somehow.
Okay.
I like that.
In which case, as you kind of look around, I won't ask for a roll. You just do a little bit of kind of tete-a-tete and passing conversation. There are definitive sort of like looks at the like up and down glances at the four of you, as well, this is certainly a black suit and tie affair, you understand. And you've come in and injected arguably the most amount of colour from any of the from anyone else here. But you hear that the bride is currently located in the main building, like in the reception hall, seemingly kind of getting like talking with high lords of the imperial patriarchy, and just kind of shoulder rubbing for future diplomatic relations, etc., etc. Yes.
Is there any music happening?
I think there is. It's either what would we say is the most like super masculine music, and why is it like early Justin Bieber?
Okay. So if it's early Justin, what would be playing?
It's like baby, but it's on like violins and like slow and romantic.
God.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I won't sing anymore because we'll get copyright claimed. But yes, there is. You notice that the orchestra is made up of a number of orchestral bots, powered by the most cutting edge AI, and they are just gently like the beautiful tones of Justin Bieber are kind of playing out from these electro violins. Yes.
Second question and last question for now. Are there any visible bridesmaids?
Ooh, that's a really good point. Because none of them are safe from Ravani. The roving eye of Ravani.
You know what?
Bridesmaid, like.
So what I'll say is, like, unlike weddings on the Outer Rim, where men aren't completely repressing anything to do with women, you notice that because the impats don't want to introduce too much anarchy to this formal event, the bride has been allotted a singular bridesmaid, because any more and it would just be bedlam.
Is it even someone she knows? Or was
it's
she
a state
allotted?
assigned bridesmaid? No. Errol, I will let you tell me who the bridesmaid is in relation to the bride. Like, if it's her mum or her sister or her best friend or whatnot.
Ooh, best friend is juicy, isn't it?
Yeah, best friend is juicy. I don't know why my brain immediately wanted like young mum. Maybe that says something about me. So maybe an aunt. Let's split the difference. An older aunt, the one that she confided in when she was younger. So she knows, the aunt knows her well, is trusted by the rest of the family. Yeah.
And I'll let you. So I'll let you choose like 3 adjectives for the aunt, and then we'll decide whether she was allowed because she towed the line, the imperial patriarchy line, or she was allowed despite the fact that she's a bit of a rabble rouser.
Ex-military.
Oh God.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Mother.
Uh-huh.
So she has a young kid somewhere.
Yeah.
Has suppressed her rebellious side, and maybe why she's ex-military.
Okay.
And is incredibly good at keeping secrets.
Okay.
Is she mother or mother?
It's important.
Yeah.
The difference is
very important differentiation.
I think she was one, then the other. Yeah.
But which way? We will find out. Okay, so she's a rebelliously rebelliously suppressed ex-military mother who's fantastic at keeping secrets. Grand. In which case, as you head into the main building, like the reception hall, you pass through like an archway of almost like a garden archway with like flowers curving round the metal framework. As you go through, you acknowledge that it's clearly a patriarchy one, because no real consideration to the quality or the layout of the flat. Like they're quite like it's there almost for show, just because like we've been told that we're supposed to have this here, so we'll just put in whatever.
Everyone expects flowers at a wedding.
Yeah. It's almost cardboard cutout in style. But as you head into the reception hall proper, you can see that the tables are like serving staff are going around setting the tables and whatnot. And in the center of the room, in what you assume to be will be like the dance area, at some point this evening, you see, and Nate, if we could bring up the picture, you see a glimpse of your past in a beautiful and traditional flowing white dress. Her sort of like flaming red hair, pulled back into a little bit of a bun. Her makeup done by the finest aestheticians of the Impacts could afford, clutching a bouquet of very stock pink and red kind of rose-like flowers, is the bride. And perhaps in this moment your hearts flutter for one reason or another. Your hearts skip a beat. But she is currently talking to, as you suspected, a number of the High Lords. You can see that sort of like behind the bouquet that she's holding, like at her chest, dangling from a relatively thick and sturdy looking necklace chain, is this 8-pointed pink gemstone, like pointed star shaped gemstone, as large as Mitzi's fist. Like the thing is absolutely ginormous. You wonder if actually it's super heavy to wear. And as the four of you, beg pardon, sort of like stand and peer at the bride from across the room, there is a moment where she turns, and you can't, and like she pauses for a moment before turning away, and you can't quite gauge whether she saw you and acknowledged you or not. As you look around, so go on.
Can I use a move at this point? Just I guess it's figure out a person for direct interaction, or can you use it a bit like insight in other games to try and figure out, did she fully see us?
So if you would like to use the figure out a person move, that is simply if you try to understand a person. So
Yes.
I think this is absolutely fine.
Okay. So my wit is 0. So I'm just going to roll 2d6.
So 2d6. So yes, again, the way that this works, empowered by the apocalypse, you roll 2d6, you add your stat. 6s or less, once everything's added up, are downbeats. Something not great happens. 7s to 9s are mixed beats, so good and bad, and 10 pluses are good upbeats. So something good happens. So yeah, let's see what the dice. An 11.
It's an 11. Yes.
An
so
11.
I this is why I asked, can I do it when we're not in a direct conversation? Just because there are questions now, but they all seem to be addressed directly to somebody. I guess what I'm trying to establish is, did she notice us, and how does she feel about us being here? Is the main thing.
I think we can. Yeah, you can still pick your question. So because you've rolled an
I guess
upbeat.
it's the what are your feelings towards us? I guess if she did see us, is she trying to ignore us, or did she just miss us altogether? That's the first thing.
Okay, so sorry, feelings towards us, and what was the second one? Sorry.
Well, I'd also be
Or
quite interested.
Because you can bank that for
Oh,
later.
can I? Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so what are your feelings towards us? So as the bride looks over, Aggie, as you kind of adjust your glasses ever so slightly, you notice that there is a very well disguised, but not quite well enough for your eyes, a disguised look of like frustration, perhaps. Not surprise, not like, oh god, it's almost, it was a like a slight squint of the eyes, pursing of the lips.
Okay, because the follow-up question I was going to ask, there is one that says, "What do you love most?" But I think I kind of want to take the spirit of that and adapt it into, is she happy? Is she happy about what's happening? Is she in love with the person she's just married, basically? Is that frustration possibly about the fact that she's in a bad situation?
Sure. So as you wonder this, I guess there's a part of you, like I would argue that the four of you don't really know that much, if anything, about the groom, perhaps.
Well, nothing. Yeah.
Well, or maybe this is just a thing for Aggie, but Aggie, as you wonder, like, I wonder if she is happy. Like, is she happy? Is this the happiest day of her life? And as you wonder who she's gotten married to, you feel this presence.
Whoa.
Like, just, you've like a cold sweat that like travels up your spine and like tickles the bottom of your neck slightly. You just feel something encroaching. And from behind you, Nate will need the picture in a moment. From behind you, you hear, "Well, what do we have here?" And as you turn, as the four of you turn, behind you, stood in the archway to the entrance hall, the doorway to the reception hall, is a rather physically unwell kept man. He is wearing. He's got a white suit, the same material as the dress, a white waistcoat underneath that you can tell is stained with some sort of orange, dusty Cheeto powder coloured dust. There is a neon green Mountain Dew coloured katana sheathed across his waist, and as you turn to him, with one hand he strokes the beautifully luscious neck beard, and then he grabs the rim of his fedora and he tilts it towards you.
If you say "milady," I'm going to murder you.
What beautiful women we have here. Hello, ladies.
Oh no.
If I had known
We
that...
murder him. End of game.
Yeah. Stab. Yeah.
If I had known...
How do I do a fight move, Dan? How do I do a fight move?
Come on, I'm trying to do serious roleplay here. If I had known that my bride would have had such beautiful friends, I would have tried to get to know you sooner.
I just clutch Mitzi's arm in horror.
The two fingers pinching the rim of the fedora sweep along the front dramatically, and then with a flourish, he holds out a clammy hand to shake. He retracts the clammy hand, and it returns to the fedora. Uh, I must admit that my bride has not told me about you. Please, you must tell me who you are. You must tell me everything.
Oh.
And his attention focuses first on Ravani.
I think Ravani retrieves from elegant purse that she has brought with her, like a napkin and handkerchief that she is willing to burn afterwards, and kind of dabs herself a little bit with it and kind of hands it over to him. It's just maybe it has been a long day, so perhaps you would like to refresh yourself a little bit. I am Ravani. I am here to entertain people should they want a little bit of extra attention and to hear my voice sing and my instrument as well.
Milady, I would love to hear you sing. He says. Sorry, did you give him the handkerchief?
I did, yes.
Okay. As he says that, he clutches it in his palm and then tucks it in his back pocket. He looks to Camilla.
Camilla, darling. And she puts out a hand, but then retrieves it quickly before he can touch it.
Yeah, there is a definite quick grab to try and get your hand, but
charmed, I'm sure. I am, as you can probably tell, quite the expert on these sorts of things, you know, gatherings and, well, stylish events. You must tell me, what beautiful trinket is your bride wearing? Where did you get it?
Dan panics because he forgot to write down the name of the planet that the blood.
Mangalia 5.
Mangalia, that was it.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Mangalia. Well, it's good. It's good that a female such as yourself would ask about such things as culture of the patriarchy. But yes, it is the it is the star of Mangalia. Star of Mangalia. It is one of the rarest and most expensive trophies of the imperial patriarchy.
Oh, indeed. And, well, something so rare and precious, there must be, hundreds of security measures on it at the moment. Would you give me just a little peek? And can I implement an ability that I have, which I, pretending to be a villain, wins a villain's trust?
Ooh.
And I gain a string on them.
You gain a string on the groom.
However, there are 3 options of what will arise from that.
Okay. Yes, I go on.
So either someone watching comes to the worst possible conclusion, possibly that I like the groom. The villain requires an act of villainy to prove my intentions first, or the villain is only pretending to trust, and the opportunity is a trap.
Okay. Is it something that you roll, or is it just happens?
It's just one of the options. Yeah.
Okay. In which case, the groom starts detailing some of the security details. Whilst he's quite comprehensive, I will caveat that you do get given his excitement, every so often he stops and squeeze, and shakes a little bit, and his jowls wibble as he does it. And he tells you that not only have we got some of the finest marksmen and guards in the Whim, just kind of dotted around, and looking around, you can see some imp pack troopers kind of loitering around with their blasters. He also tells you, but one of the people I am most excited, most excited to be protected by is, well, she didn't tell me her name, but she just refers to herself as the bodyguard. And as he sort of like looks across the room, you notice that upon your initial glance, you wondered if there was actually just this unmoving pillar in the middle of the room. But now that you're kind of looking at her properly, you notice that Nate will need the bodyguard, please. Yeah, stood in the middle of the room, like hands clasped at the small of her back, in a black, a shiny black body armor similar to that of the Impap's troopers, is this absolute Goliath of a woman. She, like, her dark hair is kind of like falls down her shoulders and like down her back. You notice that her left arm is bionic. Her left eye is replaced with a rather large kind of circular cybernetic eye. And well, Mitzi, if nothing else, as the four of you glance over, you notice the bodyguard looking back, and you can almost hear the sound of the leather stretching under her bicep as she like tenses up slightly, as the bodyguard is looking over in your direction, like towards you four and the groom, and like the eyebrow that she has left furrows slightly.
Aggie just sort of lets go of Mitzi's arm so as not to give the wrong impression.
Yes, the bodyguard has clocked you.
Mm.
And yeah, she assumes the worst. So what was it? Was there anything else from the move that I need to grant you?
No, that was it. Just a string, and they give me the information that I'm asking for.
Sure. Cool. In which case, he looks to Aggie.
Oh, Aggie's been sort of staring off into space, and she goes, "Oh, me? Oh, I came from space, but I suppose we all did, didn't we? In a way."
Such a beautiful angel as yourself clearly came from the heavens.
She sort of looks over her shoulder and goes, "Who are you talking to?"
Why, you, milady.
Oh, okay. And Aggie just doesn't. It's just like just staring at him, going, "Are you all right?"
Well, you ask because it seems like he is having trouble breathing every now and again. But he
do you need assistance?
He sort of like not like you. Well, he's starting to sweat. That's definitely happening. Stood in front of the four of you, he's definitely getting some sort of heart palpitations. Speaking of heart palpitations, he looks to the physically largest of the four of you. Yeah, Mitzi.
I think Mitzi, just during this whole conversation, she stole one of those protein shakes off one of the chairs she's come in, and she's just slowly just crushing it to her hand, and she drops it onto the floor in its crushed state, and just puts a hand out to the groom to shake his hand. She'll shake his hand.
Okay.
And then she takes his hand. It is the strongest grip
Yes.
that you can.
Like, as he goes to turn your hand to slobberily kiss the back of your hand, he just as you tighten your grip before finally releasing it. And I didn't know that that my bride had well, 3 beautiful lady friends and you.
Sorry.
Oh, I just.
Mitzi's still holding his hand
Yes.
at this point,
Mhm.
just for longer and longer, just slowly bringing him closer, just using that hand to just kind of travel up his arm and just. Yeah. Sorry, my name's Mitzi. What was your name again? I forgot.
Well, I have many, many names from all around the galaxy. I have many titles and many protestations from the masses, but for today, I will merely adopt my official Wankun title. Oh God, that was
Rank and title, Dan. Nothing
Rank
wrong with what you
title.
just
Yeah,
said.
yeah. Today, you can simply refer to me as the Groom.
May I interject, or Mitzi, did you want to finish a conversation topic? Are you good? Okay.
I know she's just silent. She still has his arm. She's just silently just staring about that far away from his face. Just
Okay, good to know. So as the bodyguard is kind of observing us, it seems, as we are speaking to the groom, I'd like to kind of, as the bodyguard kind of is looking at us, like raise my eyebrow, kind of bare a fang and kind of give it a little lick, and then turn to the groom and go, "Groom, you are the groom. You seem so very capable. You've organized this wonderful event, and your bride must be very proud. But it pains me to see your help over there not taking orders from you. Perhaps maybe they should be a bit more proactive, and maybe you should give them a talking to." So I'd like to try and use heat of the moment to taunt somebody into doing something that they might want to do but is unwise by using daring.
Okay.
Does that feel like an appropriate use of this?
Yeah. No, 100%. 100%.
Okay.
So what do you roll for that?
It's daring.
Okay. Okay.
So I've got a +1. No, wait, hang on 2 seconds. Yeah, I've got a +1 to daring. So I roll 2d6.
Yeah.
And then
daring. £10 donation. So
Way!
Hey!
yes,
Thank you.
£10 donation has come in. So yeah, if you roll a 6 or less, you'll get to re-roll. Errol.
I got an 8.
An 8. Okay, that is a mixed beat. It's dawned on me that we don't have a donation for mixed beats, but we'll roll with it.
So it says on a 7 to 9, they
Yeah.
choose one, which is create an opportunity for you or your allies, or they give you a string on them. I'd like, if it's possible to choose, and I don't know whether you choose or I choose, but an opportunity for distraction would be nice.
What does it say? Like you choose, or if it just says
It says they choose one of these two. So
Okay.
up to you. I think it's up to you.
So what were the options?
Create an opportunity for you or my allies,
Mhm.
or they give me a string on them.
Okay. Given that this is his day, the groom is like fully in agreement with you, and like he looks over, seeing the bodyguard kind of eyeing you all up, and well, I must admit that the bodyguard is actually the protection of my father, the patriarch. But this is my day. Perhaps I should be the one giving orders. Orders. And like he nods. There's another whoosh, flick of the brim of the fedora, and then he as authoritatively as he can, grabs the handle of the neon green katana hanging from his belt, and he like, "Excuse me, ladies, I'm going to be bossy," and he like walks, like strides between the four of you into the middle of the room. Like the bride looks over, cottons on the groom. Aggie, if you're given off the back of kind of watching her earlier,
Yeah.
You notice the ever so slight eye twitch of the bride as the groom approaches.
Ooh.
And the groom just strides up and, like, loudly, in a really nasally voice, just looks up at this bodyguard
I have decided that as this is my day, you will do exactly what I tell you to.
He says, and he sort of like starts jabbing a pudgy little finger at the bodyguard's face, and like she is unmoving. She is this monolith of stoicism, and so it gives you an opportunity to do what, Errol? Sorry.
I'm thinking maybe like stopping the bodyguard from looking at us for like is at the very least getting in the field of vision of the bodyguard observing us, so that we can maybe have a conversation about what we want to do.
So we kind of slip away from her notice, maybe.
So absolutely, certainly, like the bodyguard is now looking down at the groom. Like there's a good foot and a bit of height difference between them, because he's a short king, and he like as he's just short Discord mod, but as he's sort of like pointing up and sort of like waggling a finger and just doing all of these sort of like peacocky style moves in front of his newly wedded bride, he's managed to take the notice of the bodyguard off you. So yes, the bride is
scamper out of the way. Is that the idea? Go regroup.
Be in the shadow of a pillar somewhere.
Yeah, that sounds good.
So I have an idea I'd like to pitch to the group, and I'll turn to Camilla as well. Camilla, darling, you looked like you were going to throw up when you were talking to him. Maybe you should get a drink. Your face genuinely looked, Georgia, like you were like. Anyway, so my idea is if I can infiltrate the band in some way, maybe we can play, maybe I can try and encourage the band to play songs that remind her of each of you, so you can get a dance each, maybe to get close. So that's my idea. I don't know how much you want me to run with it. My Chemical Romance on this.
Well, who would it be most useful to get up close to her? Probably, I'd say Camilla, as you have the thiefly ways. Or do we want to get her alone for the actual thievery?
Yeah, do we want
maybe
to
if
encourage her away from the ballroom?
If I go in and I'm all kind of, I'm so happy for you, but I just want to understand what happened with us. Can we talk? She might think, oh, Aggie's harmless, and go with me, and then we could unleash step 2, which is yet to be decided.
Nick that necklace.
Yeah,
or if somebody can make, so maybe we've got a plan of I'm thinking with a dance you can at the very least have like a close conversation, right?
Well, actually, yeah,
and it's acceptable within the
As the will be in a crowd of people, so if we manage to nick the necklace from her somehow, we'll then have to escape that crowd.
Perhaps somebody can make her so flustered that she needs to leave the room.
I reckon that would be Camilla, probably. Camilla would fluster the strongest among us.
Or spill something on her, who knows? There's multiple ways that things can...
Well, if it doesn't go to plan, we could always just start causing chaos, and then somebody can whip off the bride somewhere.
I mean, if you need a klutz to spill something on her, here's your gal, I'd say.
If you need someone to punch the groom.
Yeah.
I think we lean into the create chaos, so that staying in the hall is quite embarrassing if we're creating.
Right, so Ravani, get the band playing a song that reminds the bride of Camilla, so Camilla can slip in for a dance and be all, remember the old times, darling. And then I spill the drink, and maybe Mitzi throws a punch, and we kind of get her away from the crowd. Is that it?
Usher her.
Yeah. Nice.
How do we feel about this?
Love it. Let's do it.
Teamwork.
You heard nothing.
Yeah.
Don't know what
So where are we starting first? Like who? I guess it sounds like Ravani's the first step on the plan. Okay. So
yeah.
Go on. Sorry.
Well, so I think. Is there anybody coordinating the band situation? Does there look like, is it the head bridesmaid?
So
Or
yeah, let's say that there are you're scoping around, like a little bit of time passes as you kind of formulate the plan, like trying to figure out how you're going to do things. You notice that the bridesmaid, so the bride's aunt, did we say?
yeah.
Yeah. So the bride's aunt, she is stood in like the garden with the AI bot band. They're kind of playing their bits and bobs. Well, she's stood by it. She stood next to who you found out to be the officiant of the wedding. So Nate, if I could have the 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 well, the wedding bot, please. Yeah, talking to this this droid wearing official Imperial Patriarchy wedding regalia. Yeah, talking. What do we imagine the bride's aunt to look like?
I think she is strong, but like not not Mitzi built, you know, she's strong but not anywhere near Mitzi's sort of strength, but she sort of is somewhat stern. I think she's got like, you know, the slick back bun situation.
Okay. Yeah.
I was picturing Madame Trunchbull slightly.
Well, so this is who you see talking to the wedding bot. So the wedding bot stands around about 5.5-ish feet tall.
Okay.
She's got this sort of like upside down bowl shaped head. The droid is made of, the wedding bot is made up of this kind of glossy white and black like paneling. She's wearing these long flowing black robes with like a little white cravat with kind of gold filigree and whatnot. You can see clutched in one hand is like the holy tome of the Imperial Patriarchy, the Art of the Deal. And like as you approach from like Ravani, as you approach from the side, you can't help but notice that there is an almost undeniable feminine figure on this wedding bot. And to you there's no delicate way of putting this. You've seen bots like droids like this working in certain establishments in trader ports that are frequented by members of the Imperial Patriarchy, but this one seems to have been repurposed as a wedding bot.
Oh my.
And yeah, the wedding bot is talking to the aunt, the bridesmaid. And yeah, Ravani, as you approach the wedding bot, turns and, oh, hello.
Hello. Are you overseeing the musical festivities?
Well, I'm just enjoying the company of fellow droids such as myself before I had the opportunity of speaking to this wonderful lady. I believe she is the bridesmaid. My apologies. I did not see you at the ceremony. How? It is good to meet you. I am Wedding Bot.
Wonderful name, Wedding Bot. How delightfully unique. But perhaps you can call over the bridesmaid. I would like to make a proposal for either yourself or the bridesmaid, whoever is making the coordination efforts of the musical entertainment.
The wedding bot, like, so the bridesmaid is kind of stood with you as well. So if you want to involve her, she can be there. But yeah, the wedding bot looks to the band and says, unfortunately, unfortunately, the band have not been processed with conversational processing units. However, they are still versed in the act, well, in the speech, in droid speech. So if you have any requests, I can relay them onto them.
I have a fairly involving request. And I'll turn to the bridesmaid who maybe I want to try and figure her out before.
Okay.
But I can also influence somebody with a string, correct? That's the two things. So I guess I'll try and figure her out first. I'll roll a wit and then maybe ask her some questions to get some better information.
Okay.
What's my wit? I'm a +2 wit.
Ooh.
2 dice, right?
2
7
dice.
plus 2.
So 9. That is a mixed. So are you doing a figure it out? Yeah.
I'm doing a figure it out.
Okay. So you may ask 2 questions from the list, but and is this on the bridesmaid, right?
This is on the bridesmaid, yeah.
Okay. So the bridesmaid will get to ask you one back. So, what are your 2 questions from the list?
From the list, I think. I feel like you maybe know the brides particularly well. How would you feel if I played something incredibly special for her? My wedding gift, as it were.
The aunt looks at you, and Ravani, in this moment, you've noticed that the aunt here, the bride's aunt, is looking at you in a way that you have seen many others look at you. And she smiles, and I think that would be wonderful, a wonderful gift. I have I worry that my niece might be feeling a bit lonely with everything that's happening here.
I feel maybe the same. It has been a long time since I have seen her. How can I get you to bring her closer to the dance floor as I play? And I would like to have taken a flower from the flower display quite like subtly. And at this point, I'd like to kind of bring it out from my magical lesbian receptacle purse. And I'd
we all
like
have. We've all got one.
It's the endless bag of various things that lesbians need on any given moment. A flower. Yeah. So I bring out the flower and I kind of inhale it deeply and I say, "You look much too tense. Perhaps you could do with a dance afterwards as well." And I'll kind of tuck it behind her ear and slightly loosen the tight bun at the back as well.
Okay. So how could I get the question?
How can I get you to lead her to the dance floor, the bride?
The bride, so the aunt, the bridesmaid, looks to you as you kind of tuck this flower in, and well, I must admit that I'm suddenly find myself moved moved to have a dance. There's been a lot of talk, and the patriarchy aren't great at displays of emotion. Perhaps we should hurry the first dance along. The sooner that that's over, the sooner that we can all get to know one another.
I would love to get to know you very well later on, and perhaps you can invite somebody else. I do love a party.
As you say that to the there's a bit of a lingering stare from the aunt. And then curiously, from sort of like from your left, the third person in this kind of this conversation, you just hear from the wedding bot, and like you glance slightly, and you're not entirely sure, but there seemed to have been the ever so slightest shudder through the frame of the droid. And like the one like iris eye thing on her dome on the bot's dome head just like twitches slightly. Yes. The aunt sort of like nods and she steps kind of around you. And yeah, she says softly as she goes, "I'll see you soon," as she begins making her way into the reception hall. The wedding bot looks to you and you looking to play some specific songs?
I would.
Speak to the band?
Yes, very much so. You're very good at taking orders.
Yes.
Wonderful.
The have you already kind of got a catalogue of the 4 songs that you would, or the songs you'd like to relay?
Camilla, what is the song and or the mood of the song that would remind the bride of Camilla?
I like something high maintenance, and sort of probably violins going on.
Is it an orchestral take of Britney Spears' Toxic?
Absolutely.
Yeah. or maybe
But-
Man Eater by Nelly Furtado.
Yeah,
something
I
like
was gonna
that.
Is that for Fardies though? That's
Yeah, I guess so.
Shakira She-Wolf for Mitzi.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is tattoo
And-
all the things you said, just in
Over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Amazing. And yeah, what song did Aggie? Oh, well, it's My Chemical Romance, isn't it?
Oh yeah, 100%.
It is just Black Parade. The most romantic My Chemical Romance song. Okay, marvelous. In which case, yeah, the as you kind of relay these requests to the wedding bot, who is relaying them to the droid band. Yeah, Ravani, you just can't help. You absolutely noticed that when you were just like, oh, you take orders well, like the knees on this droid buckled ever so slightly before kind of straightening back out. And yeah, it's like the wedding droid, the wedding bot turns back to you and they will play these songs after the first dance. Have you got anyone to dance with?
Not yet. Why are you free right now?
Oh, and the wedding bot like twirls hair that isn't there. No reason.
Oh, no reason. Then maybe I will find someone else.
There is a robotic whimper, and then, please excuse me, the wedding bot says, and you watch the bot almost run off, like skitters off back into the reception hall. What's Mitzi doing while this is all happening?
Well, I think that Mincy's been given the instruction that there might have to be unissued chaos at some point. So just kind of looking around, sort of checking out any ad hoc sort of weapons that can be used out of wedding furniture. But she is incredibly intrigued by the bodyguard.
Really?
And I'm gonna use one of my moves called Shameless. And I'm just gonna walk straight up to her, and then basically, when you say aloud what you want from an NPC, you may give them a string on you, and then to ask a question about them from Figure Out a Person. So I'm going to walk straight up to our bodyguard, straight up to her, and I'm just Mitzi just gets just straight across, like no like skirting around just across the middle of the dance floor, and her boots bam, 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 straight up to her. And just says, "I'm Itzy. Who are you?"
Wait, you say this to the bride or the bodyguard?
To the bodyguard.
The bodyguard. Oh, right. Okay. Okay.
And it means that is basically she could just get, or like, yeah, she gets an instant string on me, but I get to instantly figure her out. Basically, if I just shamelessly just come up to her, and I'm just like, "I'm Itzy. How'd you get this gig then? You look what? How did you get your biceps so big? What's your gym routine?"
So I think I will contextualize this that the first dance has been called. So the bride and the bride and the groom are currently very awkwardly like shuffling around the middle of the dance floor. What is the first song? Definitely picked by the groom.
Something basic.
I mean, I'm
Every breath you take.
I was genuinely thinking Every Breath You Take,
Yeah.
or like Crazy Frog, but perhaps it's a medley.
I was also thinking Crazy Frog.
Okay.
It's the two worst songs. You
It
can
I
is-
was thinking about Robin Thicke because
no.
like surely.
Yes. Okay. I think we, Georgia, we've been trumped. We have a winner. It's for, yeah. So that's playing.
So they're just dancing to Blurred Lines at the moment.
Yeah.
Is that correct? Fabulous. So
And-
yeah,
and
I
bet
will-
she looks miserable about
Cool.
it.
Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, I'm gonna walk straight through, almost sort of through the bride and the groom. Just see the just
Yeah.
bulldozer,
Okay.
bulldozers straight through just everyone, and she just comes straight up to the bodyguard, and just all at once she says, "Who are you? How'd you get your biceps so big? Do you want to dance?"
The bodyguard looks down at you. So she gets a string on you.
She gets a string on me, but I get I
Get to
instantly
figure
go
out.
in to figure out. So
So what to is that like a figure out a person's success?
yes, yeah.
Okay. So what two questions would you like to ask?
I would
I'll
like
flavour
to
her.
ask. Well, yeah, I would like to ask. I can ask two now or later in the scene.
Mhm.
So
It
if
says
she
ask
decides,
a question. It doesn't say two in the shameless bit. That's just me being.
oh, just one question, is it?
killjoy.
Okay.
Hey!
Thank you very much for
just the
the
one.
explanation.
I think it's just the one.
That's all right. So I'm going to ask, what are your feelings towards the bride? Or how
Okay.
do you feel about being the bride? So what's it like working for Bridie over there? Or
Okay.
not
Yeah.
not what's his face, the groom.
The
inverted commas.
bodyguard stiffens slightly as you approach, and then as she turns to you and sort of like her cybernetic eye focuses on you slightly, like you hear it whirring as it kind of zooms in on your face.
Calibrating.
These muscles are finely tuned and crafted for the prosperity of the imperial patriarchy, so I may perform my duties to the best of my capabilities. This is a responsibility that I've been training for since birth. My responsibility and duty is not to the bride, but to the patriarchy.
Ooh.
And as she
That's a shame.
as she says that, she turns her head slightly to look at like the head table that like the bride and the groom and the family are, and you can see there are 2 empty seats for the bride and groom, but sat next to the groom's seat, and Nate will need the will need this picture, sat seemingly like, well, he stood up, he's so excited, but he's like doubled over slightly, and he's slowly rubbing his knees like with his hands, like his thighs and knees with his hands. You notice, you assume this to be the groom's father, the patriarch, wearing
I love his hat.
official
I love his hat. Oh my god.
wearing official imperial patriarchy regalia. The same glossy black armor of the troopers, the crown of authority jutting from his head, this large kind of curved cylinder of authority that, you know, he's got a real big head, like on his and like 2 large bulbous shoulder pads, and like his coat flickers slightly as he kind of as he watches his son dance with the bride, and as the bodyguard kind of looks over, and my responsibility is to the patriarchy, is to the patriarch. But Mitzi, you then, like, the bodyguard then concludes with a bit of a dejected sigh.
Aww.
As she looks over at this old wrinkly man in his official uniform. But yes, she then like, she looks to you, and like there's a slight head tilt as if she's just figuring something out about you. And like, there's a bit of murmuring around the room because this large neon pink wolf wearing wolf girl was just strode, you know, almost to the middle of the dance floor to talk to the bodyguard. What was the next stage of the plan? Sorry, it was just kind of create a bit of distraction, a bit of chaos.
Well, I think that kind of needs to happen when Camilla is
Yeah.
dancing with her. So
I suppose we're all
I just want to
prepping to
ask
cause that chaos.
if the if the bodyguard wants to dance with me, because, you know, she hasn't got anything to do at the moment, so she might as well have a little
Well,
dance.
in which case, Camilla, as you see Mitzi go to start this like distraction, and then you're like, oh, the first dance is coming to an end, like, you know, we will all be invited up to dance. Robin Thicke finishes, and and like the bride and groom turn to regard the gathered crowds, like the gathered guests, and like, Camilla, you're about to like stand up to get ready to head to the dance floor, and then from across the room, the patriarch from behind the table shouts,
Do it now! Now! It must be now!
and the groom like looks over to his dad and like looks to the bride, and now, he says, and the patriarch still rubbing his thighs.
No.
Yes.
What the heck?
And you watch the bride, like the bride looks confused, and then the groom almost like seizes her by the wrist and, my beautiful bride, we must retire to the wedding suite.
Oh no.
Now is the time to propagate the imperial patriarchy. I have waited for this day for many, many, many weeks.
Oh.
For now, it is the time, I hope I can say this, Nate, to bleed.
No! Absolutely not.
You didn't have to say it.
Why?
And in what appears to be a seeming break from tradition, the groom then, for all intents and purposes, begins hoiking the bride out of the reception room, and she's just like, like, stunned as she's led away to the marriage suite. And okay. We've had
Oh.
£100.
Oh gosh.
We've had. Thank you,
Wow.
Anonymous.
Gosh.
Oh
Does
my
that mean
God.
we all? Does that mean we all
We
have
all
to kiss?
We all kiss.
Everyone.
Hold on.
Oh my God. Right.
Right. Okay.
Okay. Like a quick callback to Antonio earlier for the £10. Like, we've got 2 re-rolls on fails, but yeah,
Yes.
£100. That's amazing. I feel like, because £40 is immediately kissed to inject some chaos, right?
Right.
So
I suppose that's the only way we can stop this from happening. This.
well,
I'll just have to kiss the
Distracting
goddy bod.
bride.
I don't mind. I don't mind taking one for the team. I'll kiss the goddy bod. I don't mind. I don't mind.
I
Really
think
don't mind.
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't
Keep.
mind. I don't mind.
Yeah. Keep the bodyguard busy, and then we can all follow.
Here we go, because we've got about half hour-ish left.
Yeah.
20 minutes left. So off the back of £100, if we take the £40, the amount of chaos from £40 and like exaggerate it to £100, as the patriarch is like now, and the groom's like dragging the bride off to the wedding suite, the patriarch then, yes, we knew of your coming, you lesbians, he says. And now you're right where we want you. The trap has been sprung. And you hear the sounds of blasters all being leveled towards you. The bodyguard in the middle of the room is just like, wait, what? Because some of the blasters are also kind of pointing at her. But it would seem that you have, in fact, been lured in and a trap has been sprung.
No!
And like the bride's just like looking over her shoulder as these troopers like level, like the guests are screaming like because there's laser blasters pointed at them. But in this sudden explosion of chaos, Camilla, you're halfway up to go for your dance, and yeah, there are now imp pat troopers pointing laser blasters at you. What do you do in this exact moment?
I sprint towards the bride. I grab her other wrist and I pull her in for a kiss in a way that kind of also uses her body as a shield.
Okay, so
Perfect.
as you are you oh my God. Okay, so if as you sprint across the room, like the groom is caught unawares as you go in. Is this a move? Is this? I mean, there's.
I could roll for grace, or
I think this is a defy disaster.
Defy disaster. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
How are you defying disaster in this exact moment? So you're running across.
Well, I feel. I mean, I don't know if Camilla is the strongest person, but I feel like there's not much that would break this groom's grip on the bride.
Yeah,
for
some reason his like right hand has got a really tight grip. It's really
Just the right one,
really
though.
secure.
Yeah, really good.
Sorry, Khan.
So I'm sort of yanking her out of away from her being taken away from the room, and also sort of being taken away from us and our ability to steal her necklace. And I'm also averting disaster from me being shot in my very beautiful face by using her as a
as a body shield. Okay. Amazing. Roll me a grace defy disaster then, please, and we'll see how well you do.
What is my? I'm on the wrong page. What is my grace? Plus one. 2d6, right?
2d6, correct. Yeah.
Oh.
5 plus how much? Sorry.
1.
A
So
6.
it's a reroll.
We've got
It is a reroll. You've got rerolls.
2 rerolls for failures.
Tony, thank you for the reroll.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, you may absolutely roll that again.
11.
Hey! Okay.
Yay.
Thank you, reroll.
A 10 plus, a reroll well spent. You do it with style. At the GM's discretion, you may learn new information, discover a new opportunity, or gain a string on someone. Okay, so as you bolt across the room, you seize the bride, And as you pull in, the two of you like passionately kiss in the middle of the room, and there is a flurry of like pearl clutching gasps from the gathered guests, and like a number of the troopers just gently peer around from their blasters to see what to watch, and you hear from the other side, like from behind the bride, you hear, "That's so hot," from the room. And sort of like as the as the patriarch is just like, take her down, you're able to sort of like in effect like ballroom dance grab.
Like dip kiss. Like...
Yeah, and as you're like spinning, you can see the troopers like, oh wait, no, and they can't quite get a bead on you without accidentally blasting the bride into an early grave. So at the GM's discretion, you may learn new information, new opportunity, or a string on someone. The bride sort of like, she pulls away. She is blushing. Like, you know, she's also being thrown around because you're using her as a meat shield. But she, Camilla, she says, as she like looks deep into your eyes, I'm gonna give you. So she broke up with you because okay. She looks absolutely flustered. You can have a string on the bride.
Hey.
And like there's this look in her eyes that you immediately recognize as one that says, like, it's clear that she's in the middle of a plan. Yeah, she kind of gives you this look, and like from behind her you can hear the groom going, can both of you come to the womb? But yes, so currently the blasters are all pointed at Camilla, but they're not shooting because it's too hot a target. What's Ravani doing?
Ravani is instructing the bot musicians to play like the most loud and intense getaway music possible. Like soundtrack style, and is unsheathing her sword from the neck of her instrument, her sitar, and striding into the center of the room, of the kind of dance floor, and ready to fight essentially, and kind of near Camilla says, maybe we get the prize and also the person that holds the prize, still the prize.
Well, as the so the bride looks like it's a bit taken aback when you kind of strive for Ravani and kind of make yourselves known. The bride's gonna she manages to wiggle. The groom is excited enough that his palms got sweaty enough that she's able to retrieve her hand from his, and she looks to the two of you, and she would like to spend strings on you.
Oh boy.
Okay. She would like to.
She remembers being between us before.
She does remember being between the two of you. Absolutely. She looks to you, the two of you. She says, "If you can find us a way out, and we'll escape this together," she says, with like a knowing look. And she would like to spend a string on both of you, so you would get like an XP. But if you agree to it, then she spends the string. Otherwise, she doesn't. So she would like you to help her plot out an escape plan, like an escape route.
Amazing.
I think Ravani looks to Camilla, because when Camilla went in with that level of grace and daring, I think Ravani was a little bit smitten. So I know, right?
I'm smitten.
A little bit.
Nice.
very impressed, and she kind of turns to Camilla and, your call.
Well, darling, it might cost you.
The bride quickly responds, "We can sort out the details later, no?" And currently the groom is pouring at her, somewhat uselessly. Like, time is of the essence. Do you agree to help her forge and escape plan?
I think we agree. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And Aggie, real quick,
Yeah.
what are you doing as the blasters are pointed up?
I think Aggie may have the way out for all of us. She's got this astral dance move where if we all dance together, she can teleport people far away. So I could get us back to the ship if I roll well. So I think that would be my culminating move. But I need to get to everybody and convince them to all dance with me in the middle of a Mexican standoff. Yeah. And the bride. So I don't know if you want me to do that now or just like try and incapacitate the guard closest to me.
Well, I think so. The astral dance, what does that entail?
When you dance across the boundary into the realm beyond, describe it and roll grace. And on a 10, you and a small number of others who dance with you arrive at a distant destination of your choice. If it's a 7 to 9, it might go slightly wrong.
Okay. I would argue then, as all the blasters are pointed up, everyone's really confused. The bride was being carted away by the groom to the wedding suite to consummate, and she's just been grabbed and kissed by Camilla. Ravani's come up. There's a bit of a triangle with a.
I might need Mitzi to get the groom off the bride
Otherwise
in
she's
order
coming with
to
us.
then do the astral dance. Yes, would that be all right if I let Mitzi go next?
Okay. Yep. Well,
All right with you.
For all intents and purposes, if you're planning on, if Aggie is planning on running into the middle of the dance floor to kind of potentially astral dance everyone away back, back to the ship. Mitzi, currently the threats beyond all of the guns pointing in the middle of the room are the bodyguard who's currently looking at you, and the groom who's starting to get a bit irate because no one is paying him any attention.
As if I just quickly, as I look to the bodyguard, do I feel like she is an imminent threat, or is she just equally as confused in this situation?
Is she coming with us?
Is she coming with us?
I feel like perhaps you might need to do another figure someone out.
That's fine. I will quickly figure her out. Have we still got
£100 donation?
Have we still got that £100 donation?
Yeah.
Is that still relevant?
Yeah, you know it is.
Can I figure her out with my tongue then?
Now we're playing Thirsty Sword Lesbians. Come on.
Absolutely.
Brilliant. Okay. I think as this all just kind of happens all within about in a matter of seconds, she's just like asking the bodyguard to dance, and at that point she's just like, I think Mitzi feels a bit bad, but actually she's probably not going to be able to dance with the bodyguard, so she just grabs her by her lapels and just drags her in and just gives her a great big kiss.
Okay, so for anyone who's wondering, finally kiss in a dangerous situation is legitimately a move in Thirsty Sword Lesbians. So we've already had it between Camilla and the bride. So when people finally kiss after a period of tension, I will call that this. You take +1 ongoing to get to safety and protect the other for the rest of the scene. So, like, you see the bodyguard. She is like, her head's flicking backwards and forwards because clearly she's just a bit torn. Because for a start, these impact blasters are also pointing at her as well as like you lot. The groom is insufferable. The patriarch is still rubbing his thighs and kind of salivating slightly. And like it's clearly her loyalties are being strongly tested, and it's like as she turns to look at you, that like her cybernetic eye like opens wider as like she sees you come in. There's a bit of a like she tenses up for a moment, and then as like she puts like she's put her arms on your her hands on your arms, and like Mitzi, you feel an ever so slight squeeze, and then suddenly there is significantly more pressure on your face as she leans in, and like there's another round of from the gathered guests as there's another lesbian snog in the middle of the dance floor. And the groom is momentarily distracted from his irritation of being ignored because hot before he turns back to being distracted. Yeah, you may absolutely kiss. You will both get +1 ongoing. The bodyguard is now on side.
May.
Hey!
So as Mitzi, she just kind of, they have this wonderful kiss, big, passionate, strong kiss. She kind of moves, just kind of like releases her from the kiss, and she just says, "Sorry, I've just got to deal with something." And she goes beast mode. So she's transforming. She's going beast mode. So as she releases the bodyguard, she can see sort of in slow-mo, she's like moving away from her. It's like her body's getting larger and larger, and she just goes, and suddenly she's on all fours, and she just runs like a panther and towards the groom, and she's going to take him out in one fell swoop and just grab that boy.
This is
Brilliant.
a fight.
Yes, that is a fight. I'm seeking to incapacitate someone. 100%. That's what I'm doing.
Okay. So please roll with daring or grace.
It's going to be daring. I've got +2.
You launch yourself
10.
at the groom.
That's a 10.
That's a 10. That's a 10.
That's a 10.
Okay, you may choose 3 from the list, and your opponent chooses 1 to apply to you in response. So, as the groom, as you fucking like tackle him, yeah, tell me which. So, yeah, do you want to flirt or provoke with your opponent?
No.
Through violence or cutting words, inflict a
I'm
condition?
doing, through violence, I'm going to inflict a condition.
Okay.
So, and cutting words, I think she just thwack straight onto him.
In the interests of time and chaos,
all in one.
if you're not going to flirt or provoke with the groom, I mean, why not? He's a upstanding gentleman.
Yeah. No, I'm seizing a superior position.
Yeah.
I'm on top of him.
Yeah.
I am creating an opportunity for Camilla to take the bride, and I'm going to inflict a condition. I need to quickly go through the conditions.
Well,
Frightened, I guess.
don't worry about the condition right now.
Hopeless, because he is
hopeless. Well, actually, okay, yeah. We'll see how that one looks in a moment. As you pounce on the groom, he is sort of like bowed over, like one of his sandals flies off,
Crocs.
and like
Crocs. His wedding Crocs.
He didn't have them in sports mode, so they've just gone flown off.
Like he lands on his back hard enough that the cheap like eBay katana, like neon green katana, just bends under his weight as he lands on it, and like in a beautiful display of like pro wrestling style, like actual like proper competitive wrestling, you're able to sort of like knock him down and then immediately like pin him, spin him around, and sort of like get him in a headlock. What are you headlocking him with, like your arms or your legs?
I wouldn't headlock him with my legs. He doesn't deserve that. I would headlock him with my I'm gonna have him. I'm just gonna noogie him just the entire time.
In which
I'm gonna take off of his fedora. I'm gonna throw that to the side so everyone can see his widow's peaks.
As you take off his white fedora, you are met with your own reflection in the bald spot on the back of his head, which there's telltale signs of like desperate comb overing. But it's all just a bit fedora hat hair. But as you like get your arm round and lock it and you begin squeezing, you watch as his cheeks like inflate and he goes a bit red, and he starts like squeaking as you kind of basically choke him out. And there's like, as his eyes begin to bulge from his head slightly, the world goes quiet for a moment as he like tilts his head up to look at you ever so slightly, and then you hear him say, "Harder," and then he expires.
As he should.
He
It's
just
the kindest thing for him.
there's just this build up, there's an increasing amount of tension, and then he just releases, and he is no longer breathing.
He releases, Dan. He
releases all of the pent up
Breath.
tension, and
Right.
and
he's
he
gone.
and he is gone on to the next life. And Mitzi, there is arguably a moment where you're kind of looking down, thinking, "Really, like that quick?" Before you release him, and as the groom slumps to the ground dead, you hear from the corner, "No!" from the patriarch. And like as the patriarch watches his son dies, like the patriarch lifts his fingers up and yells, "Unlimited power!" He just shakes his hands in your directions, and nothing happens. But
He's just describing the experience of being a middle-aged white man in the imperial patriarchy, isn't he?
basically, Aggie, you like, given that the groom is dead, it would seem that there are now only non-friendly targets in the middle of the room. Now is quite an apt moment for your astral dance.
I'm gonna run in. I'm gonna look around because I've not had a kiss yet, and everyone else seems to be kissing. And does anyone seem like they want to kiss right now? Like,
In the center of the dance hall. So I guess just to re-clarify, we've got Camilla, who's holding kind of hands with the bride, who's kind of holding hands with Ravani.
Okay,
You've got the
Got the
bodyguard,
droid.
who's just like her hair's just a bit frazzled. And
got Mitzi, who's on top of a dead groom.
Mitzi on top of the dead groom, and like,
okay, no, I'm gonna say excuse me to the bodyguard, and I'm gonna lean down to Mitzi and say, "I've never loved your beast form more," and then little kissy, and then I'm gonna start doing my little dance.
Okay. In which case, as you begin your dance, I will suggest that you hear a voice bellow from the group, from the crowd, like the guests, "Wait for me!" And as you turn and look, you see the aunt, the bridesmaid, barreling into the middle of the room. The bride is just like, "Auntie," as she comes sliding in, and like the bridesmaid kind of reaches the group of you and then turns, like looks around, realizes she's missing something, and then she turns to look back at the wedding bot, and she points and says, "You here now," in a really authoritative tone. And you just hear from the crowd, and the wedding bot just like just clatters into the middle.
Not sure I'm going to be able to astral dance this many people, but I'll try.
There is just this clearly ever-present sense of confusion from all of the troopers pointing their blasters at the center of the room. Who else is going to arrive here? But please roll me your astral dance.
Come on. Okay, so that's a fail. No, it's a mixed success technically because I've got
We
plus
s-
2 to my grace.
Do we still have one?
We still
do.
have one left.
And we also have one plus for me and 1 plus for Mitzi for getting out safely, which I assume means you can add to your
It would be, well, so hang on.
Can I
Did
re-roll
Aggie?
using the £10 that we were very
You can absolutely
generously-
re-roll using the
Yeah.
£10.
Let's see what
Can
we
I?
can go with it. Yeah, go with the
And
reroll, and we'll see.
I would
what-
say
Yay!
It's a 10! It's a 10! I can get us back to the ship, no problems!
What's the dance? Is it the Macarena?
Yeah. It's a group wedding Macarena. Everybody has to do it.
Okay. I would argue that this seems absolutely ludicrous as far as tabletop RPG plotlines go, but truth be told, we're not that far off what's written in the
We
book,
need to finish,
really.
Dan.
We need to finish. So, as you do a group wedding Macarena, a celebration of
No, a group Macarena, but spooky.
Yeah, it's a true celebration of everything, like everything sapphic. Like the patriarch, like realizing that his force lightning hasn't worked as he saw it did in the movies. He then shouts like fire. And finally, after standing like lemons for a good kind of minute, there is a chorus of blaster fire as like as they all shoot into the middle of the room, just as your astral dance. Like, what does it look like as you teleport away?
I think it's probably like as they're about to start firing, a sort of wave of dark energy goes out from us, and then and as it comes back into a singularity, we're all gone.
Okay. In which case, as the singularity kind of collapses, and you the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
It's like
7.
at least 8 of us.
I think there's 7 of you.
This is 7.
Seven.
Okay.
So you 4.
Yeah.
Bodyguard, the
Aunt,
sub
the
bot,
bride,
and
the bot.
the aunt. So yeah, as the 7 of you disappear into nothingness and kind of reappear on your ship, Aggie, the circle of blaster fire into the middle hits nothing and carries on and perfectly hits every Imperial Patriarchy trooper on the opposite side of the room for whoever fired. And there's just a chorus of as they all collapse.
Dan,
Yeah.
Can I add one edit? Maybe the hottest female soldier that shoots manages to catch part of my clothes, and they and as the singularity completes,
Okay.
like one part of Ravani's clothes. Oh.
We will retroactively add one of the scoundrel's moves, rip. So yes, as you dashed in, recontextualize all of this, because what part of clothing are you bereft of when you arrived in the middle of the dance floor, Ravani?
I feel like she's got like a sort of strap halter neck evening gown going on, and I
Okay.
like to think that the laser fire perfectly kind of cut a boob window, like full like the meme which is like side boob, under boob, top boob, like it's every kind of view of boob line that you could possibly want from every angles.
Okay.
Yeah. Happens all the time.
Happens all the time. All the time. Just a everyday hazard. Okay, so as you teleport away, this one like Imperial Patrol trooper, Imperial Patriarchal trooper, just like, whoa, and like it's like watching you, Ravani, like disappear. You all re-emerge on on Aggie's ship. Like klaxons and alarms are going off, and you're able to fundamentally just like gun it, burst out the side of the car park, and like your ship just like haphazardly flies away in the most like quick as you like escape from this patrol. Thankfully, it would seem that every single Imperial Patrol trooper has been shot by another Imperial Patriarchy trooper. But yeah, as your ship kind of clatters off into the stars, the 4 of you turn to regard specifically the bride. She she looks to you just like a bit shocked and frazzled because that was a lot in a very short space of time. And what do you like your zingy one-liners that you say to her as she sort of like looks to you all with a smirk, like rolling the necklace between her fingers and thumbs that she's managed to like get away with. As she looks to you and says, "Well, it's good to see you all," she says, looking slightly sheepish. But what's Camilla's witty one-liner?
Well, darling, I told you I'd moved on.
And Ravani?
I think Ravani goes towards like an area where she keeps things, pulls out some papers, flashback to going to a like civil service like building and retrieving some blank divorce papers ahead of time. She strides back over, full boob on display, gives a little kiss to the aunt and a little kiss to the robot and a little pat on the head, and then there you go, darling. We have prepared this ahead of time for you.
And Mitzi's witty one-liner?
I think she's still in bestial form, so
Yeah.
it's just saliva, just flowing out of her jaws at the moment. I imagine just like sort of half of the trousers of her groom sort of stuck in her teeth as she's like ripped like part of his trousers off as she's like just bitten into him, and she's just like, "I said the beast would come in handy."
And witty one-liner from Maggie?
I don't know if it's witty, but she'll just sort of look at the bride and say, "You look well, but your taste has gone downhill, hasn't it?"
The bride, okay. I'll let you decide this as a group. As the bride sort of like looks from Camilla and blushes slightly, looks to Ravani, blushes slightly, looks to Mitzi, blushes a lot. But as she turns to you, Aggie, sorry, who are you? I will let you collectively decide whether you want to fire her out the airlock or not.
No, get the necklace first.
Get the necklace first.
Just grab the necklace and just push her out the airlock. So she just falls out while the necklace is still in the hand.
Yeah. What's the vote? Out the airlock?
Out the airlock.
Out the airlock?
Maybe like a shuttle, like an escape pod.
Yeah. Put her in one of the shuttles.
Send her back to the wedding venue.
Bit of a timeout. Just pop her in the shuttle.
She can bloody have him.
Take the thing. Off she goes.
In which case, as she says, "Oh, like who are you?" Like there's just a sudden focus between the four of you, and within a flurry, Mitzi, you manage to grab the necklace. Ravani and Camilla, you hoik her up and throw her into the lifeboat shuttle, the life pod, as you fire her back to the moon of Sephiroth.
Aggie slaps the button saying, "See ya!"
It literally says "See ya" on the button, and as she gets pinged out back towards from whence she just came, the four of you hurtle off into the stars with the necklace and the target of your heist. And congratulations, everyone, on successfully being Thirsty Sword lesbians. So that was that. That was again, as I say,
that was an experience.
That's not actually all that far off what the book expects that you'll get up to. Yeah, that was Thirsty Sword Lesbians. I hope you all enjoyed it. I certainly did. I hope the four of you enjoyed it. It's if this sounds like it's your sort of thing, absolutely give it a look, especially like if you're a fan of like tabletop RPGs like D&D or Pathfinder or Daggerheart or any of the numerous other options. Reading through this, we've noticed just how much of a different game that you can get out of it. It kind of put the focus more on what's going on inside your characters rather than punching and kicking people.
You can also punch and kick people, though.
You can also punch and kick people, to be fair, though. Yes. So, Thank you for the donations to Antonia, to Nate, and to that anonymous £100. That was absolutely amazing. Really, really appreciate that. And yeah, anything else? Stick around. After this, I believe, is another Nate sponsored drawathon. It is indeed marvelous.
Nice.
Yeah, so that's going to be a good laugh. Some of us will be back for that. Yeah, if you want to catch more of us collectively doing stuff, you can find us over on Explorers of Elsewhere, on YouTube and on Twitch. We're ramping up for a new campaign in our kind of in our setting that we've made. You can find Nate playing with us as well. Just a really grand group of people doing some really fun, making some really fun stories. Thank you all for playing. Thank you all for watching. We'll see you next time.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Dan.
Bye-bye. would it be
Well,
good to know?
hello, everyone. Dan, you were just saying something. What were you saying? What were you saying?
Nothing.
Here behind the scene. Welcome, everyone. We are now going to be going back into another drawing challenge. This time, it's going to be D&D monsters, or underused D&D monsters. With me in the background, you can't see him, but Chris is around as an ethereal voice.
Hello.
But two faces that you might just recognize from what we were just previously on. We have Julia and we have DM Dan, who just come back fresh from Thirsty Sword Lesbians.
Energized.
How are you two
hungry.
feeling? How are you two feeling after that?
Yeah, good. That was as frantic as I hoped it would be. So I'm pumped for this.
I really enjoyed that. It was great. Just all the amazing energy, all the gay energy just flowing through us.
No, I was there throughout the whole of it, and it was thoroughly enjoyable. So thank you both of you for doing that. And also joining us, friend to PrideCAF and friend to us, we have Wolfgang. Hello, Wolfgang.
Hello. Nice to be here to draw monsters with you guys.
Yeah. And it seems apt because you are just fresh from a D&D session as well. So.
Yeah, it's just fresh. I still got a barbarian in the brain, but we're going to see what we can do on the page.
So both me and Wolfgang have just been drawing some creatures on here. I just drew my D&D barbarian.
Mine's a werewolf, obviously.
Fighting it out. So we were just having a little doodle, making sure that we're back on Excalidraw again. And pretty much if you were here for the Doctor Who drawing session, it's pretty much the same. We are going to look at unused or unknown or barely used D&D monsters, going either from the name or the description or both. And we are gonna see, so both me and Wolfgang are gonna join in and see what we can come up with. So if I move our little screen, I'm not going to get rid of our guys. I'm going to move us somewhere else, and I'll move the camera to somewhere else. So these guys, so Wolfgang, if you want to join me to the right of these guys here.
Yes.
I can't see any guys.
I see you. I see pens going.
Zooming out helps, Julia. If you use the zoom out in the bottom left-hand corner, there's a little zoom out, zoom in.
I'm zoomed all the way out. I can't see anything.
Oh no!
Try refresh if that don't happen.
Yeah, good idea. Still nothing. No
Oh,
idea
no.
where I am.
Do you have the right link?
Maybe not. This is it. Maybe not.
I
Let
see
me just try again.
Real goat. I see a real
I got it now. Thank
You're in.
you.
There we go.
Sorry, I'm in.
Fantastic. Cool. So let us remove some of those drawings. I will go more to the right hand side. So Wolfgang's got some area to draw.
Thank you.
So Julia or Dan, I think Julia's going to take charge on this one.
I am
What do you think? I'll let Wolfgang choose. Do we want to go with a name or do we want to go with a description first?
I say let's go with a description.
Ooh,
You don't want a name at all?
No.
No.
Well,
okay.
So behind the scenes, we were discussing that for the descriptions, perhaps to gamify it slightly, we could roll like a D6 or a D10, and that is the number of words with which we can describe the monsters. Are we feeling confident doing that?
Yeah.
So confident.
Yeah. Okay.
Brimming with confidence.
Okay. Are we saying?
I've got the dice.
You've got the dice. Okay.
Yeah. What are we saying? D10.
Sure.
Yeah.
And how hysterical?
Considering I roll really badly a lot of the time, you might
make this really
time.
easy for me, Chris.
Yeah. If it's a 1 or a 2, I might re-roll.
1 or 2 is all I need.
It's a 4.
Okay.
Oh wow.
How cryptic can I be?
Yes.
Huh.
I suppose earlier you had Mothman does aerobics.
Yeah. Leg day.
That
Especially.
is 4 words.
Just 4 words.
4 words, eh? Floating
Mm-hmm.
dungeon critter chump.
Wait, what? How
Chump.
does that help at all?
I'm taking it. It's happening.
A friendly dungeon critter chump.
Okay.
Friendly dungeon critter.
I'm gonna go with blue.
Aw.
Like, I'm going to ask
Aw.
questions just to help or hinder. How friendly are we talking? Are we talking Labrador friendly? Are we talking Daisy friendly? So Daisy is Julia's cat. So Daisy is pretty friendly, but friendly adjacent.
Yeah,
She wants to be
relatively
near
Daisy
people, but-
friendly, I would
yeah.
say. Yeah.
Daisy friendly.
I would argue that these things
Do you think
are
they're
the best
excitable?
boys.
Do you think they're excitable?
I wouldn't say excitable.
Okay.
No.
Friendly though. I
Okay,
like that
can
word.
we have the CR rating of the creature?
The CR rating of the creature is 1/8.
Okay, so CR rating. Explain to me what CR rating is. Someone I know what
So
it is, but for the people who don't know,
Of course, yeah. So CR is like combat rating. The higher the number, the more dangerous a creature is. So a goblin, for example, is CR 1/8. But like a red dragon, a young red dragon, is CR 10, and it goes all the way up to D&D equivalents. D&D's equivalent to like Godzilla. The Trask is up at CR 30, for example.
Mm.
okay. So 1/8 is not that challenging.
Correct.
Yeah. Is it? If you poke it too hard, does it go away?
Does it just evaporate?
A little bit. I mean, Dan did let slip that it was floating before he reformulated his clue. So you could kind of just sort of push it away, and it would just go like.
I think that at the risk of perhaps giving too many clues, yeah, when we say friendly, I think it's a sort of friendly where, like, genuinely good-hearted,
Yeah.
tends to overstay welcomes.
Oh, sure. Awkward. They're an awkward boy, aren't they?
Can't quite pick up on the social cues. That
No awareness
conversation
of
has
social
come from.
cues whatsoever. I think, yeah.
So like an overzealous nan.
Yeah. I think Wolfgang's pretty on the money with this one.
I'm gonna give him a little mustache though.
Oh.
Really bad.
I think the facial expression of Nate's is pretty perfect as well. Okay. This is beautiful. I love it.
As we're drawing, let's kind of like fill the gap that is air and talk
Sorry.
a little bit about
Concentration.
D&D. No, you guys concentrate. That's what I'm here for. So Julia and Dan, let's talk a little bit about D&D. What is you've played a few systems other than 5e. Do you currently have a favorite so far? I mean, it can switch between day to day, of course.
I've been really enjoying the systems that encourage narrative play, so it's not quite as number crunchy and roll a dice as D&D can be. I love D&D. It's where I started with RPGs, and the more I try others, I've tried. Well, we've just done a Blades in the Dark for Explorers of Elsewhere Season 2, which I loved. I came to love. I love the sort of flexibility and silliness of Thirsty Sword Lesbians, where you're not kind of, your enemy is not a bag of hit dice. Basically, they are somebody that you can kind of influence and flirt with and inflict conditions upon, and all that sort of thing. It's a bit more narrative, and I think we played a game of Shadowrun using the rules from the Sprawl, didn't we? like adapted sprawl rules, which I what is the sprawl?
That it was powered by the apocalypse, so
Yeah.
same as the.
So I think Powered by the Apocalypse games I really enjoy. I think it invites creativity in how you achieve your ends rather than having very set rules of you have to do a hit and this, that, and the other in order to overcome this problem.
Yeah.
But I don't think you have to do that in D&D, but I think that is what D&D can often end up being I think you need to work quite hard with that system to get really creative, whereas there are other systems I found it easier to be creative in, perhaps.
Yeah,
definitely to D&D. D&D's been described to me as a battle simulator, basically.
It can be a bit,
which it can be,
yeah.
but it depends upon the
doesn't
DM.
have to be. It doesn't
really
have to
does
be.
depend.
And but then people will often adapt D&D to do other things, and then the argument is, why don't you just try something else?
Yeah, I guess. Well, I mean, yeah, Julie's kind of hit the nail on the head. So we have our channel Explorers of Elsewhere, and we started off playing D&D. It was a COVID thing. We were all stuck at home. We decided we would play online, and it kind of snowballed from there. But yeah, there was a point where we kind of realized D&D is so wide-spanning and so popular thanks to things like Critical Role and now Dimension 20 and Dungeons and Daddies and the just absolute plethora of actual play providers. But yeah, I just kind of came to a point where I was like, what, would I get bored just playing D&D? There are other systems that do what your D&D port does, but better, like specifically designed. So yeah, Blades in the Dark, for example, absolute, like if you want fantasy noir Peaky Blinders style stuff, like you would be doing yourself a disservice. Oh wow!
Sorry, I'm just reacting to what's going on with Wolfgang's drawing. Howdy, y'all. I love it.
Yeah, you do yourself an absolute disservice to like not use a system like Blades in the Dark rather than D&D. Not to say that D&D wouldn't do a bad job. I would just personally argue that it does it better. So I guess the question of like what's the favorite, I mean, yeah, Blades has been amazing. I think Powered by the Apocalypse games and those sort have piqued my interest a lot more recently, simply because it empowers the player, I feel, more than something like D&D does. Because yeah, like narrative consequences and narrative outcomes and etc., they are, the onus of responsibility is placed on the player, so it lets you decide how you want this to carry on. Whereas D&D, I mean, it started as a war game, right? So at its very heart, it's still kind of based on a bit of an adversarial relationship. And I think now now as tabletop players, we're in a position where we can just be like, we champion collaboration more than competitiveness.
Speaking of collaboration, let's move back to our drawing.
Here we go. These are looking amazing. I love them. I think you've improved on the original concept. Howdy, y'all.
So obviously they're super close.
Yeah, 100%.
Would you like to put in an image of what we should, what they believe, like Wizards of the Coast, those amateurs believe it should be?
What they think it really is. We know better.
Yeah, exactly.
How's just up to the right slightly? How's that go for you?
Yes, we can see him.
So that is called a flump.
Mysterious and benevolent creatures that drift through the Underdark.
Yes, they're very clever. They talk and they have knowledge, and when they meet friendly adventurers, they want to share their knowledge with them. And they just sort of float around with their tendrils, looking like a benevolent jellyfish.
But they are absolutely useless in like a fight or a scrap.
Oh God, absolutely useless. They are aberrations, interestingly.
Yeah,
a bit like mind flayers and the like. They are.
I was going to say, with all those tentacles, it was giving mind flayer energy.
Yeah.
And it has got a face that's just like, die.
But I tell you what, I really love the flying element and the sort of derpy face that we've got in Wolfgang's.
Yeah.
I love the sweet kind of uselessness of Nate's, the sort of derpy-eyed, boss-eyed kind of quality, and the roundness of Nathan's. It's very, very good. Well done, guys.
You just know that the next time you bring one of those into your game, it's going to have to go, howdy, y'all.
Howdy, y'all.
When you described it, I was just imagining like sort of floating meat. Ugh.
Floating meat?
Yeah, floating meat.
What did you mean by chump, Dan?
That's what I mean. I was like, what's chump? Like chump. I thought that
What
like food. I was like, floating.
Within a dungeon ecosystem, flumps are like they're bottom of the pecking order. Like
Is
they
that
just
right?
get
They're bottom of the
bullied
food chain, are they?
because they are lawful good creatures. Like they are picked on. Sorcerers can accidentally summon them to their location. Like, yeah, these flumps are the whipping boys of the
Underdark. How sad! How sad.
Like
Okay.
gophers, you know.
Yes, yes.
I'll
But
get
yet
rid of that.
They're so cheery.
I'll get rid of that little
Move-
guy now, so that we
move
can
away
move
from
on.
the
to
move
something
away from the
else.
fronts. We'll move down, so we'll
What's
move
next?
underneath.
Okay,
We'll
got
move
it.
underneath these boys.
Okay.
I think I can see. Let me have a little draw. Just make sure that that's coming up on the screen. Yes, let's move a little bit over here. There we go. So we'll do the same, Wolfgang. If you want to take the left-hand side, and I'll take the right-hand side.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
What?
Shall we just take a name this time? Because
Oh, you can
sometimes
take a name. That would be interesting for this
yeah,
one. Yeah,
because it
yeah.
seems you get like a little bit more open up when you just take a name, because without the descriptions you're then not sort of
Go
locked
with
into what it is.
whatever. Yeah. Right.
If
Okay.
we say the name and one of these two know it, shall we move on to the
Yeah,
next
that's
one?
it. So we'll say the name. If either of you knows it and are confident you can draw it well, we will move on.
Right.
Right. Okay. So you've had a flump. How about a roper?
Oh, I vaguely remember what they look like, but I'm not enough to
Not
be
clearly.
Like,
Fine.
100%.
That's all right. Nate, what about you?
No.
Do you know what a
not at all.
roper is?
No.
Go for it.
For the roper.
Okay. Ugh. Just not.
Is it?
I know they're not nice looking. I remember that. I was like,
They're definitely, well, nice is subjective. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. It's
I remember that I don't want to give them a hug. I don't know if they're sticky or not. I can't remember if they're sticky or not.
That's a question. Dan, is it sticky?
Is it sticky?
It is not.
No.
Okay.
Not sticky. Okay. So carrying on back to our D&D while that drawing happens of a roper, what do you think has been like the most fun element of like learning a new system? Because you both have been through sort of Blades in the Dark. Neither of you have really sort of like been in a Blades in the Dark campaign. I know Dan was running it. Julia, you were in it. And what for that has been like the learning points? We've already kind of mentioned about sort of like the relationships and everything. Is that the main learning for you out of something like that?
I think what I'm like, ever since I started to, I made the choice to not exclusively play D&D. I think learning how different rule system, like basically how have different people who've written the rules come together and produce a solution to the same problem, but like the variety of answers is just kind of mind-boggling, really. A case in point, like I mentioned Critical Role earlier. They cut their teeth online playing Pathfinder, which was basically D&D, and then they switched to D&D proper.
Right.
They've now released that. Well, they're due to release, I should say, Daggerheart, which is it's D&D like, but not. So arguably, you can, there is. Well, I think personally, Critical Role's next campaign is going to be played using the Daggerheart system, but I think fundamentally it's going to still be kind of similar to what they're doing whilst they're playing D&D. So they're getting the exact same scenarios that they need creative solutions to, but Daggerheart approaches it from a wildly different perspective, and I just find that fascinating. Just seeing this kind of the wide variety of just different, like, how can we roll little bits of resin or plastic, like shaped bits of resin and plastic, to determine the random fates of our characters? Like, what new contexts can we give that?
Interesting.
I just find that absolutely fascinating. And most fascinating, sorry, just to quickly ramble on, like, I've just glanced and noticed that I've got the Jason Statham mask behind me.
Like, I don't want to say anything, but there's a head.
So I think most fascinating are like the short, quick and snappy, like one-page RPG type games. So like Grant Howitt is an absolute superstar for just churning out these things. But learning how you can effectively dictate and describe an entire game system on a single A4 page. To fair enough, do something very specific. So like Jason Statham's Big Vacation, which this mask was from.
Nice.
But yeah, just kind of going, what problem do I want to answer? Like, do I want to solve, and how can I do it in a new and novel way? And again, just fascinating to see what comes out of it.
Anything to add to that, Julia, from a player's point of view?
Yeah, I think it's a mixture for me of exciting and daunting, getting used to a whole new system. Because when you know something really well and you really enjoy it, the idea of, like, first of all, having to read a new set of rules, like, I'm the worst at that. Whenever someone cracks out a board game I'm not familiar with, my heart sinks. Even if that board game goes on to be like one of the best things I've ever played, just that experience of having to listen to a whole new set of rules. I just get the magic roundabout theme start playing in my head. I can't focus. I can't hear it. And just like my brain switches off. So I have trouble with it. But then at the same time, it can be a really exciting opportunity to try different styles of play and kind of, I think, letting go of how you played those other systems that you know better is one of the biggest challenges. So when I played Blades in the Dark, I took a really long time to let go of that previous mindset I'd had, which is the GM builds the world for you and then you respond to it. Because actually what Blades in the Dark wants you to do is be a lot more proactive and call flashbacks and influence the world yourself and be really creative. And that took a while for me to get used to. So, but then it was really satisfying once I did.
Unlearning takes twice the amount of time than learning, in my experience.
Which I think is why people often do want to stick to the thing they've invested in so heavily, right?
Yeah.
There's also the money thing as well. Like, increasingly, if you want to keep up with everything that, say, Wizards of the Coast are releasing for D&D, you're going to spend a lot of money. And I'm thinking of a friend of ours who's like so dedicated and just has like any book you could think of. He's got it, he's invested so heavily in D&D because he absolutely loves it and it's his passion.
Physical and digital.
It's incredible. So if you've done that, to then invest in a whole new game when you're not sure whether you're going to like it and you don't know it and you're going to have to learn it, that's daunting, isn't it?
But
scary.
It is. But then taking that kind of leap of faith to try something out, because I think there's also just like the identity, right? Like I think I've been playing TTRPGs for like 17-ish years now, and like something I've just come to appreciate more recently is like the identity of a game and sort of like what types of empowerment that game can provide the players. And like certainly like my first full-time D&D campaign was in Brighton. Now I'm playing TTRPGs with this amazing crowd, and like having that perspective from like a queer angle, and then just like having all these different rule sets that let you empower yourself in the way that you want to be seen and you want to represent yourself, like to tell this very specific story that you want to tell. I think it's just a really powerful thing for like queer folk in general, right?
Yeah, it's very true.
I mean, I'm off the top of my head, I'm thinking of like Vampire, like the Masquerade. Like that is a very, very particular identity born out of that rule set, and like the fan base for it are absolutely feral.
No, I know people and I'm just like, you monsters. Like, go for it sometimes. It's like, wow.
So yeah, that's fun just to see how, to see who is drawn to what, and like how much.
That very much gives us a nod back to our conversation with Julia and Theo all about fan bases and how like some people in the fan base are great and some people in the fan base need to work on their skills a little bit perhaps and or not, like depending upon how they feel about it. Are we done drawing?
We've got some beautiful works of art here. Hey.
What's that? I want to give them a note.
Give them a little note. Oh, cute. I like Nate's. It's going Ella. Right. I love this. Can you just quickly talk me through your thinking for both of these, Wolfgang?
So if I remember correctly, ropers are like on the ceiling.
Okay.
I was like, the one I asked, like, are they sticky? I didn't remember if they were like hanging, like as in like ropes. So I imagine it was like ropes hanging down at that to their arms.
Okay. Nice. And Nate, talk us through this handsome boy.
You said something about rope that led me to think of something that looks like rope, but then almost like in a mimic sense is a rope, but they're not rope, and then attacks you.
Beautiful. Well, you've kind of both got elements of that completely spot on. So a roper this is a monstrosity this time, but also lives in the Underdark. So he dwells in caves. So he looks like. Oh, shall I show you his?
Yeah.
Shall I show you our little friend here?
Show us.
Wait a minute. I'll just put him. I'm going to put him on to the sort of right of Nate's. So he looks like a stalactite or a stalagmite, depending on where he's located. So you're absolutely right, Wolfgang. He can be hanging from a cave. Now, we were incorrect. He is sticky because he's got sticky tendrils that he uses.
I want to hug that. No, thank you. My hands first. No.
You got it. You very much got it with that reaching down to grab. He's only got one eye.
Damn.
He's got the one eye, and he lies in wait, disguised as part of the cave. That's our friend the roper.
Cool.
I was hoping you would ask for the description, because I would have said something along the lines of trip hazard, bad hugger. Like, great hugger.
Great hugger.
Great hugger.
Great hugger. I want him to just be yelling, Dave.
Dave. Indeed, he's great. He
My
is
mate.
CR5.
Everyone's called Dave. I just wanted to hug them all.
Right.
Yep. That's great. And also, if you get got by those tendrils, you start to lose strength, which is a shame.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
They numb you and weaken you. I know. It's not. That's why he's CR5.
They're hard. I remember playing against them. Yep.
What do you think, Dan? Should we move on to the next one in the list I sent you, or the one after that?
I feel like you would like me to skip over the next one.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay, we'll skip over the next one, and then based on
It's one of my favourites now.
Yeah.
Where are we going on the page?
We're going straight underneath those last two.
Lovely.
I do have a suspicion that if we go for a name, these two might know
They
what.
might. I'll let you do the description.
Okay, we'll go for a description.
How many
then.
words? How many words we got?
Or what name or description? Are you going for the description? Okay.
Okay. 5 words.
5.
This is one of my favourites from the whole Monster Manual.
Hungry boy. Fighter's worst nightmare.
Can we give one adjective as well, just to give you a slight steer? Like, is that a no or a yes?
I'm doing something already, so.
Go for it. I say go for it.
Okay, because I would probably put one extra clue in, which is insectile.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
Change things immediately.
That's an important.
See, I thought you were
Important
just going to take
information.
cute.
Would you say that's a fair enough adjective
Well,
as an extra
Sure.
aesthetic guide?
I think so.
Insectile, hungry boy, fighter's worst nightmare.
Okay. We can increase it by one word. Okay, so I'm going to come out with a statement whilst these drawers are drawing and the drawings are happening. We play D&D so that we can secretly have friends plus relationships with our friends. So we can secretly kiss our friends.
We can flirt with our
in
friends.
fantasy.
It's all about
Discuss.
flirting with our friends.
Discuss.
Yeah.
Discuss.
Well, I mean, off the back of the Thirsty Sword Lesbians we just played, yeah.
I mean, it's always been part of it for me. I don't know about you, Dan. We actually met through D&D.
Ooh,
that
tell me
was an
more.
excuse for me to flirt with you before we even got together. That was nice.
Yeah, that's true. Was it like 2016? No, 2016?
It was early 2016. Yeah.
Wow, we were.
We were.
I'm working on a new graphic novel after Fractures, my current one, where it focuses on a group of D&D people and like how they went off. I've seen from DMing people marriages and like how people like relate to each other and expand in that way.
Yeah.
It's amazing what this sort of, a simple thing as playing or interacting can bring. And yeah.
Joint storytelling. And even if there is absolutely no question of romance away from the table, there's something about connecting on those different layers through role-playing and joint storytelling, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, you can absolutely see sort of like how people tick, like how they think and react to certain things. Like you really get to kind of intimately, like on an emotional, mental level, intimately know how the people around you work. And I think that can, I mean, when I think back, like all of the people that I would say are like my best friends, like my closest confidants, and the like, I think pretty much all of them are TTRPG players. Because there is that, especially if being open to being open is just so important and so endearing.
Yeah,
completely agree.
I think also there's an element of not just flirting with your players, but also knowing what attracts your players as well.
Oh, do you mean like how in Thirsty Sword Lesbians just now, Dan rolled out a large bodyguard, a female bodyguard NPC specifically for Livy, because Dan knew full well what Livy's into, and Livy's face was like, you may have noticed my face going, ooh, and that was a face of, ooh, that's for Livy. It was great. Yeah, you need to know your audience. That helps, doesn't it?
It's fun reading you all like books. That was.
Errol's injected via the chat. Vaunt them at Nate.
Oh my god! So
in the Dark campaign, yes.
Yeah, so for look at him blushing. So for context, yeah, thank you, Errol. That I can't believe you forgot that. Yeah, in our Blades in the Dark campaign, it was so Nate's character was playing. So Nate's character was Cavern, who was like a draconic humanoid, like gift from God for all intents and purposes, who enjoyed the pleasures of the flesh, and
I think you
there
can
was-
say sex worker. I think that's okay.
I think
It's the oldest profession in the world. There's nothing wrong with that.
yeah, that's
the
true.
thing. He wasn't a sex worker. He just like
Yeah, he did it for free. That's the thing. He was. He called it spiritual counselling.
Sex enthusiast.
Yes. But yeah, there was one particular character called Vorntham, and Vorntham was also a dragon scent, but his unique thing was that his lower half was like a snake. He had the lower body of a snake, upper body of a draconic humanoid.
Oh gosh.
And
how does that work? Sorry, as like a drawer, I'm always like centers are
Have you got a picture you could drop into the drawing space?
quite possibly. I might distract though. I might Nate might melt again.
Go on. I want to show the
Might just go
audience.
slightly catatonic.
Wolfgang asks a really good question, and as somebody who has trouble imagining things in my mind's eye, I would also appreciate.
If
seeing
we're
the
happy
picture.
for me to,
Yeah,
I've got a picture of Vorntham.
Drop it in, bestie. Go on.
Do we want the one
Errol
where he's
has
chained
further
up?
injected.
Go, Chris.
Errol has further injected Spicy Cav and Vorntham comic. When, Nate? When?
I think it's on its way, isn't it?
Yeah,
I
I'm drawing
hold your
something. It's more of a
horses.
romantic
Hold your horses.
sort of comic that I'm drawing of the both of them. That I
Maybe
haven't
there'll
had
be an
much time.
18+ version. We don't know.
Maybe eventually. Who knows?
Is it?
Have you got
Sorry,
him?
is it just a drag and drop for the photo for the picture?
Are you drag and drop
Yeah.
into? Have you got the
Yeah, pretty much.
Excalibur up? Dan, you can just drag and drop.
So there he is.
Oh, there he is.
All his glory. So yes, he was a red scaled dragon scent. Turns out he was a bit of a spy master, but yeah, upper body humanoid, lower half serpentine snake like. And I looking at this file name, I've got him saved as Bonetown, but I don't know. I don't know if that
Why?
was.
No,
I don't know if that was before or after I showed Nate. Yeah.
Incredible. So yeah,
But-
Wolfgang, if you want to see, he's off to the right from where you're currently drawing, past Nate's.
Yeah.
oh wow. Yeah. How? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, right.
I mean, there is video.
Well, might
footage
you
of-
ask how? Wolfgang?
Really good core strength to get around. That's the thing. It's like think of the spine on that. It'd be massive. Oh,
Incredible.
it has to
but
be
yeah,
practical.
if you want video proof of Nate giggling uncontrollably, then you can find the episode where Vorntham first appears.
I think it's like episode 16-ish, 14-ish, something like that. From memory.
I think it might be earlier. I think things had certainly progressed by the time we got to like.
I mean,
episode 14.
on that episode, I was looking for Alejandro at that time, and
Oh, it's
he didn't
true.
turn up.
That's true. That's true.
These are looking beautiful, guys. I love it.
Mm.
Very
I'm-
insectile.
I
very
forgot what insects look
hungry.
like though. I'm like, it looks more like a flying angry broccoli thing. I don't know.
It's an angry Brussels sprout.
Yeah, that's very
I mean,
insect-like.
to be fair, Wolfgang, physically, you're not that far off the money.
Okay, cool,
Not
cool.
a million miles off. I've got to say. I
Nate,
like
are you fixing the stream?
Yeah, it's fixed.
Oh, bro.
Okay.
The stream could not handle Vorntham.
I think Excellidraw just kind of goes like, "This is a collaboration thing." Not that many. Oh no.
Yeah, we use.
I think it just reacted a bit too strongly to Vorntham, to be honest.
Probably.
Yeah.
Okay,
how
are
about
we done?
yourself? I was going to ask Wolfgang,
Yes.
have you ever had any of those situations where either you presented to a player a character that, or you had been presented with a character that was like an NPC that was like, oh, would.
You're like instant romance.
Yeah, of
I
course.
cast romance on this character.
There was. I'm a sucker for like a bartender. Like give me a good bartender. Somebody who knows how to like make cocktails and everything like that. So every time I go to a bar, my character would ask for like a certain drink, and my DM eventually was like, "There is one bartender that knows your drink." So I was like, "This guy," and he was a centaur.
A centaur, very good.
Yeah, he was a centaur.
You will not
you-
find a centaur in this drawing challenge. They are too well known.
Too well known. But did you figure out at that point if they have 2 stomachs or 2 sets of lungs?
Well, that's the thing. We had a major like discussion about like, can he go upstairs? Because I don't know if horses can go upstairs, and if so, how many stomachs? That is the big question, actually.
Is
Well, I
he
mean, a
is he able
cow's
to
got,
come
like-
to my room, or do I have to go to his room?
I think the ground floor is best bet. I mean,
How does a centaur wear trousers?
Indeed. How and where?
How many pairs of trousers?
Exactly. How are we doing? Are we happy?
Yeah.
They look
I kind of-
beautiful.
I kind of feel like I just made mine a big praying mantis, so I gave him
Yes.
a magic wand to make him more fantasy.
Yay! Praying mantis, but fantasy.
I love yours. I'd be so intimidated if I saw that.
Right? Yeah. Well, he's almost like another lesser-known one called D&D monster called called a Thrikeen or a Thrikeen, Dan?
Thrikeen.
Thrikeen.
Thrikeen, yeah.
I can show you what you've kind of inadvertently drawn, Nate, which is this guy. You've inadvertently drawn
yeah.
him.
Yeah.
Kind
Like
of
mantis people.
like mantis people. But what we were actually looking for, and you may well recognize this boy, is this guy off to the right. Do you know what that is?
Oh God, I do. It's a rust bug, isn't it? Something like that.
A rust monster.
Have you ever seen him before, Nate?
No.
These are my favorite things in D&D. I think they're so cute.
They are so annoying. They are
so annoying. I know. So they are medium monstrosities. Most dwarves would rather face a squad of orcs than confront a single rust monster. So they're quite docile until they come across metal, at which point they take their little feathery antennae at the front, sort of and like test out what's in front of them, and then they go and they just start eating your armor and weapons.
All that money down the
ferociously.
drain.
All
I've
that
lost
money
so
down
much
the drain. They will strip a fighter within minutes. It's
The worst,
terrifying.
my DM, level 4, our entire party, we just got brand new armor, go into this cave full of little buggers, and lost everything. We
Lost
worked.
it all.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so funny because they're
Where's
not
this guy?
interested in you. They won't kill you. They're not interested in your flesh. They want your armor. They want your metal. They want your coin. They just want all of it. Yeah, nightmare. I love them
No,
so much.
I was imagining like an insect with a dagger, like it's just like gonna stab you.
Yeah, I fell in love with rust monsters the first time I encountered one as a player under Dan as DM. It was great. It was the way the little feathery antennae went. Pa, 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 pa. It was great. My favourite. Anyway, so that's him.
How many do you reckon we got?
Like a
time for?
moth swings.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yes.
I would
How
say
many
we've
more?
probably got. I'd say we've got like another 20 minutes left. So
Right, so a couple more,
Uh,
maybe one more.
we could probably
Time for one more.
let's see if we
Okay.
can definitely fit in
Go
one more.
for it.
Which one do you think, Dan?
I think we go right to the bottom.
Right to the bottom. Wait, right to the bottom. Okay.
Let's go to the left of your last monster, Wolfgang.
Different book for this one.
Yep. Oh, crap. On here. Yep.
Yeah, last one. If this is the last one, this will be a Trongus, and I think if you go for the name, I'm gonna give you a few tidbits.
Yeah.
And I mean, we can go wild if you go for description.
It's up to you. What do you want?
Name or description?
Oh, go on, Wolfgang. You choose the last one.
Has to be description because I know quite a lot of names. That's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I feel like.
So this is not from the
feel like-
standard monster manual.
Okay.
I feel like.
If I rolled a 0 on a d10, I
That's
mean
not
that's
possible.
technically
That
10
means
words.
it's 10. Yes.
Or you have to do it in the medium of mime.
That's 10 words. Take the 10 words, Dan.
If we have time, we'll do the mime one. Okay.
Okay, 10 words. I think some of his titles just come out.
Yeah.
Lord of Nothing, the Faceless Lord. 4 more. Oh Lord, he jiggle. So, Lord of Nothing, the Faceless Lord, oh Lord, he jiggle.
You didn't want to go with the other mnemonic that's quite helpful?
Nope.
No. Okay.
I mean, maybe we could. We will guide you. So earlier we were talking about CRs.
Yeah. Oh.
And the flump.
Wait, say it again, Dan.
For a bit.
Hello, I'm back.
Yeah,
So we're talking about CRs, which kind of imply the difficulty of monsters. So the flump was CR 1/8. The rust monster was CR 1/2. This chappie is CR 23.
Ooh.
Ow.
Which means if you have a level 20 party fighting it, you'd have trouble.
Yeah.
Potentially.
It's a fair fight for a level 23 group, and the top level in D&D is 20.
And while we're doing that, while that's happening, I want to pitch to you guys. This is a game I really want to play because I've listened to a playthrough by a podcast that I listen to called Dungeons and Drama Nerds. Shout out to those guys. So in the chat, I've put like a link to a drive-through RPG of a game called Our Haunt. So this is a game that uses a system called Belonging Outside Belonging, which is written by a very kind of famous creator, because they also wrote Powered by the Apocalypse, or they helped write Powered by the Apocalypse. The description reads, "We are ghosts. We are in a house we don't recognize. We have a handful of memories, and these memories are brief memories and flashes of barely something. The living are nearby, and they encroach on our space, making their demands. Worse, there is a thing in the walls. It's an ancient, inhuman, hungry and yearning, angry. But this is our haunt now. This is our home, and we only have each other as family. If we take care of each other, good things will happen. We just know it." Now, to me, this sounds like it's a very cerebral game, perhaps, but to me, this sounds like a game that I can very much play with my friends or play with people, and we can get really. I can't use a better word than deep with it. And I mean that in the nicest way.
Interesting.
I think I mean, I'm having a look through the blurb of it. I mean, identity-wise, this is great.
Yeah, right? Isn't it?
With no dice and no games master.
Yeah.
So how does it actually
It's a
work? It's
it's a
just pure
GM-less game.
storytelling.
Just
It's
pure
pure
storytelling.
storytelling.
No.
Mm.
I mean, that's one of the most ancient form of communication. So, back and forth. The simplest games was returning the story. So start on, we played as kids, one-word stories.
Yeah.
That's how sort of language itself may have came from that, sort of adding on and understanding, sort of things like that. Sorry.
No, I think looking through it, so if it is kind of based on, I mean, it sounds like it's somewhat Powered by the Apocalypse style in terms of conflict resolution, conflict management,
Pretty
and
much.
a
Pretty
game like
much.
that. Yeah, so when off the back of a player's dice rolls, that kind of informs the direction and velocity of like the narrative advancement kind of thing. So I mean, yeah, it sounds like the group of you get together. You're all haunting this house, and like in lieu of a specific kind of games master, you're just simply reacting to the outcomes that are chosen by the player that's rolling the dice, and like some of those will be good, and some of those will be bad, and that's kind of, it's almost like a collaborative choose your story
Love that.
adventure.
Love that.
Yeah.
And you can play
I
as
think
the
this is
ghost of a cat.
why. Yeah, Dungeons and Drama Nerds played it through, and they're all drama people, so they all kind of like know how to do dramaturgy. So they're all like massive nerds about drama, and they all know how scenes work, and they all know kind of like playing off each other is the whole thing. And they say it's about 2 to 4 hours, but the playthrough was like 5 or 6 episodes.
Yeah.
But I thought like it played really nicely, and you do have like tokens that you can then spend to do certain things. So you have to play certain moves to gain certain tokens, and those tokens then allow you to get more memories back as a ghost, and that slowly helps you build the story and helps you build your backstory, so to speak. So you start off not knowing anything, and because through collaborative storytelling, you gain knowledge on each other's ghost, on your own ghost, and on the place that you're haunting, and anybody that lives within that place that you're haunting.
Well, that's a really genuine form of like character exploration, isn't it? Because the truth isn't determined until you do it. I mean, this has given me similar pangs to. Is it Emily is missing?
Alice is missing.
Alice
Yeah.
is missing.
Yeah, Alice is missing. Yeah.
Where
Yeah.
again, no kind of overseeing.
No
the games
GM, no
office,
dice.
GM, and like a mystery reveals itself, like solves itself, but no one around the table knows what the answer is. So yeah, that genuine excitement of, oh, we're actually piecing together a plot, together out of nothing, big air quotes. Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it when we played Alice is Missing.
Yeah.
It was a real fear because obviously with it being all on your phone and all in silence, there was like I'd invested quite a bit of time in sort of like getting the handle of the game, because I think I ran it when we did it, and I sort of spent a while sort of like getting my head around it, sort of knowing what to do. And we played with as Julie was saying, this person who's very dedicated into D&D and is slightly more hesitant to open up to other TTRPGs because he's so dedicated into D&D. And also with people who like to take the silly side of D&D as well, as long as the serious side as well. But sometimes it can be like, I think I was like, oh, I'm a bit worried that people might not get into this. And I think it took us literally like about 10 minutes, because we were saying like, you're not supposed to talk, you're supposed to really, sort of get into the game. And I think it took us about sort of not even 10 minutes, like 5 minutes for all of us actually really to get quite invested into it.
Definitely.
I think the added, and this is what's brilliant about adding that extra bit of flair, like music and cards, and they tell you, change everyone's name on your phone, give yourself a new profile picture to really sort of immerse yourself into it. And by the end of it, like a fair few of us were like, bloody hell,
It
what have
was
we
it
just
was
been
pretty
through?
heavy, wasn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah, we really got into it.
Alice's
It was
missing is
amazing.
intense.
Yeah.
It's all based
So
over
brilliant.
text. You're a group of young people trying to figure out what's happened to your friend Alice, and yeah, there are timings to it. Like there is no GM, but there are certain beats where after a certain amount of time you'll turn over a new clue card and things like that, and then the story develops. It's great. It's really
Is it
creative.
an hour and a half?
Well, I think
Yeah,
it was
it's
something
like
like a couple of hours, isn't it?
90
it's an
minutes, I
hour and
thought.
15 minutes, something
Oh,
along
is
those
it?
lines.
Is that
I think
it?
the reason, yeah, because
There's a setup stage,
yeah,
and then the actual play. You're right. It's a
and
bit over an hour.
it really promotes you to sort of check in with everyone at the end and to make sure that everyone's
Mhm.
okay. Because I feel like if you are playing it right, like it does get super intense towards the end of it, and you're just like that. And because you can't, and I think that intensity is added by the fact that you can't talk to anyone, that you're sort of
It's
lost
all
in
through
this.
text. Yeah.
Yeah, and they have released the expansion pack, so you can buy the expansion pack now outside of their Kickstarter, which is really cool. I think that's definitely. I think if you want something that's fairly accessible to go into, because everyone has a phone, and also if you're quite nervous about role playing, like out loud, like it's a great way to make that more comfortable. And you don't even have to buy it because there's a free digital version that you can play. So you can, so you don't even have to. You basically are given like digital phones in a way. But I would definitely recommend it if you can get people in person, like play it in person. Because it's a pretty intense, and obviously if you can deal with probably the intensity of it all, definitely play it.
No, we need to do a quick refresh on the whiteboard.
Yeah, I got it.
Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know why it keeps on happening, and this is the last time we're doing it. So I'm not even going to find out.
Yeah.
But besides from that,
I love. Yeah. This is very good. What's shaping up here?
I don't know. I'm disturbed by what I draw.
Yours is
I think
amazing.
at CR23 and the Faceless Lord, I think you're supposed to be a bit disturbed.
To me, it's like I come up with like as soon as you say a name, I have a backstory in my head for like, what it should be. I like using monsters and then like expanding on them. I don't like the idea of like it's just a monster. Yeah, it has to have like a house, a family. You know, why is it being called a monster? You know?
I don't know. I'm not sure this guy's got a family. I've got to say, if he did, he probably ate them.
I love the loincloth. The weird loincloth that's like a spotted loincloth that this.
I imagine he was like, he's a lord, but like, who's gonna like listen to a guy like this? He's royal. He's keeping that bling on him. That's all he's got.
He just looks like he's at a rave and he's just like having a whale of a time. He's taken some substance and he's just like, yeah, man.
Yeah, I'll have what he's telling me. Yeah.
Stripped down to just his undies.
I'm
dancing
a really big,
like nobody's business.
This is it. I'm really a big fan of the little adventurers looking up at Nate's one.
Nice.
I like that you've put in adventurers for scale.
Yeah, need a banana for scale every time.
I was having issues with my iPad, so I'm going to use that as my excuse.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
Are we thinking we're good for those?
All good? Ready to see
how you feeling, Wolfgang? Feeling good?
Actually dealing with?
Yeah. Let's see how close we are to
Let's
it.
go.
Okay.
Right. So you have been drawing the Demon Lord Duodlex.
Oh.
So
yeah,
he jiggly.
He jiggly. He's the Demon Lord of Slime and Ooze. It exists only to consume, digesting and transforming living matter into more of itself. So that's nice.
Yep.
And he's covered in red eyes.
So it's Louis?
Kind of.
Yeah, Livy's dog
massive-
Louis.
For those that don't know,
Come here, a
we
picture of
know a
Louis
dog
dropped in,
called
please.
Louis.
And
Basically
he looks
that.
exactly
Louis
like
Hedgehog.
this.
Yeah, basically that, but dog.
So interestingly, yeah, it was a little bit of a curveball that I threw you by saying Lord of Nothing, because I know that would potentially invoke ideas of like void or a
Mhm.
lack of some, nothingness. But in actual fact, Lord of Nothing is a like a ridiculing term given to him because he is the Lord of Nothing.
Ah, okay. Because well, he kind of reduces everything he subsumes into nothingness, into himself, doesn't he?
I mean, there's there's about 15 titles that I could have just reeled off.
yeah.
Basis
One of
Lord,
them,
Crime
the
Lord,
oozing hunger, could have worked. Could have helped.
of the foulest humours. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love
he's-
your mask on this one.
Tell you what, I mean, call me crazy. I feel as if there's something in his like stance in that particular picture. It's like he's just giving it a little bit of flirty, whoop, like he's got his little
Yeah,
Hey, baby.
hey baby,
Yeah,
wanna
there's
be
definitely there's
subsumed?
Goo.
It's a pigeon chest.
You've never
That's
been
what it's
consumed
called.
like this before.
Yeah. So yeah, that's Dweeblex.
Well, I
He's
don't know
good.
about you, Wolfgang, but I think we did very well.
I think he did fantastically. I think basically 10 out of 10.
I mean, the new monster manual hasn't come out yet, so I'm sure we can get some of these.
Pick us up, guys. We're way better than anybody else. Come on, me and Nate. Throw in the monster manual. That's.
We'll hack into the Wizards of the Coast servers and replace these lot with your drawings. It'd be amazing.
On this whiteboard
Really,
as
really
well.
good.
Yes.
There we go. So now we've got all our boys next to their respective improved versions by Nate and Wolfgang.
Exactly.
I think Wolfgang's flump is my new canon flump now.
Oh, I don't want to be caught near those. They look like potatoes covered in hair. Ugh.
What do you mean? Look at that little guy. He
Oh,
just wants to be friends.
Yeah, but the texture of him touching them. Oh. Slimy and hairy? No, thank you.
Like the outside of a kiwi.
Yeah.
Yeah, a sweaty kiwi.
Sweaty outside kiwi.
Oh no.
And we're not talking about New Zealanders here. We're talking,
Yeah, we're
about,
talking
the
about the fruit.
Fruits,
Or the little
yeah,
bird.
Love 'em.
Well, on that note, and this other error that's come up, Excelador, you've done very
Constant
well. Well done.
errors.
It's just like, no, stop using me. Stop using me for your silliness. This is meant to be for business. I want
very serious business.
for serious business, not for drawings.
Very serious.
I want to say a really big thank you to both you, Julia, and Dan, for giving those descriptions, and for you, Wolfgang, for joining me in on the drawing with me as well. It's been like really good to have someone to sort of draw along with. We are going
Do
to
go and
take.
check out Wolfgang's books and
Yes,
whatnots.
yes,
There,
Wolfgang.
we
Would you
put
like to
some
do a little
links in
plug
the
before
chat.
we end?
Yes. Hello, I'm Wolfgang. I'm an autobiographical guy, as in I draw about myself. So, book series called Fractures, out by Colossive Press. We're releasing the third and fourth one hopefully this year, which is the big ones.
Amazing.
So that's been absolutely mad getting all done.
But they are great books.
Yeah,
Thank you.
We've got
And
the first
PrideCAF,
one. We haven't got the second one yet, but we've got the first
I just
one.
want to say
It's really
one
good.
thing. PrideCAF is was my entry point into the comics world, actually. Like doing my first lecture with you all, really showed me what community was. So just thank you for that, really. And seeing how it's all transformed up to now, it's good to keep going. We're only growing.
That means a lot to us. Thank you, Wolfgang. So, yeah. We're going to take a little break for about 15 minutes, just over 15 minutes. Next, we're going to be talking more about monsters, and this time sort of stories about monsters and how they relate to the queer experience. We will be joined by Zoe. So both me and Chris will be joined by Zoe, who is a monster author and artist herself. And yeah, so thank you everyone again for joining us. Dan and Julia may be joining us later
Thank you for having us.
for some chilled out dating sims bits and pieces.
I just can't wait.
I've got, as I've been keep on telling people, I've got some corkers.
I'm feral for this.
But until then, we will have our P's and T's, or T's and We's as we like to call them. Go for our T's and go for our We's. And we will see everyone back in about 15 minutes. So don't go away.
Thanks, Nate and Chris. You're doing an incredible job.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
A good evening, everyone. Welcome back to this PrideCAF 12-hour live stream. Chris, what hour are we into now? We're in...
Hang on, I have a countdown timer on my phone that I set earlier on. We have 1 hour and 59 minutes to go.
Oh.
So we are at hour 10 of 12, right? Yeah.
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 I can do maths.
Thank you to everyone who has joined us throughout the day. Thank you to everyone who has donated throughout the day. We did receive a donation during the break, so thank you, James. I know James from a long time ago, so thank you to him for the £50 donation. It means a lot. If you don't know, we're raising money for AKT, which is a LGBTQ homelessness, youth homelessness charity, which is nationwide. And we're hoping to reach £500. So if we have 2 hours left, we still have a good, there's probably £130 left to raise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
We can do that. We can do that.
129 if you want to be real precise.
No, Mr. Maths here.
I mean, I added a pound.
But we're not here to talk about maths. We're here to talk about monsters. If you just had our D&D session, obviously we had like a plethora of monsters that me and Wolfgang were drawing and talking about, which did sort of go a little bit into the attraction of monsters as well. But with us today for this hour panel, we have Zoe. Welcome, Zoe. Would you like to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit how, like, what you do as a creative, and what sort of projects you're currently working on at the moment?
So I kind of do quite a bit. I don't know when I sleep. So basically, I'm really into teratophilia, which is the fancy word for people who very, very, very much like monsters and find them very erotic and very interesting. I got into it through the anime and manga scene, and I ended up doing 2 masters, both specializing in niche areas of the Japanese porn industry. So my specialty is eroguru, pornography in Japan, and futanari. And so I was already pretty far down some rabbit holes, so it already seemed natural that I would discover tentacle hentai and go off in that direction. And it's kind of been like a lifelong passion. So now I decided that, you know what, I love all this stuff. I am going to try and pull off the UK's first monster romance and erotica convention. I host a monster romance erotica movie podcast. I write queer cosmic horror and monster boy erotica, and I draw a lot of it. So yeah, many pies of, like, I like to research it, I like to think about it, I draw it, I live it, and I just love it.
Would you say you have many tentacles and many pies?
Yes, many tentacles and many cosmic pies.
It's interesting that you mentioned sort of hentai and sort of tentacle hentai as well. I remember, like, long ago, watching sort of like late night Channel 4, and they had like a conversation about hentai and animated pornography, and one of the things that came up was the fact that they had like this giant sort of woman that turned into a monster with many tentacles, and for YouTube safety, like loving happened, and they actually said that, like, the reason why they used that as the very first sort of like scene, we'll say, the very first scene was so that it made the male audience feel actually like less intimidated because it wasn't another man, which I found really fascinating, but also just like, what?
I mean, the entire Japanese porn industry is fascinating, and the whole idea is that it caters for absolutely every thought, desire, and everything. And no matter who's watching it, they kind of want the person watching it to feel safe and comfortable about how they're getting their erotic pleasure. It's why, like, yaoi is so popular amongst Japanese women, because it's a safe canvas for them to explore their sexuality on a body that isn't a female body. It's why, like, there is so many kind of like genderqueer and alternate genders within anime directed at the male audience, because it's more ways to explore different ideas within them. And then also Japan has really, really strict censorship laws on what you can see. And because it cannot show anatomically correct genitalia, they have to get creative, which is why you had a lot of tentacles, drills, weird morphing things. It's why everyone gets nosebleeds, because you can't show ejaculation. And so their industry just got really creative with designing all of this stuff. And obviously, essentially, a lot of hentai is meant to, you know, be attractive to men, and the fantasy is the women enjoying themselves. So they want to see women having a good time, and if she's got tentacles, then she's having a good time.
Is that law? Is that canon? Like now, all women need to have tentacles to have a good time. Is that?
I mean, that might just be my personal ethos, but
sure. Okay,
I mean,
cool.
there's definitely been through more of just like being on the internet. I don't believe myself to be chronically online. I at least hope that I'm not chronically online. Or it might just be the areas which I frequent online. But I do see like a growing community of like monster romance. And I mean, like, even now, like, you see like TikToks and Instagram videos where people are talking like, oh, I'm reading my fairy erotica. We were even chatting to like an old friend of mine from secondary school who I didn't really believe would ever sort of be into that stuff, and she just went on and on and on about this fairy erotica that she reads. And that kind of blew my mind, that like, do we believe that it's almost becoming mainstream, like this?
It's really interesting, because obviously I have been in the fandom long enough to can quote you a load of films from the 80s that had monster erotica in them. I watched, like, you know, Galaxy of Terror not so long ago for my podcast, and the one that's got the very famous woman that has sex with a slug monster scene in it from like 1982. Like, so it was there. I mean, the 80s was great because also, I mean, video nasties and the Japanese ultraviolet movements were big. Cinema was experimental. There was a lot more monstrous and horror all coming out. There has been a line between horror and erotica for a very long time. You'll have all the people that came out of like Hellraiser going, oh my goodness, Pinhead. And that entire film is like, you know, love letters to like queer and monster erotica and outsider culture. So a lot of people kind of like came up through that scene. And then you get straight up monster romance films that people like Meridian Kiss of the Beast, which was 1991, which is literally like, it's not a great movie, but it's still worth watching, which is obviously it's like Beauty and the Beast, but she actually, you know, does it with the beast. There's sex scenes. So it's been around, but it kind of got forgotten. And then I'm seeing there's a massive resurgence of it. It's coming back. And I think part of it is, I mean, there's so many ways. Anime and manga becoming mainstream expose a lot more people to kind of like these images and these comics. Things like D&D came about that have such encyclopedias of like these gorgeous creature designs, and people are really like being able to live out fantasies as not just being humans has become bigger. Like, movies have started kind of like realizing that people like something a little bit different. I mean, Shape of Water came out and everyone was like, oh my god, and I sat there going, well, that I love this movie, but these kind of films have existed for the last 20 years. I've been watching these movies, but it really propelled everything. And then when Venom came out, all of a sudden, everyone who was ever into a tentacle or a monster went, oh, hello. Oh, we're just in random, like, mainstream cinema now, because those films are not subtle about the eroticization of Venom or the nature of Venom and Eddie's, like, relationship. By the third film, they were pretty much going, and yes, this is a gay rom-com, and it made bank, and people were like going, oh, that's not going to sell, and it made bank. The advertising campaign and everything. He's like, the fact that he had to ride Venom horse, and he's like, oh my goodness, yeehaw, cowboy, ride me. And you're like, well, they're not being subtle about it anymore. And I just think it's just becoming more kind of acceptable. And there's that wonderful meme that goes around where there's like, oh, a guy will say, oh, look at the I would conventionally attractive woman, and then a woman will go, yeah, but, and show you, well, Venom and Pyramid Head, kind of going, yeah, but look at this. It's just, I think women are being more open with the fact that our tastes can be very varied, and people have been like, oh yeah, different things are sexy.
I know that this may or may not be true, but like it's just something appeared in my head. The YouTube games reporter, or sort of like videographer these days, James Stephanie Sterling, is a big fan of Pyramid Head for exactly probably those reasons, as far as I'm aware. So yeah, it's out there.
Yeah, it's definitely getting more attention, and more people are just being. You find just normal, like I don't know if you call them normal YouTubers, but some of the like the YouTubers that I watch for content, like I watch Shoe on Head just because I like a little bit of like political like commentary and stuff, and even she's brought up the like, yeah, but Pyramid Head, and I'm just like, it's getting there, it's getting more attention, and I do think a lot of it is thanks to the Venom film, because after that, suddenly it was just like really openly everywhere, and they went all in for the third one, and God bless them for it.
Wasn't Swamp Thing also kind of quite a bit of a like a love interest? There was like a
Well,
love
yeah.
story in Swamp Thing as well.
Well, something does have a love interest, like does have. I can't remember the name of the girlfriend, but it's in the comic books, it's in the TV series, like yeah. So it's always been a bit around.
Yeah, I guess I can't remember the name of the film, but that del Toro film, is it The Shape of
Water? Yeah.
Shape of Water, that's it. Yeah, again, sort of like that whole, you know, romanticization of the creature that's there. And like when I heard people talking about it, like they were just like, oh, they thought, and it was very interesting how people were just quite giggly but quite excited about it at the same time. I believe that sort of may have awoken some people.
Definitely pushed it to people kind of going, ooh. And I think, and it's great because the thing about monsters is they don't play by any human rules because they're monsters. So you can have whatever erotic fantasy, whatever kind of relationship you like, because they're not bound by any like heteronormative storytelling. They're automatically outside different, you know, the ultimate bad boy and everyone who thirsts over like werewolf films. I remember when Van Helsing came out and everyone was like, Hugh Jackman hot, but Hugh Jackman in werewolf mode hotter.
Yeah. I guess also because in a good majority, especially with sort of like monster films, like the monster is the villain, the monster is the bad guy in a good majority of them. And we know there is a massive history of the villain always being queer coded. So it just kind of makes sense for that two to sort of meld, and then also have that sort of like, but I guess in a way also that monster is sort of like there's that misunderstanding. Like the villain is not just like, if the villain is the monster, they're not just like that, haha, I am evil because I am evil and I want to do this. It's very much like a misunderstanding and being perceived as the evil entity when that may not necessarily be the case.
Yeah.
And I guess that can resonate a lot with queer people, where it's just like, I'm seen as bad. I've done nothing to be seen as bad besides from just be who I am. And I can understand why then that whole sort of like feeling towards those monsters and horror as well as a side note can really resonate with the queer community.
I think queer horror's massive, and just talking about that, if you look at like the original like Frankenstein film, like Frankenstein's monster was not a villain. Frankenstein was the villain for creating this poor misunderstood like entity and going, I'll just shove you out in the world without any like ways of being able to survive and understand human society. And obviously it made mistakes, but there was no one to guide. And I mean, and I think that film is a big film that has resonated with the like queer community, because you find out about yourself, you're thrust into the world, and people are like, well, you're not doing that right, therefore you are a monster. And you're like, well, just because I'm not doing the same as all of you people doesn't mean my version of living is wrong. And I think it's continuing to evolve. Another film that came out, I mean, I like to say recently, but sometimes my recently turns out to be 20 years old. Is when The Babadook came out.
Oh yeah.
And Babadook became a massive queer icon after that movie because it was all about the anxiety that lived in your closet. And yes, part of the film was about a single mother dealing with a child with autism and the stigma of that, and her mental health deteriorating and her not being able to help her child, and how society perceives the child, because a lot of people are not overly kind when they see children dysregulating because they are having a difficult time, and they're just like, oh, your child's being naughty. I'm like, actually there could be many reasons why that child like has dysregulated. Like, let's give a bit of compassion. So the film was partly for that reason, but also it was this creature that lived in the closet and then came out, and people was like, oh, this is a monster. And actually no, they befriended this monster and realized that it could be part of their like family, and it did understand their anxiety and their being different from what, like, at the time mainstream Australian society was saying was the norm. And yeah, Babadook ended up being like a huge queer icon for people, because I was like, that's it, that I'm in the closet, but actually I just want a family that understands me, and I don't need to conform to the rest of it, but because this family is not.
That's really interesting, because I've never actually seen The Babadook, and I do want to watch it. I've just never had a.
It's a great film.
It's one of those films and it's really interesting that you explain it like that, because I always thought The Babadook became like an LGBTQ icon was because of the meme that came out about it. When someone shared like a sort of Netflix recommendation, and it was just like, see these other films under LGBTQ themes, and it was just like, you know, sort of like you know, Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, and other sort of LGBTQ things, and then The Babadook was in that list, and everyone just went, haha, Babadook is an LGBTQ icon, and that's when they rolled with that. But actually hearing now the explanation, that kind of makes sense, because if queer people are watching it alongside with the other queer films, and the algorithm of Netflix is going to go, oh yeah, this is an LGBTQ film, because other people who watch LGBTQ films are also watching The Babadook and like The Babadook. So it's like, so in a way, kind of makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, it probably did start life as the meme, but when you actually watch it, it does make sense in the context of the story.
Yeah. And it may also be that just like, I think a lot of queer people like horror anyway. So
yes, yes.
I'm just trying to sort of when we first met you, Zoe, you put us onto a film. So we interviewed you for our podcast, our Rough Sketch podcast that we used to do back in the day.
Yes, we drew cactus people.
Yes, we drew cactus people. And you put us onto a film called, was it Gorman?
Psycho Gorman. I was
Psycho
going to bring that
Gorman.
up.
Yeah.
Oh, I still adore this movie. Yes, there is a queer icon in that film. I love it.
I mean, everyone should adore that movie.
Yeah,
It's an
great
adorable
film.
movie.
the whole line of where the little kid, like when she passes her magazine and she's just like, this is a magazine full of hunky men, and he just kind of goes like, I have no need for hunky men, and then he looks at it and goes, or do I? It's like the best line in the whole film.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it when I saw that film. Again, that film was out round about the time the first Venom film came out, and I was suddenly sitting there going, have all my movies suddenly just got gayer monsters in suddenly? Has someone just been like, hey Zoe, we're just going to slip you some titles? I'm like, who's been in my dreams? But yeah, because it was done as like this homage to kind of like Power Rangers and B movies and Mutronics and the Guyver and stuff, and it's part parody and part just horrendously violent splatterfest. And it's like, you know, it's a genocidal alien who's like, yeah, but being controlled by, I don't know, this 12-year-old girl that's clearly a bit unhinged. But then there was just like the Ooh, do I? And then when the magazine, in the final battle, and the magazine gets ripped, and he's like, "No, not my hunky boys!" And I'm just like, "Oh, look at this genocidal alien. He's had his coming out moment, and it turns out he's into hunky boys." And it's great because the people who made that movie made a range of Valentine's Day cards based on it as well. And I'm just like, and I love it.
I wonder whether or not it's due to, it might be a generational thing where people of our age, you know, sort of like in their 30s and their 40s now, and they're also the people who are making these films. They grew up on like Power Rangers and stuff like that, and we can't shy away from the fact that sort of like how camp those shows were, like how outrageous they were a little bit. And that might have even been more due to the way that when the Western producers sort of took the footage from sort of like from the East, like how they just made it bizarre. Like they made it campy. Like it's perfectly legitimate in a way, in sort of like in when you view it from like the way it was produced in Japan, but then you see it sort of like where Westerners have just sort of like cut it up and tried to put in fix, and it just suddenly becomes like immensely campy in a way. And I think like a lot of people actually went, because I think I know so many gay men who's obviously their favorite Power Ranger was the pink Power Ranger. And, you know, there's reasons for that, because she was the most, you know, flamboyant of all of them, and almost non-apologetic as well, which I think like a lot of gay men just like really wanted to resonate with. Sorry, I went on a bit of a tangent.
No, that's okay. But no, it makes sense. I do think that anyone who was watching movies and TV in the 80s, 90s, and is now trying to bring their own works, you will see like there's kind of like, I mean, the whole nostalgia era has hit us hard, which is not a great thing. I'm like, okay, can we just put Jurassic Park down now, please, guys?
Yeah.
Like, there's going that like remaking everything, and then there's films like Psycho Gorman, which are homages and inspired by the stuff that we used to love, and like bringing it back and kind of going, oh, this is really interesting. Or just seeing like new takes on stuff, like when the new She-Ra like animated series came out. At first I wasn't 100% sold on like the animation style, but I gave it a go, and as the story went on, I was like, I was into this. And then when Horde Prime turned up, I was just like, holy moly, did they have to make him look like that? Because I spent the rest of the thing going, I can't hate him. And I'm like, why is he so attractive? And but then I remember when I was young and I was watching Jason the Wheeled Warriors, and I loved Jason the Wheeled Warriors, but I always remember thinking like, I really like Sawboss. And it's like, wait, the giant weird pumpkin headed green alien thing that turns into a truck with a spinning blade. And I'm like, yeah. And then I thought about it. And also there was Venger from the D&D cartoons. He was really hot. Oh, I like him. And then I was like, oh, I remember Legend. Tim Curry in Legend. Oh,
Yes.
goodness.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes.
And then I went down this
Sorry.
entire rabbit hole of like, well, I wonder which is the sexiest Tim Curry. Is it Legend, The Darkness? Is it
Probably.
Hexus from Fern Gully?
Mm.
Like,
Mm.
or, you know, is
Is
it
it
Frankenfurter? Or is it Pennywise?
Yeah.
And I'm just like, oh my goodness. And I need to play a smash, marry, like kill, which I will do for my like convention. There is going to be the Tim Curry round, because there's bits like when you hear Hexus singing in Fern Gully, and he's all like suggestively touching himself and being like, yummy, I love being poisonous. Like, what are you meant to do with that? Are you meant to sit there and go, yeah, that's a totally straight sentient goo? And are you not meant to be like going, well, it's kind of hitting something? And you just realize that the 80s was full of these like eroticized like villains, and now we're getting a new wave in which they're no longer being the villains. They're kind of starting to become like love interests, hence things like The Shape of Water, Spring, a beautiful film by Benson and Moorhead. And if you know me, obviously cosmic horror is one of my big things, and it's just like there are some beautiful, like gorgeous, like monster romance. There is the Lucasfilm that absolutely bombed, the animated film Strange Magic. holy moly, that film is magical because the romance isn't, you know, oh, she's a fairy princess and they're fighting the evil bog king from the dark fairies, and he was just the most gorgeous insect bog king creature ever. And I was like, the movie is good. Okay, slightly jukebox musical, but like it turns some of the ideas on its head about like who the romances should be between. And I just love that for the monster genre, and I feel more films are slightly going that way. I mean, I'm particularly lucky because I read a lot of manga, and manga's been going that way for ages, and there are titles of monster romances that are just so wonderful now. You've got things like Monster and the Beast, which is the main human is a 40-year-old adventurer, and he's off doing adventuring, and he's he describes himself as like, that just he'll romance absolutely everybody. Pansexual 40-year-old, doesn't want to settle down, just being like, woohoo! Meets this like big beast called Cavo in the woods, who's all like big old demonic form, and he's all like, oh no, I'm a big shy monster. And they go on an adventure together and fall in love. And it's just like, oh, this is lovely. Thank you for these wonderful like stories. So yeah, and the fact that some of these stuff is even being like printed in like outside of Japan, because before all my monster porn was just like hidden corners of the internet, and now it's like, oh, hello, W.H. Smiths. I seem to see Mad K on the shelf. Do you know what Mad K is about? Because that's pretty dark and grim, but thank you that it's just there on the shelf.
Yeah, I do always remember going into a library and seeing like the sort of graphic novel manga section, which was very close to obviously the kids section, and seeing like Berserk there, and you're just like, no, move that away.
It's just like, manga is for everybody, but in the way that it's for everybody in the fact that it does have an age rating.
Yes.
Like, there is stuff for young people and there's stuff for older fans. And like one of the reasons I started trying to do TeratoCon is because the actual manga scene in the UK has evolved from when I started going to it like 30 odd years ago. And a lot of that 18 plus content has been taken out of it. Like before, used to be like there used to be the yaoi room and the hentai room. You'd have late night panels. You would be able to you'd be able to buy the naughty stuff. You just ask, could I have the naughty stuff, and they'd bring out the naughty box for you. Like, and I mean, I pretty much ran yaoi panels for years and monster stuff, and like, I mean, I still do. Luckily at MinamiCon, because they're always like, yeah, you bring your darkness, it's okay.
Yeah.
But like a lot of the like more mainstream anime cons and the newer generations, it's been so sanitized, and I'm like, but like most anime, I would say is from about 15 up. So the fact that there's none of that content anymore, I kind of think, well, what about grown adults that are into this stuff who want to read like Urasaki Doji and Berserk, or have a conversation about it, but don't accidentally want a 10-year-old to go, oh, are you talking about Chainsaw Man? No, put that down. You should definitely not be reading Chainsaw Man. For a start, I don't think you're going to get that it's about the existential crisis of human like existence and the breakdown of the mind in like modern society. I think you're just being like, woohoo, he has a chainsaw on his head. But it's just like, no, I do think like adults kind of need some safe spaces back just to be able to enjoy some adult material without people going, oh no, how could you be into that? I'm like, because these genres have existed for a long time. It's not like, and it's not even like modern society. I'm pretty sure the Greeks were like, already writing about love affairs with minotaurs way before any of us were like, oh, I'm into minotaurs.
Maybe this is why Cthulhuism is usually set in the Victorian era, like that sort of Victorian England. Maybe there's some links in there somewhere. We have a little bit of feedback from our chat by the Moss Dimension, or aka Squid. As an East Asian who presented as a femme woman, I hope it's changed since I was a teen, because I was really put off manga and anime for decades. Which kind of makes sense, really. I think that's kind of touching back on our conversation a bit earlier, because the chat has to catch up a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, I'm in a lucky place that I've been in the genre long enough that I'm well researched. I know what I can handle. I know my likes. I know how varied the genre is. The UK scene, like at first they brought across all like the shock titles. Then they brought because they're like, shock, and actually I quite like a lot of that. They try and bring across anything that's like they think is going to get really mainstream or popular. Like whatever you see on the shelves, there is way more like interesting and nuanced and interesting anime and manga out there. It just doesn't get like shouted about.
Mm.
So like when people are talking about like say queer rep in anime and manga, people kind of go like yaoi and yuri. I'm like, no, that's not queer rep. That is a form of sexualization and titillation for certain
Mm.
reasons. If you want actual interesting queer rep, you read a manga like Wandering Sun about the two people in high school. The boy realizes that he actually wants to be a girl, and so starts coming to school in a female school uniform, befriends a girl who actually wants to be a boy, so is wearing the boy, and the way the two of them are like treated differently. So the one that is biologically female but wants to be a boy, it's like, oh, you're so cool and daring, you're a great tomboy, wow. But the one that was born biologically male but puts on a female uniform, they're like, stop being a deviant, this is against school rules. And it's them trying to navigate their place as two trans children in Japanese school.
Mm.
And that's the kind of stuff that doesn't get shouted about all over the place. So while I get that a lot of people can be put off anime and manga because of fan service, violence, like it's got some, and that all exists, but that's not all of it. There are
Yeah.
wonderful, touching stories set in reality. There are wonderful, beautiful, high fantasy stories that has none of that tits and titillation stuff. It's really varied. It's just looking for it or finding people who know where to point you to something.
That's
Yeah.
the stuff that gets the news mostly because of like its extremities, really.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the extremities of what people point out, go, look at them, look at the deviants, look at what they love. And we're like, well, yes, but we're adults, so we can do what we want.
Whenever we've done sort of like a comic workshop and we bring like a pack of like comics for people to read, whether or not they're sort of independent or published, I find it really fascinating and really quite heartwarming that if we definitely know that there's like a gay cis man there, they'll normally gravitate to the manga my brother's husband, if you know that one.
Yeah.
And for people who don't know, it's written by a gay sort of manga artist who's primarily known for more of his sort of pornography that he's drawn as hentai in the past. But this is like one of his first like just into general sort of slice of life stories, and he wanted to make it sort of like about a gay man who was going through this issue. So it's seen from the brother's point of view, a Japanese man whose brother has died, and his American husband comes over to Japan to spend time with the brother to get to know him more. And it's a really lovely little slice of life, sort of a cross between sort of like different countries, different cultures, but then also like his brother coming to terms with the fact that his dead brother was gay, and he had a husband, and now this husband sort of lives with them and his little girl, and sort of pushing down those boundaries of just like, this is a big Western man that's now living in my house, but he's actually very kind, he's very thoughtful, he's not a deviant. And I find that really fascinating, where then I do see like a Westerner who's not really gotten into manga, who has that perception of just manga being very much about just about sort of hentai tentacles, seeing that and actually going like, oh no, there's some really lovely there's some really lovely little stories that are sort of coming out there that are about sort of like gay experiences. So yeah, and I do apologize, Squid, about that. We'll continue to say cis instead of biological, because that's correct.
We're always ready to be corrected.
Yes, we're always ready to be corrected. think heading back, it's something you said earlier on, Zoe, as well, and I think it sort of relates back to what one of obviously the last conversation that we had was regarding more accessibility to these sort of monster genres, and I think with D&D as well, that a lot more people, and especially like a lot more queer people, are playing D&D now, and that, as you said, has a plethora of monsters in there, and it gives you that sort of safe space to not only sort of explore your sexuality, explore those feelings that you have, but then also explore like those potentially weird attractions that you have to, you know, things that are not humanoid or things that are not, you know, human in a way. I mean, I don't know sort of like your take on that, Zoe.
So, I mean, I don't play a lot of D&D. I have a 2-year-old, so my D&D days are behind me. But I do still try and keep up with some video gaming, like when he's asleep. And I think there's a big appeal in being able to explore a canvas and be able to, like, this is why I like a good like character creator, and I think this is why like D&D can appeal, because you can create wonderful identities, wonderful like constructs, and live out ideas and fantasies that you just can't do in the real world. And I like that when I play. So I'm a Dragon Age person. Like I think that's the one game I kind of play on repeat every year. And so I like being able to create something and explore a world and seeing like what different like fulfillments I can get out of it. I mean, I'm very like, I'll champion Veilguard for some of Veilguard. Some of Veilguard I'm a bit like, yeah, I can see EA did a number on you, but I will give it kudos by the fact that it let me romance a lich.
Yeah.
And it's like, where is the like sexual fantasy and desire of romancing a skeleton? And I'm like, the skeleton was really hot. The skeleton had a really nice personality. Like, Emmerich was just this lovely dude, and he wanted to become a lich. And the game was like, cool, you can continue your romance and you can still bone in a coffin. And I was like, that's not a fantasy I'm going to be able to live in the real world. And like, nor do I want to in the real world, because that wouldn't be quite as exciting as it would in like a fantasy where I can just imagine what that experience can be. Just enjoy the fact that, and I think again with me, sometimes with monsters, I fall hard for personality. Like, if Emmerich wasn't just such a wonderful gentleman and such a lovely guy, I wouldn't have been so like, I'm so in love with you. Yes, let's continue our romance, even though you are now a lich. It's just like, you know, the personality shines through. And I think I like that, especially like in queer experiences, because personality means so much. Why should we all be like judging whether or not we're attracted to people based on totally what's on our outside, when we could be making wonderful, meaningful connections just like, you know, with our minds? Which again is why I like cosmic horror, because it's all about like, that's so far beyond like human connection, because cosmic entities and eldritch abominations and things beyond the stars, they are not going to think or act in any way, shape or form like human, or fit any kind of box humanity will want to put them in, because they're so completely out there. But then you just imagine, what would that romance look like? How would it romance you? Where could it take your mind? What would that pleasure feel like? Would the pleasure be so insane that it will send you, well, mental? And is it worth it, because it's something you will never get in normal society?
Yeah, and I think that adds into sort of like a thought that's just come into my mind of just like not having, and probably sort of speaks to the queer experience as well. Like, if you are in a way sort of fancying, lusting after something that you literally know as a fantasy that is never going to happen within sort of like ever in reality, that kind of almost makes it safe. That makes it safe that this is a fantasy. I definitely know this is a fantasy, and I can live in this fantasy, and I know it can be safe because I can control it the way I can. And then personality plays into that a lot more, because I think with people who may not necessarily be like heavily attracted to sort of like the physical forms of what you people, you know, I always found it very difficult when people would just be like, oh, what do you fancy about men, or what do you fancy about women? I'll be just like, I don't know, are they nice? Do they like me back? I don't know. You know, there are elements that I can say, like I can say I like nice eyes, I like people who are tall, but that's not saying that I don't like people who are smaller than me, because they might be really nice to me and I might find that very attractive. And I think when it comes to monsters, that people can then find that sort of safe space. And Squid just saying it earlier on, saying used to get the hots for anyone in a skeleton onesie. I can only ever think of the fact that like Sans from Undertale got #1 as like the Tumblr sexy man. And why did like not only like a skeleton, but a skeleton that was made to be like a tubby little man, like ultimate sexy man to a wider group of people. And some of it might have been like very much for the laugh of it all, but I also do think because of his personality that came off, that was the attraction to a lot of people. And like I think being able to be attracted to someone but not necessarily have to worry about their looks, I think is very secure and very safe for people, especially in a sort of fantasy setting.
Yeah, personality goes so far. Like, I mean, I'm a child of the 80s. I was one of those people that fancied Skeletor. So it's just like, but yeah, personality and a safe space. I think for all that monsters are the monsters, the villains, the things that we are meant to be scared of, when you can control your fantasy, you can play it out how you want. And it's like sometimes like when I'm watching like mainstream movies and there is a conventionally attractive male actor. Now my problem is, I mean, part of my like ASD spectrum is I'm very bad with like faces. So they all have brown hair and square faces, and some of them I really can't tell apart. And if you've got generic I'm a man action hero with square face, I'm like I'm not. You see like the superhero films and I'm seeing them and I'm kind of going no. And then King Shark will come out and I'll be like, that one. I like that one. And it's just like, and yes, they've dumbed him down a bit for later movies. And I'm like, he's not that stupid. Not in some of the comics. And I was like, you know, he and John Constantine had a whole thing. And John Constantine is one of my favorite characters ever. So I'm like, if like Constantine can approve of King Shark, then so can I. So part of it is because what is presented to us is like, this is someone sexy. I'm like, I can just see a whole collection of blonde women. I can't distinguish some of their features, but you give me something that goes against that, or you give them a really strong personality, and I'm just like, yes, I can root for you, I can understand you. And if it comes with like an element of like fear, it makes it more titillating. It makes it more like, oh yeah, I'm slightly like scared that you might eat me. And but at the same time, I'm like, I mean, Species is one of my all-time favorite movies.
Yeah.
And I'm
Very
just
early
like,
days.
that erotic fantasy is everything. I wanted to be Syl so badly. I thought, like, you know, it's like, oh my goodness, if I could be anything, I want to be Syl from Species. That would be my fantasy.
It makes me wonder if they did some of the dumbing down. No disrespect to Sly Stallone, but because Sly Stallone did the voiceover, and he can only do that kind of voiceover. So maybe they dumbed him down because of that. That's just a weird thing that appeared in my head. James quotes in the chat, says, not monster related, but an anime that I love, Tadaima Okeru. Both partners are male, but one is an omega, whatever that is. I
can talk about that in a moment.
A secondary gender that allows an individual to give birth.
So anyone who doesn't know about the Omegaverse, and I only really know more about it now because I watch Strange Eons on YouTube, and she's done like some really amazing videos about it. So like the Omegaverse is, I think more started off as like fan fiction, and has actually somehow developed to be more mainstream, which is basically like a sort of like another gender in a way, or that allows, or another sex that allows even sort of male individuals, so people or male people with penises, to be able to give birth. And it sort of ties in a little bit around that sort of, which we know now is sort of like that fake wolf pack sort of instinct. So like alphas, and you have your alpha male and your beta male and your omega and stuff like that. And people can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's generally about like alphas are like, you know, they are and not necessarily all alphas are like cis males with penises. They can be, you know, sort of cis women, but they are like the dominant force. They are the ones who get the I do believe it is the omegas. So the omegas are like the weak people. They are the weak gender. They are the ones who get pregnant, and they give off these pheromones that drive the alphas wild. That makes them want to breed with them. And there's some very interesting sort of stories that have come from that. From what I can remember from Stranger's video, I think it started with Supernatural. I
Yeah,
think
that's sort of
Supernatural started it all.
yeah.
And not only is it sort of like an interesting thing about sort of like societal dynamics, and a good majority of people who write it are women and femmes. It's a way of exploring not only just sort of like sexuality, but also a really good way to sort of talk about the patriarchy and, you know, sort of like cis male dominance within the world, and exploring that again sort of like in a safe space, where it's not necessarily violent towards women. I don't know if you've got anything else to say about that, Zoe, if you know anything
I
about it.
don't really actually read much like Omegaverse stuff. I was big in the Supernatural fandom until it hurt me, and
Oh,
now
no.
me and the Supernatural fandom are not friends anymore because I was a Castiel fan, and I was like, nope,
Last-
I don't like that ending. I
Last
refuse
episode,
to.
yeah.
Yep, I refuse. Bye, Supernatural. Go away. I know of the anime. I haven't watched it yet. It's on my
Okay.
ever-expanding list of things to watch when the child is asleep, and I actually have 5 minutes to myself. But yeah, I'm aware of the dynamics. It's just it's not a dynamic that I've like got into. I'm kind of more going via like queer horror is where
Yeah.
I'm like my brain and my interests have started going towards.
It's interesting how they kind of took basically the Greek alphabet and took the first letter of the Greek alphabet and the last letter of the Greek alphabet, last letter weakest.
Yeah,
First
the last.
letter best. Something must work there.
And then you look at programming and you're like, actually, it's the other way around.
Yeah, very confused. Thanks for the input there, James. We appreciate
it. So we've got about sort of like 10 minutes left. Is there, I think you've already sort of suggested a few already, Zoe, but is there anything you like, any film or any sort of piece of media that you would really recommend to people who are looking to sort of get more into the genre of sort of monsters seen more in sort of like a positive life or as a representation of queerdom? Is there anything that you would suggest besides from Venom? You've already mentioned Venom.
Yeah, I will always
Venom.
champion Venom. So there is something I really wanted to champion. It's a bit different. Okay, so but I want people to read it because Netflix have just announced the anime for it, and I'm always a bit hit and miss on whether Netflix will do a good job. Because for every like Castlevania, there's the Dragon's Dogma, and I'm just like, how could you do so well and then go all over something else I like? So I'm a bit like. And also, I don't know if it's going to be like CGI'd or beautiful animated, but there is a horror manga called The Summer Hikaru Died. And I've been championing it for about 2 years now. And I'm kind of glad it's getting an anime because I think it'll get more eyes on it. It is something different. It is kind of a combination of folk horror and cosmic horror. But The Summer Hikaru Died is basically, it's a tiny little village, nowhere land in like in Japan. And I love these kind of small village horror set ones. It's why Shiki is one of my favorite animes of all time, which is Japan's answer to Salem Lot. But if you don't have a good tolerance for violence, Shiki gets very, very Salem Lot, but anime level violence on it.
Right.
But Summer Hikaru Died is these high school boys, and one day Hikaru dies. And his best friend is like, oh my goodness, you died. And Hikaru's like, hi. But his best friend is like, but you dead. And then things in the village slowly start getting like weird. Like the people are slowly starting to go a little bit crazy. The local mystics are a bit like, oh, the things that used to just exist up in the mountains, all the kind of like folk horror tales and weird little like supernatural entities seem to be getting a little bit closer to the village. This is all getting a little bit weird. But at the same time, this entity that's come back that is and isn't Hikaru is kind of like, I know Hikaru died and I was just kind of reborn into his corpse, but I have all his memories, so I remember our entire like lifetime together as best friends and everything, but I'm also not Hikaru. And the two boys are kind of like trying to navigate, right, should you be allowed to live or not? Because you're clearly some bizarre cosmic entity, monstrous. Its other form is there's like people are going mental, but also you still have all the memories of my best friend. And while all of this is going on, the two boys start realizing that they've got feelings for each other. And this Hikaru entity is kind of like learning that it may be in love with his friend, and his friend is like, I think I'm in love with Hikaru, but he doesn't know if he's in love with the memory of his dead friend or this amalgamation. So they're trying to navigate a weird coming out romance story in amongst possession by a cosmic entity while weird supernatural folklore is slowly encroaching on this Japanese village. So it is horror, but it's not like violent horror. It's not like, I mean, there's murder and stuff. It's more like, oh, there's a weird drip on the ceiling that's getting bigger, and was that someone's hair, or why did that just, and like, you know, like creepy, there's something's watching you in the woods and it might be coming closer. It's that kind of like slow burn supernatural horror rather than like everything is violence and murder. So it's subtle, it's beautifully animated, it's animated, beautifully drawn. Lots of heavy, lovely line art. I love heavy line art, and very much like atmosphere that this is middle of nowhere, and these kids are like, I really wish we could go and be in Tokyo and not in the middle of nowhere, but something weird is happening. Plus, I might be gay. I'm not sure what's going on because like there's very confusing times for these boys. It's just different. I've not read anything quite like it.
Sounds really cool. Sounds really interesting.
I dropped a link in the Wikipedia for a Wikipedia article, and yes, it's coming summer 2025 to Japan. They think that it's going to be, so they think Q3 for Japan, and they think it will have a worldwide release soon after. That's when the anime is coming, but the books are available now from your regular bookshops. You can probably order them from your comic book shops. Support your indie comic bookshops.
Support them.
Or else.
Reading a comment from Errol. I think Bill Cipher was a high Tumblr sexy man too, and he's a monster triangle. So yeah, I can agree with that. The fact that I mean, Gravity Falls, which is where Bill Cipher, who's the ultimate antagonist in that series. Gravity Falls came out in sort of like 2013, and for those who don't know, it's like a slice of life paranormal cartoon that actually came out on the Disney Channel. But Alex Hirsch, who wrote it, did like such a brilliant job of being able to sort of slip in those sort of adult themes and that sort of cosmic and paranormal horror that made it safe for kids to be able to watch at the same time, but also absolutely hilariously funny. I would highly recommend anyone. You can watch it on Disney Plus. It's brilliant. But I love the fact that it's recently got like a bit of a resurgence. I think there's like a new generation of people who were obviously a lot younger back then when it first came out and didn't know about it, are now sort of like in their like sort of teens, late teens, early 20s, and they're sort of discovering Gravity Falls. And the fact that, again, Bill Cipher, who is basically just a demonic triangle, and people are shipping him with relatively a 70-year-old man, and that's brilliant. I love it so much. And the fact that sort of like a lot of people go quite crazy for this ship, and to the point where the creators also recognize it. And it was J.K. Simmons who did the voice of Stanford, who's the older chap. He went on like a live stream. So like the creators of Gravity Falls, they did like a live stream to raise money for the LA fires, and he came on and he read through comments about his character being in love with a demonic triangle, and was just like, yep, I'll do this, this is hilarious. So it's the fact that, like, obviously, like a lot of creators who may not have intentionally wanted their demonic triangle to become a bit of a sex symbol, kind of going like, sure, why not? There's an element of that when creating this character. I've made them very intriguing and charming and alluring in some sort of sense. It shouldn't surprise anyone that actually there are quite a lot of people who probably find this character quite attractive, and it doesn't really matter that he's a triangle with one eye and floats around. Like, that's going to happen now. That has happened. We've made it happen.
I think if I can fancy Goo from like Fern Gully, I think like this is the beautiful thing about monsters. It's completely, you can have whatever you want with it. It's for you to just play in that playing field, and most of the time it's all the villains, because they get to be the ones that don't follow the mainstream rules. They get the ones to be flamboyant or different, outside the box, to take on any form or shape they ever want, to be like, no, I don't like these rules of society, this place you've put me in. I'm going to have some fun by doing my own thing. Half the time the villains make way more sense, and it's like, I kind of see your plan there. I kind of like agree with it. My husband's forever telling me that, like, could you stop like being attracted to like half the serial killers and the things you watch? And I'm just like, yeah, but I get why they're doing that. And it's like, stop fancying Doflamingo from One Piece. He committed genocide. Yeah, but he's fabulous. Like, it's just they get to live their authentic selves, and they don't apologize for what they are or who they are. They just get to be, and that's so much more appealing than having to be with like, hey, this is the normal thing that you're allowed to have. And I'm like, I don't want that. I want the weird glowing entity. I want to know what potential is out there beyond human comprehension.
Yeah, I want the weird oozing goose that's going to call me darling. Like, I want that.
Yes, exactly. You know, Cthulhu's going to bring me flowers. Like, come on, that's what I want to think about.
Dark flowers you'll never understand and go mad from seeing, but that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's part of the arrangement.
Yeah. I'd rather go mad than like be stuck in like a really like heteronormative situation where they're like, this is your brown-haired, square-faced man that will make you stay at home. And I don't know. My life is so not a hetero that I can't really. I'm just like, but I'm just like, I want the thrill of other, and also be authentically myself as well around like the entity, to be the fact that like I'm gender fluid, and I've got different ideas about like who I am when I'm feeling like a mother, to who I am when I'm feeling like the person that's writing like queer Lovecraftian erotica.
Amazing. With that, we have come to the end of this. So again, so thank you so much, Zoe, for joining us. This has been like a really wonderful chat, especially something near and dear to my heart as well.
Yeah.
So would you like to do any plugs before we finish off? And obviously when this panel goes out, we'll drop them in the description below.
So yes, obviously we have ToratoCon is happening in April in Bristol. That is a one-day monster romance and erotica convention. And in the meantime, have my podcast, The Monster in My Bed.
It would be good to mention that ToratoCon is 18 plus as
Yes,
well.
18 plus convention. I wanted a safe, queer space for people.
Yeah, fantastic. With that note, you'll be able to, Chris is going to share those in the chat, I think.
They were done way back, but I will reshare them.
Thank you. And you can also find Zoe on all of your social beings at Let Zoe Spoil You as well, which is the majority of your socials, if that's right, Zoe.
Yep.
Fantastic. We are here for another 2 hours, so 10, 11. Yeah, so we're here for another 2 hours. We're here until 11 o'clock. We are going to have a quick 15-minute break, and then we're going on to the last section today, which is I'm going to intimidate my friends with dating sims that I found. And hopefully they will all read along and have a jolly good time with it as well. There'll be no more cameras. You won't see our faces anymore. We're going to take a break from cameras, but you'll obviously hear our voices, and the most important thing will be the thing on the screen. But until then, you can continue donating, and we will see you in a 15 minutes time. We'll see you at 9:15. But again, thank you so much, Zoe, for joining us. This has been a really, really good chat. And we will see everyone in a bit. Now, for one last time, let me do this very fluid, going to take you into a break screen. There we go. We will see seamless. We'll see everyone in 15 minutes. That probably will help. It probably was very quiet for then. I was talking, but I didn't have my microphone on, so I do apologise for that. Everyone in Discord could hear me. Anyone who was listening in Discord, but probably on the stream, no one could hear me. So let's give it a little bit more of a moment. Make sure that I think. Discord
Yeah, you're
is-
all right now, Nate.
I'm all right now. If people can make some noise in the Discord chat as well, and let me know.
Whoop, whoop.
Oh, hi.
Hello.
So with me today is 4 lovely suitors who are going to join me in my dating sim escapades. It's almost near to Valentine's Day. I mean, I've already got a partner, but I've seen like the luscious visitors that are going to come before me in these games, and who doesn't like a little bit of romance before Valentine's Day? But with me, we've got DM Dan. DM Dan is joining us again. Hello, DM Dan.
Hello.
We
Hi.
have Julia as well. Hello, Julia.
Hi.
We have Livy. Livy comes back and joins us. Hello, Livy.
Hello.
And we also have, again, we have Chris. Chris has come back to join us for one last hurrah.
The last hurrah.
As we
Yeah.
are driving down to the end of this 12-hour mammoth of a live stream.
What you, governor? How's it doing? Let me sweep your chimney. Oi! That's my first.
Kick him off the stream.
oh,
now.
Kick him off.
Get out,
Kick him
get
off.
out.
Get out. Get out of it.
That's the madness. That's the streaming madness.
Too much fun.
So yeah, the reason why the screen is blank is because I didn't want to spoil it for everyone. The first sort of games that we're going to play. I'm going to, so for people to know who are watching the stream currently at the moment, the people in Discord, they are also going to watch a stream that I'm going to stream to them, so they have like a little bit more of an up-to-date version. And you will then be able to watch their reactions. And I've specifically picked dating sims that don't have any voice acting in them or have very minimal voice acting in them. So then our wonderful crew here can do the voice acting for me and really sell me the romance that's going to come through. So let me see if I can switch my camera, change windows. Here we go. So I'm going to launch.
Drum roll.
I'm going to launch up the first game. Let's go live with that. So, let's restore this. We're going to play The Ratchula. Who wants
yes.
to date
Oh,
some
wow.
rats? And there is some nice music
I
that goes
do.
along with this, if it can load. Can I listen to the music? Is the music playing? Let's see if I can get the music playing. Because it does have some very fun music to go along with it.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just
What is dating without ambience? We need some
Yes,
music. around.
Exactly. Let's see if it's in my computer.
Nate, can you try and like F11 your browser and see if you can get rid of the top window? I think it's F11.
So what you're seeing at the moment won't be shown on stream.
Oh, okay, I see it.
I've
see it.
I've cropped it
I got it.
everywhere on stream, so yeah.
I got it.
They won't be able to see that.
I
is
see it.
because- No, that's on mute. Oh, go on. It had such lovely music as well.
No.
Let me
Sad.
see. Sad. It is sad. Maybe because I'm showing it in many different. That shouldn't be the case. That shouldn't be the case. Let's have a look.
Are you doing window capture in OBS?
Yes. That's the reason why. Here we go.
You join us live at Technical Respect. We are trying to figure out what's going on. Technical things, digital things, they're all very complicated.
Yeah,
Have you
for
got,
some.
capture audio beta tick box.
Yeah,
check?
so it's not coming. It's not coming through for me technically, actually, at all. Like the music's not coming through for me at all.
Will I check the stream because I'm not?
It's not the stream. It's to do with my computer because I've got Google Chrome up, and it's saying no. I'm not going to update my volume anymore. I don't.
Maybe because Discord has got all of your voice, all of your sounds.
Maybe
perhaps.
it's got all of my sounds, which is weird. That shouldn't be the case.
Normally, you can share a stream on Discord with sound normally, but yeah.
Well, we're just going to have to do it without sound, so I do apologise. But everyone, welcome to the Ratchula. We are a single rat looking for love. We will meet many rats to choose who to keep around after round. until we find true love of a rat. So we get to first pick the rat that we
True love,
which we feel like represents us. So
Number one.
Number
one.
I'm
Number
feeling
one.
number one.
100% number one. No. I like his little. I like number one's little face.
Look at his little face.
Yeah, he's
Okay. We are going to be rat number one then. Onwards. Let's go. Oh, there's a little bit of sound.
Oh, there is sound.
Yeah, there we go.
Is it just the music that it's not playing? Maybe I
just music.
Just the music.
Okay.
Maybe it's like,
okay.
no, this is. This, you don't have to
Select
pay
your
for this.
7. Shall we all go through choosing as we go?
Yes.
We can all
So
choose
I'm
one
going
each.
to individually go through you. So Dan, who would you like to choose as our first contestant?
Oh,
for the
golly.
trivia?
It's big.
I would like
who's
the wobbly one, top row, second in from the right.
This
Oh,
guy?
that's who I wanted.
Real rat.
He's definitely a
Real
rat.
Definitely a rat.
So we're going for the real rat.
I'm going to
Julia,
do my
your
real
turn.
rat voice.
There was one called egg salad in the bottom row.
Egg salad?
Egg salad. Who, me? That one.
We'll go for egg
Yes,
salad. Livy, who would you like to go next?
Oh,
We've got
the two
Slim-
hot,
Slim
the
Jim?
two hottest ones have already been taken.
What, not bear?
I want the guy with the cheese. I want
Go with the cheese.
the guy with the
Yeah,
cheese.
the guy with the cheese.
Bottom
This guy.
row, but yeah.
Gerald.
Garrett.
Geralt.
And he's asking, do you like cheese?
So you like
I do.
cheese?
I'm going to turn the volume up again. It must be just the music. Chris, who would you like to choose?
Let's go with the one on the far right middle column that looks like he's licking his own leg.
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is Hempleton. Blueberries are seasonal, but I eat them every day.
Just looks like he's licking his own leg.
But I'm going to choose one now. I feel like I
Yeah.
should choose one. I'm going to go
for screen.
for Jagadoo.
Jagadoo?
I don't slow down for anyone. I'm going to go for
That's a
Jagadoo.
very you pick, Jagadoo.
I'm going to go Livy. Choose another one.
The really small boy, number 2.
This guy. Mig Mouse.
Yeah.
My ideal rap partner is like Stuart Little.
Isn't she a little child?
And Julia, pick me last one.
The artist on the
The
top row,
artist.
definitely.
Le art-
L'artiste.
le artiste. Let's paint a beautiful future together. There we go. We have now got our 7 contestants for the Ratula. Let's continue.
Let's go.
So now
Chit chat.
we're going into chit
Oh,
chat.
music.
Oh, there we go. Some music is in.
Who's
Yay.
Hempleton?
So, well, who chose Hempleton? Was it Chris?
Me.
Chris did.
Chris, do you want to be Hempleton?
I can be Hempleton.
There you go.
I've got to now think of a voice that's fuzzy and a person that could lick their own leg, according to me.
Go on then.
I mean, I think all the things are nice. My best friend is a ladybug, and I always bring him raspberries from the store.
Oh. So what do we want to go with? I appreciate you sharing. I value you, or I'm so glad you're here.
I'm
about-
so glad you're here.
I appreciate the sharing.
I appreciate the sharing.
Yeah.
The sharing's very good. We appreciate that. He likes that. You've got little smiley
Aw.
rats.
Aw.
I think-
Jarrett?
I think Livy choose him. Livy?
I planted the show because I dared to dream that someone else could love cheese as much as I do.
Do you want to go, I value you, oh wow, or yikes?
Oh wow.
Oh wow.
Oh wow.
Oh wow.
Oh, he loved it.
Oh, he loved it. Aw. Egg salad, it's me.
Egg salad's getting a
Hi.
bit sultry.
Sorry, I'm a little nervous. I've never done anything like this before. It's just, I saw your profile and thought you were so cute that I had to come compete. I hope it's not too embarrassing.
Yikes.
Just cool.
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 Oh.
It's me again.
It's you again.
I'm sorry, I just got back from France and I always forget to switch languages. Is my accent noticeable?
Le noticeable.
Le noticeable.
notice up.
Thanks for
Care for some
sharing.
juice?
Care for some juice, or you talk a lot.
Wow. Give that boy some juice.
Care for some juice? Oh, he liked it.
Well,
he
He likes juice.
This was my one.
Yo, Jagadoo.
Jagadoo. Hey, Coquette, you ever see someone who can do 2 magic tricks at once? Yeah.
That's nice.
Oh, he did.
Oh.
I think Dan chose this one. A real rat.
Yeah. I don't know what it's supposed to be.
He's a real rat, Dan.
Real,
He's a real rat.
100% real.
No big deal, but did you know I actually starred in your favorite movie? Yeah, that was me. I looked different at the time, though. They did my makeup.
Yikes.
Yikes.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Yikes.
Yikes.
No, he did all.
Oh.
I think this is you, Livy.
Usually, I spend all my time working out the lats, glutes, and delts. But taking a break from my workout is all worth it if I get to meet you.
It's like if The Rock was a mouse.
Thanks for sharing.
Kinda.
Should we go?
Wow.
Wow. Wow.
Wow.
Oh, he liked
They
that.
love
Oh,
that.
he likes that.
He loved it.
Who
There was
gets a
hearts all
rose?
over the
Oh,
shop.
Who do you think gets a rose, Nate?
So we've got 5 contestants, but we've got 7
do you wanna see?
contestants, but only 5 roses.
The cheese.
The cheese. We liked him. He even
Yeah.
put down his cheese to take the rose.
There
Wow.
you go.
Wow.
I think fuzzy guy on the left should get a rose. Hempleton.
Hempleton.
We got on well with Hempleton.
We did. I think egg salad. Egg salad did pretty
Yeah, I like
The
I,
nervous one.
I just realised Egg Salad's got tiny boots on. Yes.
That makes all the difference.
100% Egg Salad.
Don't you think Mick Mouse should have a rose?
Mig should have. Who gets our last?
I want to
rose?
know what the real rat is hiding under his trench coat,
Yeah,
because it's
yeah.
obviously a trench coat.
So we're going for a real rat.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
Versus
Yeah.
the money guy. I don't like the money guy.
No.
Even though he's
I
your
think
character,
get-
Nate.
My only character, but no, I
sorry.
don't trust anyone who can do 2 magic tricks at once. So
Yeah, exactly, right?
Okay,
like, it's
so-
like, who wants that
who wants
on a
that?
date?
Right.
Okay, so
And
we
last-
got
Real rat.
The trench coat guy.
Real rat.
Another,
We're not-
another guy.
Yeah.
real rat. We're gonna
Oh, he's so cute.
continue finding
He's so
love.
cute.
Yeah,
Let's go.
continue.
More chit chat.
Nate, do you want to turn Livy and sorry, not Livy, Dan and Julia up a wee tad?
I don't know if I can because I think I've got. them
Or
up as-
Julia and Dan, if you can increase your volume a wee tad.
Let me.
I have
That would be
increased
great.
my volume a tad.
I
yes.
am.
Hello.
I am as high as I
Okay.
can go with Julia, and I'm now
Okay.
as high as I can
Okay.
go with Dan.
Okay.
So
Okay, it's Mick Mouse.
Go closer to your mouse. Yeah. So Mig Mouse, Livy.
I'd love to get to know you better. My parents always taught me to treat others with respect and listen more than talk. Look at me, going on and on about my familia.
It's almost like he needed like my family.
La Familia.
Thanks for sharing. Or what are we thinking? Thanks.
I'm so glad you're here. I think we're so glad, Mick Mouse.
We're glad.
Family.
So,
Yuck.
So glad
You
you're here.
taking a break from family?
He liked that.
No, big mess. Oh. Since I was a baby, I had special connection to cheese. I can't even imagine a world without it. I'm so thankful for the dairy industry, for the cows,
Oh my
for
god.
the goats,
Oh God.
all of them. If any of you watching The Bachelor out there and help make cheese, I just want to say thank you.
Now,
You
this
and me
this
both,
may be
Garrett.
bad shade, but I'm detecting neurodiversity in Garrett.
Well,
Yes,
sure. Cheese is a special interest.
Yeah.
So that's
think
more
we-
reason to date him, surely, if he's
Even more reason
neurodivergent.
to date him. Yeah.
I value you.
I value you.
Value you.
Yeah. Like cheese.
Oh, he liked
He
it.
liked it.
Hi again. I really enjoyed talking to you last time, and I was thinking, I was hoping maybe we could keep talking. Maybe that sounds too obvious. I don't know. I just really love. I mean, like the sound of your voice.
You talk a lot.
Him
Are
went in hard.
those
And
moles as blind as normal moles? I assume so, right?
Oh, he is a mole,
Yeah,
isn't
'cause
he?
they-
Yeah, he's got this. He's got this.
Aw,
Little
Cutie.
star-nosed mole.
And those well-known
Yeah.
little winkle pickers.
Little
that-
booties.
Little booties.
that moles like to wear. Wow, you're different. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Wow, you're different.
Wow,
So
you're
different.
so different.
Wow, you're so different. Oh.
Oh, he loves it.
Oh, he likes it.
That was it.
Uh-oh.
Here you go, Dan.
You wanted to learn more about my work? Yes. Sometimes I host Saturday Night Live and also Wheel of Fortune and Dancing with the Stars. Ever seen Avengers by Marvel? I was the Avenger.
I think this guy's full of shit.
No, Julia.
I think he's got a storied background in history, you know?
Oh my god.
How do
I trust him.
You trust him?
I
Or is it?
Wow.
Is it Chris Hemsworth, like in a disguise?
It could be Chris
Who
Hemsworth.
just
in
really
disguise.
wanted
It
to
could all
date a
be
rat?
true.
Who really wanted to date us? As a
Yes.
rat.
Yeah.
Wow.
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 Oh, he
He
Wow.
likes it. He likes it.
Wait, what was the love response then?
I
It
don't
was
know.
just
I
a little
know.
smiley
I don't
rat.
think there necessarily always is one.
Yeah.
Hempleton's Chris.
Worked at the grocers for a while, relaxing the regulars and helping them get their favorite berries. Garata always asks for my cheese recommendations since I know a lot about what's in stock.
Got some pretty good options here. It's like I appreciate
Yeah,
you
yeah.
sharing. I
They get on
value
really
you.
well with
I'm
Hempleton.
so glad you're here.
I think we're appreciating Hempleton right now.
We appreciate you sharing. And he likes that. Little smiley.
It's because
rat.
he's a service worker.
He's a
Who
service
get-
worker.
Oh no, this is getting tricky now.
Oh.
We got to kill one off.
Oh, dear.
Is it Chris
well,
Hemsworth
re-
time to leave?
Real rat has to stay in. I'm sorry.
You
We need to
think?
find out what's
Real-
going
a
on
real
with the
rat
real
has
rat.
to stay.
Okay.
And the cheese
Oh.
guy,
The
not
cheese guy.
Hempleton, Garrett has to stay.
I
Yeah.
do believe egg salad has to stay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, it's between
I
Hempleton
think it has
and The
to be
Rock.
it has to be.
It has to be
well, actually,
Hempleton.
I'm not sure.
Or the tiny baby.
Because you see, have you noticed whenever we say anything to Hempleton, he likes it, but he doesn't love it. Whereas
He's hard
I
to
think
please.
Is
I think
he
Mig
incapable of
Mouse
love?
has. I think Mig Mouse has like real family values.
Big Mouse is here to flex. And flex he shall.
But then I do feel weird not taking Hempleton through to the next round.
Is it because he's a service worker?
I don't know. Not sure. I'll leave it up to you guys. I can't make this decision. It's too hard.
You eat mini.
Should I throw dice? Should we get random on this shit? Odds and evens? Odds Hempleton, evens Mig Mouse?
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
go for it.
Sure.
Okay. I could lie, of course, but it was a 2.
It's Mig
So
Mouse.
So
it's
that
Mig.
is evens.
Sorry.
Come on,
Mig.
Mig.
Sorry, Hempleton.
And like that
I
Mig
mean-
sits in the
Friends
in it.
only.
Yeah.
Friends only.
Mig Mouse is
Hempleton.
literally in the rows.
Oh, here he is. I was doing some crunches earlier when you popped into my head. I couldn't stop thinking about you. It was so inspiring. Actually, I beat my own personal record. This might sound
You did.
silly, but
Aww.
I've never felt like this before.
Aww. Oh, we appreciate that
We
vulnerability,
appreciate the
surely.
vulnerability.
Appreciate the vulnerability. I can't imagine what that's like.
Like beating your personal best.
Right.
I've never done that.
Never done that.
I'm just really digging their size difference.
I know.
Look how
it's
tiny
cute,
he
isn't
is
it?
compared to him.
I
Yeah, we appreciate Mig's vulnerability. Well done, Mig.
He liked it. I
Yeah.
think also we're a mole because we've got like
Oh, look
Maybe.
at that.
got like
Yeah.
little things as well. I think there is.
No,
a
we're
type
the
of...
Ratchula. We're the
Oh
Ratchula.
yeah, we're the Ratchula. Sorry.
So last month, I was volunteering with this local youth organisation, and one of the kids taught me how to crochet. And ever since, I haven't been able to stop crocheting. So I'm working on crocheting a special hat for you.
Oh.
I hope you
Okay.
don't mind.
Okay, definite neurospicy. So, like,
Wow.
yeah, wow.
Is it
Wow.
like a
Wow.
wow or wow? You're so different.
I think just wow.
Wow.
Just a wow.
Oh, he likes
Oh,
Yeah.
Egg Salad
Oh.
loves that.
Man, what a lovely village you smell. Wait a second. I'm holding a Swiss cheese. Could it be The smell is coming from you. My nose. My
That's a
nose
weird
does
line.
not deceive me. I smell a vinyl. Pushed with the brine for 3 months. Makes a truly superb cheese smell. The smell comes natural to you. Wow.
Okay.
It's got weird. I want to say it's got weird with him.
A little
It's
like,
got a bit
it's
weird with Garrett. Yeah.
a bit weird.
Like, I think we can
like-
all say,
And why does he stand on the sofa?
yeah,
He's just so
Because
excited about it.
He's just holding his little cheese and standing on
Like-
the
This
sofa.
whole same little sweaty cheese.
What if we said we valued him just to make him shut up?
I would be more like, okay.
I would argue, right? Like, we all appreciate a bit of cheese, but
Yeah.
imagine if you went to someone's house and everything smelt of cheese.
Cheese, yeah.
I mean, for a rat, that
Bit
would
too
be
much
heaven.
cheese. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, for Garrett,
We're rats, remember?
that is Garrett's
I can't-
house.
I can't imagine what that's like.
It's up to you,
Okay.
Nate.
Okay.
You're going for an
Okay.
Go for an okay.
Oh no.
Well-
he wasn't
Oh
sure.
no.
Oh,
Hey, on a more personal note, I've been thinking a lot about the moment in my childhood when I lost my tail. Oh,
sure
Of
you
course he
did.
did. Of course
got
he did.
caught in a trap and it was torn right off. My mom took care of me and it grew right back. That's what I'm looking for in a partner. Someone who will be there for me when I need them.
I mean, that's fair.
Wow.
Yeah.
We've only got.
Let's go wow.
we've got one of
Wow.
the- Wow.
Got pretty bad
Wow.
options
Wow.
there. Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, he liked it.
Oh, you liked it.
I like
Yeah.
that.
Who gets the rose though?
Got three
Three.
roses.
Only 3 roses.
I mean,
I think it's Geralt's time to go.
I think it is.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think the cheese
No,
the
yeah,
cheese
he-
is
he
too
dis-
much.
He disgraced
Look
himself.
at those little beady eyes.
I think he's so cute, but no.
They've only got room for one thing, and that's cheese.
Yeah, exactly. I
that's
just think
fine.
we'll ever be as good as cheese to him.
Egg salad.
This, tell you what, guys, this is not the final 3 I envisioned. But then life can surprise you sometimes.
It
can't
does. Yeah.
A real
Real rat,
and
definitely.
Egg mouse.
Yeah,
Gonna
baby.
Continue finding love. I think this might be our final finalists.
Mm.
Honestly, as much as I enjoy being here on the Ratula, I can't wait to get back home so I can keep teaching my baking class at the local youth centre. The
Wow.
kids are so sweet. Next up, I'm teaching them all to bake cheesecake. I hope you come with me. I could bake you a cheesecake. The kids would love you.
Yuck.
I kind of get the whole like sharing a
It's
bit
cool,
too
yeah.
much. Or,
Yeah.
like it's good. It is a genuinely good cause, but it's a bit virtue signaling, no?
Yeah. Bit humble brag.
Well, I think, but tell
Yeah.
you what, Egg Salad held back mentioning it until like the 3rd or 4th day.
Yeah.
So they
Now
didn't
it seems
rush in with
tactical.
it, did they?
But then I think
They're
I would,
opening
I-
up.
I would date someone, one called egg salad, and 2 that could bake cheesecake.
Yeah,
Because,
right.
but
Cheesecake.
the mention of kids,
That put you off a bit.
Yeah.
A deal breaker. Can we just
But
say cool?
It's not like he
Cool.
wants kids. He just like works with kids.
Let's see, cool.
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, he hasn't got any kids.
Oh.
Oh.
You go, Livy.
Listen, I'm not as flashy as some of those other rats, but I can give you what you need. A good life, a caring partner who will honor and respect you every day. I'm a family rat to my core.
Now, that was lovely, Livy. What are these reply
Yeah,
options?
What? Don't look at me like that.
No, this is terrible. This is terrible.
Just doesn't want Mick. I find that it
Just
just
doesn't
the
want
game
Mick.
just
Mick's
doesn't
not
want
getting a
Mick.
rose.
I
Mick's not
wonder.
getting a rose.
I wonder whether or not the interactions we have very earlier on affect the interactions that we have later. And despite the fact
Maybe.
who we choose,
Do you think it's as clever as that, Nate, or do
yes,
you think that
because
these
it's the
prompts
Ratchet.
might be
I'm
random?
Pretty sure the makers of this game, like, we'll look at the credits later. Made
Okay.
by Algorat.
Algorat.
They've got a Twitter and an Insta. I I believe that they've put some real thought and some programming into this. I mean, it wouldn't have 2 other Ratchler games if they hadn't.
There are 2 others?
Yes. There's Ratchler
Are those
Season
the 2
2.
others we're playing?
There's Ratchler Season 2 and Ratchler Season 3.
Okay. Fine.
What
could
maybe
what
maybe
makes
maybe we're putting the wrong inflection on "Don't look at me like that." Maybe it's like a
Don't
"Don't
look at me like
look
that."
at me like that.
It's flirty. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
playful.
Oh, don't look at me like that. You're undressing me with your eyes, Mig.
Or maybe it's more like, don't look at me like that.
How about just that's fairly neutral, isn't it?
What?
It's like we're overwhelmed. We don't know what to say.
Yeah.
Family rat to my core. Oh, sorry.
Mig.
Telling you my personal story last time felt really good. I want to really, I want you to really know me. I've never felt right in my own skin.
That's because he's Chris Hemsworth.
In a rat costume.
Ever since I was a little rat, I felt different from everyone else. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing here. You're so attractive and I'm just me. And the other rats have so much to offer. Feels like I'm in high school again.
Oh no, the pressure's got to him.
So sorry to hear that.
I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah,
A
that's
real
been
rat.
I feel like a real rat might be the winner for me.
The pressure's got to him.
I see it coming. Who gets a rose?
Oh, we can
Not
choose
Mig
two-
Mouse.
We can choose 2 contestants.
Yeah, it's going to be a head-to-head between
Egg Salad and Real
Rats, I
Rat.
think.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So,
Will the booties win or
Real
Chris
Rat and
Hemsworth?
Egg Salad?
Yep.
Bye,
That's the
Meg.
one. Bye, Meg.
Last round. Or
I think it's finally time for me to show you the true
This
me.
is it.
I lied about my job. I've never been on TV.
No
I
shit.
don't even know what a TV is, if
No
I'm
shit.
honest. I have a horrible secret to tell you. Promise you won't leave me after you find out. I can't do this. I'm too afraid.
We value you, Real Rat.
I want to
We
know who
value
he
you.
I
is.
want to know.
We value
I so
you.
want to know. What was that? You're so funny. Honestly, you make me feel like I haven't felt before. There's something about you that just makes me feel recharged, at peace, maybe even in love.
Oh, he went there.
Oh, wow.
It's not even the first
No.
day, though, is it?
Wow. Wow or wow.
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 I love the yikes. Who gets? Oh no!
We've got to choose.
Oh.
choose. It's not just
Real rat is our soulmate.
Choose
Real
your
rat.
Real rat, real
soulmate.
rat, real rat,
Real rat. Real rat.
Real Rat.
He's gotta be. It's gotta be Real Rat. I need to know what's under that costume.
We're going to propose
Propose!
to Real Rat. We're a bachelor.
And this is where we find
We're a
out.
bachelor.
Yes. That's
It's
it.
full on. It's all or nothing.
Here we go.
It's a spider.
Wait.
Oh,
what?
it's 3 lizards in a
3
costume.
Oh,
geckos.
3 geckos.
Well, that's great.
I'm finally ready. We're actually 3 geckos in a costume. We're so sorry we lied to you all this time, but we were afraid you would reject us. We're also sorry that we lied about our job, but we just wanted to impress you so much. But when we saw your picture, we just knew we had to meet you. We fell in love instantly. And after getting to know you more, we've fallen even more in love. We love you so much.
Aww.
Wow.
It's the happy ending for the
Wow.
Ratchler and 3 geckos in a costume.
Yeah. I couldn't imagine for a.
Polyamory.
Where are
Where
they?
Where
are
are
they
they now?
We
A
have little
year
gecko
passes.
children.
Oh, you got to
So-
pick a picture. Well, none of them involve geckos.
No, this is
Wait a
No, these are all the other ones.
Yeah, yeah,
This is
yeah.
Oh,
everyone
all the
that-
losers.
So wait a sec. Latisse finds artistic inspiration in Bear. Lovely.
Aw.
Jericho and Reggie 231 heal their hearts.
I don't know who those are.
I think they were rats that we didn't choose.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
Hempleton finds the best friend ladybug.
Of
Okay,
course.
cool. What was the one in the middle at the top? Jagadoo. What's Jagadoo
Jagadoo
doing?
took off and hasn't been seen in a while.
Okay, fair. Fair.
Of course.
Oh,
He's
what
got
about
all his
Garrett?
money in the back.
Garrett. What about Garrett?
Garrett makes a house that is also breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Yeah, of course he
Oh,
did.
good for him.
Castle
Good for
cheese.
him. Good for him.
Love that for him.
And Egg Salad finds Dr. Flangley's knowledge impressive.
Sorry, what was that name again, Nate?
This is also my dyslexia and the fact that I think that this name
No,
doesn't
no, no. I understand that. I just wanted to say the
Pegasus.
word again because it was beautiful.
Flange. Because it had the word
Flangeles.
flange in it.
Angeles.
No, I mean to be fair, that was a bit of a that's a bit of a weird one for someone without dyslexia. To be fair, Plagiuses.
Plagiuses?
Plagiuses.
Yeah.
Something like that.
But anyway,
Could
I
be.
mean,
Plagiuses.
That's great.
some of them, and that was the Ratula. Yay!
Yay! We
I'm
found
gonna
love.
get some water. I'll be right back.
We found love with 3 geckos in a trench coat.
You did indeed. Let us go on to our next game.
I can hear the music now. That's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why it wasn't playing to begin with. But...
It's only in season 2 that you get music in the starter screen.
Yeah.
Let's see if this one will go.
Oh.
Oh.
Last minute love. Oh no. Oh Nathan.
What?
No.
Oh, no.
It's Last Minute Love, the nursing home dating simulator.
I hate the name so much.
So instead of voting them off, do some of the suitors just
die.
Just peg it.
Well, this one isn't like the Ratula. So this one is more. We are a resident of a nursing home, and we are going around and chatting up the rest of the residents in the nursing home.
The nurses. Okay.
I can't remember if this one, the other game that I've got, had very loud music, and I'll have to see if I can get that down. So, and I think I also have to play this with my keyboard. Can you guys hear the music?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So yes, this is Last Minute Love. We're not going to continue. We're going to go for a new game.
You've already been playing it, a lot of you.
Yeah.
600 hours.
I just kind of had to make sure that it was just like
Yeah, sure.
I just had to quality test it.
I was quality testing
Yeah.
it just to make sure that it wasn't absolutely horrendous. It might still be, I don't know. So just giving me there's actually movements in this one. Oh, I can
You
pocket
can pocket
things.
things. Oh, this is going to be...
Dear diary, this new nursing home is nice, though it reminds me every day of how little time I've got left.
Oh fuck.
I've never
Okay.
really been scared of death. Still, it would be nice for someone to hold my hand while I breathe my last breaths. Maybe today I'll find love.
Holy moly.
What's her name?
Mildred.
Mildred. Am I spelling this right? Mildred.
Dread.
Yep.
D-R-E-A-D.
No, it doesn't. I want it to be ID.
Yeah.
Mildred.
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 I was going
Yeah.
for Dread.
Dread.
Mildred. And here we are. We're in a...
Oh, hello. It's got a little. Oh, you
Off
can
we go.
move around.
You're in your little wheelie.
I can inspect things. Spent hours writing something that will never be read. I can pocket it.
This is horrendous.
This is my diary.
Oh, what's the pink thing?
This thing that I'm next to.
Yeah.
After all this
Piggy
time,
bank.
your savings still fit in one little piggy bank.
Oh,
Oh.
not that.
I'll take that.
Poor
Oh, I
Mildred.
can only
This
carry one
is
thing at a time.
a one
Maybe,
thing at a
Oh.
time.
maybe I have these things to
To give
bribe
to
your
people.
daughters.
I've got a bookcase. This is my bed. I can't look at those. It won't let me.
That's it. Just the 2 things that you can pick up. The 2 obvious
Two
bits.
things that I can look at. Let's get out of here.
Let's take our money with
We're
us to
single
the
and
group
ready to
room.
mingle.
Who's that? Is that a member of
Who's
staff there? Oh
the-
no, person in the chair there. on the
Yeah,
right.
sexy, spindly-legged, gothic adjacent.
Oh,
Let's see if we can talk to them.
wait,
I'm-
what's
Can I show
happening?
you my
Oh,
piggy
okay.
bank? Who would like to be Miss Mao?
Hello, Mildred, my dear. What a lovely day. I love your shirt. It reminds me of my favorite cat, Mr. Snuffles. His eyes shine just as violet as this shirt of yours.
Thanks.
Have I ever told you about that one time Think tried to eat him? I would draw a picture for you, but unfortunately, I don't have anything to draw
Oh, it's a
with.
puzzle.
It's a puzzle.
Gotta find a drawing thing.
Find a drawing thing. Oh, there's some.
Is that some hot sauce or some booze on the
It's
table?
like it's wine.
Respect. If
Ketchup.
tomatoes are a fruit, this is technically a smoothie.
Let's ketchup.
Not my favorite.
And there might be something in the kitchen.
Who's gonna be Nurse Weber?
I can if you like.
Yeah.
Shall I do? I mean, I shouldn't because it's
No.
probably.
Don't.
I think this is a weeb.
Whatever
thing.
Nurse Weeb.
Whatever
You're
you're
Nurse
thinking,
Weeb.
you're a weeb.
Yeah. Konnichiwa, Mildred. How are you today?
That's all.
That's it.
Oh,
That's
okay.
it.
That's it.
That's
That's
it.
it.
It's an
Konnichiwa.
in-depth character study.
It's like that's all it is.
Oh, we can go through.
It's like just making.
Oh,
Wait.
who's
Was there
this?
something in the kitchen?
Wait.
Bye, we'll be
Wait.
back.
Is there anything in the bin?
In the trash can.
Trash can. Let's see. It's empty.
It's-
Okay.
Today's dinner seems to be cancelled.
Okay. Nothing in the pot.
No, we're just looking at the pot. Let me see if I can look at the bin. No, wait a minute.
No.
No, I think
And what about the computer? Can you use the computer? You probably can't because you're old. It's a well-known thing.
No, all I see is the umbrella. You can't.
Yeah,
figure out
exactly.
Why the floor is wet.
Can't
It
even
hasn't
see.
rained in days.
Can't even see the computer.
Can't see the- That's how old you are. You can't even see it.
Oh,
the
But you can see the medicine cabinet.
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
the most important bit.
Let's see what's on this. This one. Too. Bowl of hot soup.
Soup? Oh, amazing.
Looks delicious. What's...
Can you put the telly on?
Ah.
Are they watching Avatar?
Yeah.
The Last Airbender.
Miss Mao loves it.
Hang on, is
Absolutely
this
obsessed.
Never
is this
fan.
a nursing home for when like our generation?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I reckon you
Oh
can
look,
pick up.
Miss Mao, she cleans her face and ears like a cat does. Did you
Oh,
ever
is
see?
that what she was doing?
That's what
I
she was
see.
doing.
I reckon you can pick up the umbrella should you need to. That's just a thing.
Yes.
Are those things dinosaurs on the ledge or
No,
birds?
they're birds.
Are you sure? They look
They're
a little
like
bit like
crows.
dinosaurs.
Arguably the same thing, right?
Yeah, true.
Exactly.
Arguably the same thing. Hello. Go on, Livy.
Oh, hey there, Mildred. What you doing out here? Enjoying the sun, huh? I was just doing some gardening. Unfortunately, I ran out of fertilizer.
Oh, okay.
Right, we'll go and
Time to
Need
do
to
a
go
poop.
poo in a bucket
Turn
and then
poo
give it
in
to
a
her.
bucket.
One
Can
of
you go in the shed? Can you go in the shed?
Go in
in
the
the shed.
shed.
Oh yeah.
Hey.
Oh,
Grass.
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 If you do it right, you can play it.
Can play it like a trumpet.
Oh, so you can.
Dirt.
It's true.
Dirt.
Just dirt.
Dirt.
It's not just dirt.
Shovel.
Perfect
Dig
tool
up
to bury a
treasures.
dark past.
Or dig up treasures.
Oh. Let's see who's got a dark past. That's who I want to meet. Let's go. Off
Wait,
we go.
why is the fertilizer going to be indoors? That's what I would want to know.
Because
Is poop.
it's going to be.
You got to poo in a bucket and
It's
then
going to be.
Oh, surely the cat. If we go into the Miss Mao's room, we might be able to find some cats.
Hey,
oh
there
yes.
you
Wait,
go.
are these
She
cats all
cat
alive?
The litter
crazy.
tray in the bottom left.
Oh yeah.
The litter
Yeah.
tray in the bottom
Oh,
left.
there is.
That's some fertilizer.
It smells. It actually.
What?
smells
No,
delicious.
it doesn't.
Yes.
Yes, it does.
Eat it.
I've got poo. I've got poo. Have I left my piggy bank in there? I don't know where the piggy
Don't-
bank's gone. Maybe it goes
I
back
might-
to it.
It probably just
Maybe
goes
it's
back to
gone
where
back
you-
where it belongs.
Maybe it goes back to where it was. Yeah.
So let's get some poop for the gardener.
I've got some poop. Can you just imagine if just someone in a wheelchair comes up to you and just gives you a hand?
I got poop.
Cat shit. Yeah.
I've got to show it to you.
Ooh. If you truly think I
Aw.
could use this little crap as fertilizer, you must not know a lot about plants.
Oh, you blew it.
Oh no.
If anything, I'm trying to keep those damn cats far away from my plants as possible. They're always digging up the whole garden. Just the other day, one of them buried something by the tomatoes.
Oh.
Oh,
You should check that.
Ooh. I've been thinking about building a scare code to scare him off. A scare cat, if you will. But I don't know I'm gonna... Oh, well, I get the framework, a body, and a head to build such a thing.
So murder a cat and stuff it.
pick? Where did she sit in the tomatoes?
The carrots are on the right. So
The tomatoes are growing up the vine.
growing up the vines in the middle between the shed and the.
Very good.
But you need the
We
shovel.
need the
to dig
shovel.
it.
Need the shovel.
Let's go and have a wee. Should I go? I won't put the poo back. Give me the shovel.
Poo in the roses.
Give me the
I
shovel.
think it will. Yeah, the poo is
Yeah.
magically transported back to the litter tray.
Yeah.
Dig.
Dig.
Diggy,
Oh.
diggy.
What?
What was
Oh.
it?
I found
What is it?
a Sailor
It's an action
Moon-
figure.
Action figure.
a Sailor Moon action figure. I guess we can go who this goes to.
Is it the weeb?
It's the
Would you
weep.
like this?
Oh my goodness.
Impossible! You found my waifu. Is this culturally inappropriate? Probably.
Yes, but I think he's meant to be culturally
He's
inappropriate.
inappropriate.
Okay, good.
That's
As
why
long
it's
as
called a
nobody's gonna
weeboo.
call me a
Yes,
racist.
yeah.
I'm all right.
No, he's the racist. It's fine.
I thought she was lost forever. I actually had a dream about her last night. We were having a picnic below a cherry blossom tree. But suddenly, a weird ninja with yellow hair and whiskers, Marks kidnapped her. Okay, so basically it's a ninja cat. The only way to rescue her was passing Professor Kawashima's castle. The difficulty level was over 9,000, but it was my destiny. Of course, none of this actually happened. I wish I could connect to someone like that in real life, though.
Okay,
There you
bye.
Well done.
Bye.
Bye.
Let's go in this one. Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh, it's a rock star.
Ooh.
Oh. Go on, Dan.
Go on, Dan.
Hey, Mildred, what you up to? Bringing down the system, huh? Fuck yeah! Me, I'm just trying to come up with a new song, and I got some serious art block.
Okay.
Cat poop.
You think you can show me something that inspires me? Something punk and edgy.
Cat poop.
Cat poop.
We lost the
Cat
cat
poop.
Maybe we can give them a diary. A diary.
See what's on the makeup tray, and there's a blonde wig.
Oh, the blonde wig, yes.
There's a lipstick.
I've got some lipstick.
What do we
The
need that
blonde wig
for? Oh,
might
for
tickle the
drawing with, maybe. That could be for Miss Mao.
The blonde wig might tickle the fancy of the nurse who wants to connect with someone.
Could we?
And in the dream,
And there's a lava lamp in the bottom left-hand corner.
I can't get to it.
Can you play the piano?
The only thing you can play is that Eliza song.
Okay.
Okay.
Whatever that is.
So we got the wig.
Hmm.
What's in the no entry room and the other room? Check out the other rooms.
Whee! Oh.
Oh.
Who's that?
Oh. He dead. Oh.
Mr.
I thought
Taylor.
he was dead.
Mildred, you know I don't want you coming in here uninvited. I would throw you out myself, but I'm too busy. Please leave me alone.
What's he busy with?
Lying there.
Lying down. Being dead.
Trying some poop.
What's that? What's that on the walls at the back?
He's got, let's see, soldier's uniform.
Soldier's uniform.
Still blood on it.
That's pretty edgy. We could take
It's
that.
pretty edgy.
Yeah.
Take that.
You could bury that past, that dark past.
Medals.
There's a
Yeah.
bunch of war medals. They look really clean compared to everything else here.
And there are medals on the top left as well.
Ooh. Can I steal these? Can I has these? There's a bunch of war
Okay.
medals. They look really clean.
I think, yeah,
Okay.
take the uniform, show it to the rocker.
See what they think. This is my room, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. So your piggy bank was definitely back there. I think there's also something on the side of the library here on the right. There's something down there that I can't figure out what that is.
Oh, it's a. Yeah.
It's a mango.
It's a mango.
It's a
Ah, of
mango.
Little
course.
kid on the cover. He looks a little like Mr. Taylor.
Okay.
Let's just show the uniform to the rock star first.
Wrong room.
Wrong room. I don't know. They might
Star
kind
room.
of go like, the military, it's bad, but let's see what they say.
Bad for the man.
I'm really not
I'm
feeling
really not feeling it.
I'm not really feeling it.
So do we want to show the mango to?
So
the
it should
weeb-
be
Mr. Weeb?
manga. That's definitely a
Course it should.
manga.
Well, copyright.
True.
Japanese comic book.
And then are we gonna hook up the old man and the nurse?
Well, I love this edition of Multiple Punches Man, rather than One Punch Man. I see it's about a super strong guy who trained so much he got bald. I guess I better stick to being non-athletic. My blue hair means everything to me.
Right, I'm gonna get my
Okay.
diary.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get my diary and I'm gonna show that to the rock star and see if they
Okay.
like it.
Diary 109.
Pretty edge.
How'd you know it's edgy?
Because I wrote it.
Oh my, that's some really emotional
Oh.
stuff. Thank you so much for sharing. I could write a whole album with that.
Oh, you were right, Nate.
Yeah, I know. I know
They
these
loved
things.
it. They loved it. Think you might find something
Oh.
I can rage about.
But I don't quite feel angry enough. I need to feel real anger for my music to sound genuine. Think you might find something I could rage about.
Cat poop.
No. Wait. What would make mix whatever
soldiers
angry?
Soldiers.
I mean, I'm wondering if the
Cats.
soldier's outfit.
Hot soup.
Maybe my
Dinner being cancelled.
maybe my piggy bank on how poor I am.
Mhm. The man.
The man.
Cats? A cat? Oh, mm.
Can I pick up a cat?
Yeah, can you grab a cat?
Let's grab a cat.
Pick up.
Oh, you can't. Oh, yeah, you did.
Wait,
Hungry
what other
cat.
what
What's
other
the other
types of
cats?
cats have you got?
Is that one dead? Stinky
Stinky
cat.
cat.
Okay, I like him.
Dirty cat.
And dirty cat.
Dirty cat.
Oh my god.
Sleepy
And
cat.
sleepy cat.
Sleepy cat.
There's also
What's the one on the bed?
creepy cat.
Creepy cat.
Creepy
Okay.
cat.
And a ball of wool.
Yarn. Can you give them yarn? No,
And
you
then there's
can't.
cat food at the bottom.
That's cat food.
What about the picture of Mrs. whatever and Mrs.
Miss Mao.
Is Mal.
Miss Mao. Bunch of violas.
Bunch of violas. What?
She
What
likes
if you
flowers.
take one
You
of
know,
the
this-
cats out to her.
You know, this doesn't feel like any dating sim I've ever seen before.
We're trying to do some nice things for people. So
You're just going to show Ms. Mao one of her own cats.
yeah. I can't draw
Get the lipstick.
Yeah, I
Can't
think she
draw
wants
that
the
thing.
lipstick. I think she needs the lipstick.
Here's your cat.
Wrong room. Oh no.
No, the right
Of
room.
course, yeah. You just pick up the lipstick and then the cat will transport back.
It's definitely your colour. Let's go.
Yeah. Perfect. Perfect.
We pick up some riot speed with that.
Why, thank you. I love experimenting with new medium. Oh, now I miss my
Oh.
favorite Snuffle Waffle. You wouldn't bother to bring him to me, would you?
So now you can go get the cat.
Which
But
one?
which,
which one is
Which one
Snuffle
is
Waffle?
Snuffle Waffle? Is it the sleepy one, the stinky one, the
Stinky.
hungry one?
Stinky one?
I'd go.
I don't know. Snuffle sounds like a sleepy.
Sleepy cat. Let's try the sleepy cat.
And that would sit on her lap looking like
What,
that.
what are the odds that Snuffle Waffle is just going to be the last cat you try?
Yeah,
So
No.
behind him.
Wrong one.
that's Mewington.
That's Marrington.
Of course
Okay.
it is.
So
Oh, goodness.
Can you
try
examine
the
them before you
creepy
pick them up?
cat.
This black cat sits staring at you without blinking
Okay.
or moving. Meow. This cat looks surprisingly dirty. There's mud everywhere. That cat is ignoring you.
I think it's the cat on the ground, stinky cat. Let's take the stinky cat.
I think the dirty cat is the one that did the bad stuff in the garden.
Oh.
I love outside, but I asked for Mr. Snuffle.
Which one's Mr. Snuffles?
He's got
It's,
like a
it's
little
the last
medal.
one you try, I'm telling you.
I'm in
You have to
a
do-
wheelchair. How can you make me do this? Fine,
How
I'll pick
about
up this cat?
hungry cat? Let's try. My prediction is it's going to be the last one. Haha!
You didn't mistake Think for Mr. Snuffles, did you?
No.
Okay, so that's Think.
I'm gonna go for. I'm gonna go for creepy cat.
Creepy. Go for
Go
creepy.
creepy. It's gonna be the last one. I swear to God.
Wee. There he is.
Oh, you're a gem. Wait, you didn't let any of the others out, did you?
No.
Maybe.
What? Wait.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Ruh-roh.
No. Sorry, Miss Mao. Sorry.
Are they in the garden?
Garden is in.
Oh no, you're all right.
I thought we were going to go and talk to Mao again and go, about that.
Are either of those plants violas or any of the plants of the
Yeah,
bottom
I
are
was just
violas?
wondering that.
Tulips.
Violas.
Hey.
Have you got any secateurs in the shed?
You don't need them. You just pick them up.
Drench out the ground.
He's already got one.
I love how your cats have all escaped, but here are some violas. Wow! Should we just talk to her?
What a bitch.
How am I ever gonna find love? Let me
Not with Miss Mao. You just let all her cats out.
None of the cats in here. Not even Dirty Cat, who likes the dirt.
No.
Right. Wee.
Just talk to Miss
Meow.
Mao for a sec.
Miss Mao.
Yeah, just if you just talk to her. What do you mean they're gone? What a catastrophe! You have to find them, Mildred.
Ah.
Are they eating the old guy?
Yeah.
Maybe.
The
Oh,
dead
let's have a
guy.
look. Have a look. No, they're not.
No.
Oh.
There is one sitting on his face.
Oh.
Is there one sitting on his
Oh my god, yeah. It's...
See if you can't see him through.
Oh, poor Mr. Taylor. Do you reckon you just have to take them back to her room or show them? Sir Meowington, I feared you might have found the same fate as Lady Meowington. Okay, we're bringing them all back to her.
Let's check in here.
Rocket's room. Can't see any. There was definitely another one in the old guy's room.
Dead guy.
Yeah, the lying down guy.
Meow.
Up on top of the bookshelf.
I think
That's
a plane.
an airplane.
Oh, is
Yeah, that
it?
was-
there
yeah.
before.
Oh, sorry. Okay. What about our room?
Let's go take a look.
There might be now one in the
There's
shed.
one.
Yeah, there's one in
there
the top
he
of the
is.
shed, top of the bookshelf there.
You
Hungry cats
Cat.
annoying you. You need the soup.
need the food. Need the cat food.
Soup?
Yeah.
Cat food.
Can you
or
pick up the cat
from
food?
room.
Yes,
Yeah.
I think I can.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Okay. I thought give it soup.
Give that cat some soup.
Give it a cat.
Come here.
Like the dirty one is probably now in the shed now that you've spoken
Oh,
to Miss Now.
think how I've missed you. I love how she's just going to be covered in cats.
The
what she
hungry cat
wants.
was eating the other cat.
Yes. Yes.
Pick up that pot.
Did you check your room?
Yes,
that's where we
that
got
was
the
where
hungry
we got
cat.
the latest one
Okay,
from.
okay.
So then she's got 3 of them now, so there's at least 2 or
So-
3 more.
Dirty cat and the other one.
This creepy cat in the
It's Stinky
Stinky. Dirty and Stinky.
Is that right?
and Creepy. Oh no, Creepy. She already had Creepy, didn't
She
she?
already
had
had creepy. Yeah. Dirty and Stinky are the 2 left.
Hey, is there anyone in the bin? Is Stinky in the bin?
In the bin?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes, of course he is.
stinky cat in the bin.
Oh, stinky bin.
Oh, Sai, where have you been?
Right, we've got one more.
Dirty.
I don't know
Dirty
where
has
it
to be in the
is.
garden.
Oh,
Yeah,
not-
has to be
yeah,
either
Dirty has to
in
be
the
in the
dirt
garden.
or in the.
Is he in the tomato patch?
Is he in the tomato say patch. Yep.
No.
No, it might be in the shed in the dirt.
Let's look in the dirt.
That's grass, not dirt.
It's trying to find the sweet spot.
It's just dirt.
Dirt.
Oh, you
Got some
picked up some
dirt
dirt.
Dirt? Give her the dirt.
Give her the dirt.
Just give her some dirt. She wants to create a scare cat.
Maybe she's already
Do we
got
need
the
to-
dirty cat. It's gonna make a scare cat out of the dirty cat.
I kind of feel like the other one would be in here because we haven't picked up another cat from here.
No, you're right.
Check the bed. I guess it's
Inside the
suspect.
pillow.
Yeah. The.
Keyboard. Whee.
Just can't see a cat.
I would totally see that look.
Yeah.
Did we check the very far end room as well?
That's my room, so that's where we got Hungry Cat.
I think we missed a room. Maybe it's back in Miss Mallington's room.
Go show you some dirt.
I reckon you have to give them the bloody shirt now.
Who do you reckon?
Do you think I need to like cover it in ketchup to make it more bloody?
Ooh, maybe.
Cover all his sparkly medals and
blood.
Ketchup.
No, they won't let me do anything with it.
Take it to him anyway.
Yeah, there aren't really any object interactions on this game. You can pick something up and give it, but
Hello.
This is spot on. I could vent for hours about how stupid and pointless war is. How could anyone think that killing each other would be the solution to any problems? It makes me furious. This was exactly what I needed. I'm really feeling it. This is it. Oh no. One of my guitar strings broke from the intense strumming. Oh man, I guess our little jam session won't happen after all. Unless I can get my hands on some kind of replacement for this chord.
oh, now we need to get guitar string. God.
What about some yarn from the cat's room?
Yeah, the yarn. How do we win this dating simulator? Are we just doing favors for all the people?
Looks like
When
we
does
just
the
go
kissing
for.
happen?
Yeah.
So,
The colour of desire.
Will this work as a guitar string? Obviously.
Obviously.
This is super experimental, but it ought to work. Thanks. Oh yeah, this feels amazing. Why don't you ask the
Aw.
others to join our jam session?
That's sweet. Oh. Oh.
Sam hasn't been playing for long, and I've already gotten complaints from the other residents about the volume. Could you maybe ask them to turn it down a bit?
No. Let
Kill
them
him.
not.
Me? No, I'm bad with confrontation. You're friends with them, right? You should talk to them.
Fine.
Ah.
Hello.
So what did they say? You want me to stop, huh? That's the authority trying to censor us. But let it be known, we will not be silenced.
Well, that's it then.
steal the amp.
Yeah.
Well, I tried.
Not be silenced, huh? You know I'm a musician too, so I totally get the urge to play really loudly. But there are other people living here. Wait, that's it. We'll just form a counter band, play even louder than Sam, and show them that music is about togetherness, not aloneness. Now, all we need is some band members.
Well.
counterband. I'm not very musically inclined, but I probably could handle some minor percussion if you bring me something that rattles.
Cat poop.
Ugh. It's a piggy bank.
Yes.
Something that rattles.
A piggy bank.
I say cat poop.
I mean, in any
and that's
logical
valid, Chris. That is valid.
Sorry, can I just say that, like,
What?
kudos to the creator of this game to get someone to just sing this song and strum a little guitar to make this authentic.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, maybe she'd like to be in the band.
Mhm. A counterband? Sure. You're gonna make them stop. I tried playing drums once. Would be fun to try again. I'd need something to drum on though.
The bin, maybe?
Have we got a bin?
Pot,
a
the
pot?
pot. It's gonna go
The
full
pot.
stomp on this
Trash can.
thing. No,
No, the pot. The cooking pot.
You can't pick up the trash can, but you can pick up the pot.
There you go.
I bet you anything the old man's going to ask for a trumpet, and we're going to give him
Yeah.
the grass.
Yeah.
Nice. This is gonna be fun.
Oh, go pick up the grass then and go straight
Yeah.
to him.
Preemptive. Preemptive strike.
Grass.
Grass! Go, go, go!
Go,
Grass!
go, 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 go.
We're on a roll. Hey.
Yeah, massively on a roll. Here we go.
Right.
A counterband. Well, I did play the trumpet in our
Yay!
I would actually love to play two again, but just like my innocence, my trumpet was lost in the war.
Lost
How
in the
about
war.
some
In the
grass?
war.
Wait, this is all you could find? A grass trumpet? You know what? Whatever. Let's just get this over with.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
I
Counterband,
love
counterband.
this. Counterband. Counterband.
I did it.
Everyone's in. Oh, this is so exciting. Okay, go and warn Sam one last time, and if they don't stop, we'll blast them out of tune of resistance. Oh, blast them without tune of resistance.
Okay. Oh, Sam, it's time to listen to Reason,
Such a
babe.
gopher.
Come on, Sam.
Hello.
I can't hear you over the... Wait, what's that? Sorry, what have we played with a cooking pot, a blade of grass, and a piggy bank?
I mean, the man's still lying down, so... We did it. Omedeto. Yeah, omedeto. Mildred. Congratulations is what omedeto means. Okay.
And that's it. This is delightful. I haven't danced like this since Snowball the First passed away. He was a magnificent dancer.
Can I go home now?
Just wants to go home. Now I remember why I stopped playing the drums. I'm terrible at this.
Good lord. So who do we get to date?
You really did it. I was so busy being my own person that I forgot about everyone else. These people are not my enemies. Thanks for opening my eyes.
Aw.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's run!
Yay!
Aww.
Hey, the heart attacks.
What the fuck?
Dear
Apparently it's
Diary,
funny.
We decided to form a band. Sam came up with the name The Heart Attacks. Apparently it's funny, but I don't get the joke. Sam is doing lead vocals, and although they and Kitty sometimes fight over creative differences, we are going to take on the world with our truly retro sound. I like hanging out with Sam. They taught me to swear, and also not to worry about my future so much. So this is going to be my last entry. I'm going to die soon anyway. I'm just fucking glad I'm not alone.
Well done, Mildred.
Yay!
Good job, Mildred.
Well done, Mildred.
I'm pretty sure there's lots of other entrants, but that's by Philip Cowell. That was a great little game. I love that.
Is that the only ending, or has it got multiple endings?
I guess
Who
each
knows?
one would.
give you
Like,
a
do you get a
multiple-
slightly different scenario each time? Because
Yeah,
it felt like there really wasn't any other answer to that
No,
puzzle except the
well,
one that led to Sam
We
and all
could
that.
have we could have built the scare cat for the
Yeah.
lady in
Oh,
the
true,
garden.
true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We could have set
Yeah.
up an anime date for this nurse.
Yeah, that's right. We could have finished finding all
Multiple
the
endings.
cats for Miss Mao.
The blonde wig
Oh,
never
no.
got used.
Oh my
Oh,
god!
no.
Died.
They
Oh, that's
died.
nice.
That is
She died
nice.
with Sam.
So Sam was the love interest.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
They were the best.
Oh,
They were definitely the
They
best.
were. They were. Oh, bless.
I love how we've just got one name and Sam has two.
That's because they were so
Excellent
extra.
work.
Right. We've got one more. I don't
Okay.
think we'll be able to get through it. I
Oh.
kind of get the feeling that Livy and Julia. I did have a game that I really wanted to show Chris, which was a wrestling dating simulator.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
But unfortunately, I couldn't get it working, and it was just.
Oh no.
So apologies on that. This other one that I've got. Last time I tried to play it, it was very loud, so I've got to make sure that I get the
Okay.
sound down.
I will plug myself into stream.
That's perfect.
I do want to say we have had an additional donation.
Oh,
Let's see who
yay.
it's from. It's coming through now. It's from Dan. It's
Yay.
another £10 from Dan.
Thank you, Dan.
Let's play. Let's hope that it remembers.
Kiss me, I'm a frog.
And it's not like dramatically loud like it was last time. I know how to get to the options now.
Bone slap.
Bone slap. Oh, I love them.
Let's turn down the
Not,
volume.
not too quiet. Fun music. I love it.
It's definitely not as loud as it was yesterday. So yes, we're going to play Kiss Me, I'm a Frog, a riveting dating sim.
Oh my god, they're all so cute.
Let's go with... We probably won't be able to get very far with this, but we will try our best to get as far as we can. What is our name?
Froggy McFrogface.
Croaker.
Froggy... The Croaker. Froggy...
Yeah, it sounds pretty good, Nate. It's just caught up.
Nice.
Froggy McFrogface.
Oh wow! High
Hi,
fidelity.
I'm Froggy McFrogface. Welcome to Kiss Me, I'm a Frog, a riveting dating simulator.
Aw.
Firstly, a big thank you to Potato Joe, the organiser of Crush Jam. This game was made for Crush Jam 2024 within just 10 days, entirely from scratch. Well done.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
With the exceptions of some assets and BGMs, due credit and links to both are in the credits tab and in the itch.io page. We enjoyed this so much that we wanted to create a full game using as our starting point. Keep a lookout for any updates soon after the jam has ended. Unfortunately, some things went unfinished for the sake of time. These moments have been marked. That's all. Have a great day and enjoy the game. So that's Bone Slap development team. Have you played before? No. Then allow me to explain the game. I'm pretty sure to smooch a frog by the end of the week.
Okay, cool.
However, this is just the jam version. Every time you talk to a frog, you'll be given a choice of response to the conversations. Yeah, we know how dating sims work. Come on. If you gain enough RP by the end of the week, you'll be able to smooch a frog. Isn't that wonderful?
Yay!
That's pretty much all you need to know. Anyway, good luck and enjoy the game. Bye for now. Who wants to be our protagonist?
I'll kiss all the frogs.
You want to be
Yeah,
our
go on,
protagonist,
Libby.
There you go.
Here I am, Amphibian Academy. Where all the coolest frogs and toads come to learn, have fun, and lead our country to the future. I've been waiting to come here ever since I was a little tadpole. Even if you get into this school, you're set for life. All the best academics have come to this place, and just having it on your resume can get you into any career.
Oh God, it's Oxbridge.
Yep.
Oxbridge for
For
frogs.
frogs.
That being said, that's not the only reason I wanted to come here.
Oh.
As well as producing some of the best minds of our generation I've ever seen. It also has a reputation. Everyone here is H-O-T, hot. We're taking 10s across the log. Guys, girls, and everyone in between. All perfect.
And all frogs.
And
Yeah.
all frogs. As I look
Maybe.
around, I catch glimpses of all types of frogs. Some small and bumpy, some long with legs that could jump mountains.
Excellent.
Then I spot the oldest and closest friend, Flip, who's been talking to a group of particularly cool-looking frogs. He seemingly doesn't notice me, so I give him a little wave. Toodaloo! Flip glances my way and stops hopping closer.
Oh, are we going to see Flip? There's Flip!
Go on, Julia. You can be Flip.
As I mentioned,
it's-
Flip and
yeah.
I have known each other forever. We even grew up in the same pond.
The poison arrow from.
He enjoys long swims in the lake and loves cooking all sorts of stuff from fly cakes to wormageddon and bug balls.
Okay.
Spaghetti. Very good.
He often makes too much food, which is great for me since I usually get leftovers in my lunchbox. You know.
Hey, Froggy McFrogface, I see you found your way here. I thought you'd be late again.
Hey, Flip. Well, it's the first day after all. Plus, I wanted to be able to introduce myself to a few frogs before my first lesson. How are you today?
Oh, I'm fine, as always. You seem tired. Guess it's not too different from any other day, huh? Oh, that reminds me.
What?
Well, I made some food last night, and I had some left over, so if you want any, then come talk to me later, okay?
Now we got our options. We got sounds good. I'm looking forward to it. I'll let you know if I'm hungry, and no thanks, I brought my own.
That's not a good one.
I think sounds good.
Do that, defo. Be positive.
Oh, he likes it.
Really? Okay, well, I'll be waiting, okay? Don't be late.
We should go meet. Should we go meet new people? This seems like a good time to get to know people before we get shoved into class with them.
They're not people. They're frogs.
Sounds like a good idea. You don't want everyone thinking you're some kind of creep just standing about outside.
Takes one to know what, Flip.
I've already been talking to some frogs, so I guess I could introduce you to them.
Flip gestures me to follow him, and we start hopping towards the group he was talking to. He starts introducing me to all the frogs, and I make polite small talk. That's what I'm introduced to. Oh, Tad, by far the most athletic guy I've ever seen. His muscles ripple with every breath.
Who's Tad? Come on.
He looks like he could easily punch me into orbit. Still with enough strength, hop up and pull me back down again afterwards.
Who's going to play Tad? I need to know. Dan, I
Chris.
need you to be Tad.
Dan, go on then, Dan. You play Tad.
Okay.
At first I'm intimidated to say the least, but the moment he opened his mouth, oh, I'm at ease.
Here we go.
Hey, nice to meet you. Froggy McFrogface, was it? I'm Tad. That's T-A-D.
Oh, he's hot and he can spell.
You play basketball? Because you seem like you would. We should shoot a few hoops after class sometime. If you don't have plans, that is.
Does Tad do a sideline of Elvis impersonations?
A little bit.
Oh.
Whoa there, big guy.
That's not really my thing, but I could watch. I love basketball. We should play sometime soon. Whoa there, big guy. We just met, and you want to play me already?
Middle one.
Middle one? I love basketball.
Keep our options open. Yeah. Keep it positive.
Oh, cool. Honestly, I was expecting you to say yes. I wasn't expecting you to say yes. Most people seem a little startled when I ask, but you seem pretty chill. I'll go easy on you for our first match, but after that, I'll make sure to give it my all So make sure you bring your A game too.
Oh, he seemed pretty serious about playing, and I doubt I'll be able to match his raw athletic ability, but I'm glad to give it my best and see if I can't win. Even after my chat with Tad and the rest of the group, me and Flip decided to walk into the school to drop some stuff at my new locker.
Ooh. Oh.
What was that?
I didn't even press anything, so.
Okay. Nothing. I mean, you must have been hearing the wind, you idiot.
Right, calm down.
You've got a little history button at the bottom there, Nate, that might tell you what Flip said.
Well, it was just like, he was like, oh, I hoped it wasn't.
Oh, yeah. Okay, there you go.
You idiot.
Oh, he definitely said something.
Well, your locker's over there next to that girl.
Oh, she's beautiful. As I hopped to my locker, I got a good look at the girl standing in the locker next to mine. She
Have fun,
screamed,
Chris.
"Popular girl!"
She definitely screamed.
Accessorised beyond what I'd assume is allowed at school, with a small designer bag and a face that was hard to read, she clearly kept her true thoughts behind a social mask. I assume she's pretty well known. Even for her first day, she had just waved off a group of equally popular-looking girls. Hi, I'm Froggy McFrogface. Looks like we're locker neighbours. What's your name?
Chris.
I'm Croquette. Don't forget, I won't tell you again later.
Think you're going popular mean girl energy, Chris, for this one.
Yeah.
The silence is deadly. The silence is deadly. So, what class are you in?
Like 1F. Are you just going to stand there, or do you have any more annoying questions?
Why is your attitude so abysmal?
Here's a bit.
Is that a Loggy Vuitton bag? A Loggy Vuitton.
Yeah.
I like your style. Where's it from?
Yes.
I want that bag.
Oh, she liked it.
1 more P, yay.
She don't respond.
But she's not responding.
She's the strong silent type.
Oh, there we go, Chris.
My mom gave it to me. I know it's so last season, but it means a lot to me.
She's got a little blush on.
Oh. Oh.
So, thanks. I guess.
Cricket flashed a smile for a moment, turned and walked away. That was weird, right? He seemed a little out of character, and I've known her for less than 3 minutes.
Love it. Hey, Froggy McFrogface. You baka. We need to get to class soon. Why are you just standing about?
He's gone Austrian and a weeb?
Yeah,
Yeah.
an Austrian
Okay.
I don't care. We need to get going. Come on.
What classroom are we even in?
1F, which is this way.
Although we still have 20 minutes until class, Flip grabbed my wrist and dragged me towards our class.
Passionate.
We walked through the school until we reached our classroom. Standing outside was a frog seemingly waiting for others to arrive. Yeah. Oh. He seemed like some kind of royalty. Can't even think why I'd be wearing a crown. He really had dainty hands that looked like he'd never done a day's work. His lips seemed plump and a little over-moisturised. That sparkle like gems. I assume that his house is encrusted with it. Now I really look, he's quite cute, actually.
Go on, Nate.
Why, hello there. Are you in class 1F?
Yeah, we are. My name's Flip. Is 1F the same class as you?
Yes, indeed it is. My name is Prince. The name is quite literal, you see.
He points to the crown on top of his head. Quite the impressive crown you have there, Prince. I'm Froggy McFrogface.
Froggy McFrogface? Froggy McFrogface? I shall make a note. And you are?
Flip.
Well, hello, Flip.
You and Flip exchange glances of confusion.
Now, Froggy McFrogface, you seem like a fine frog.
Oh, wow.
Will you kiss me?
Wow.
I like the first answer. What the fuck? Like, no way. We literally met 2 minutes ago, man. That's kind of how I read it.
We
But
found love,
then again, we're getting towards the end of the stream, and we do want to kiss a frog.
And, like, Prince is loaded, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Go where the money is.
You know,
Do
so,
it.
Okie dokie.
Why,
You
thank
like that?
kind frog. But for you see, I am a prince trapped inside this disgusting frog's body.
Oh no!
Oh, body shaming. Don't like it.
The only way for me to escape is to kiss another, equally attractive to myself, frog. I could
Oh.
pay handsomely for the frog willing to kiss a cute creature like me.
Oh
No.
no.
No. Yeah.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
Disgusting? Creature? Who would believe you, let alone give you a chance? No one will want your stank-ass money. Come on,
I love
Frog
Flip.
Frog Face. Let's go into class.
You tell him, Flip.
Damn, I could have used that money. I waved goodbye to Prince as Flip pulled me into the class, and I smiled a defeated smile. He seemed okay. I'm not sure what Flip meant.
Ooh.
We walked into class and I took a look around. Way in the back, I see a pretty chill-looking guy.
He looks pretty chilled.
Yeah, he seems to be on his phone, waiting for everyone to arrive. Compared to everyone I've met today, along with Flip, he seemed outstandingly normal. Nothing particularly interesting, but a good-looking guy nonetheless. I decided to talk to him a little. Hi, I'm Froggy McFrogface. Seems like we're in the same class. What's your name?
Jeremy.
Jeremy.
Go on, Dan. Do Jeremy.
I am.
I repeated myself a little louder.
You've got to go full stoner.
Hi, I'm Jeremy. Sorry, I was getting pretty invested in Clash of Cricket. So you're in this class too? Cool.
You're boring.
You're boring.
You're boring.
You're boring, Jeremy.
Oh, we're not getting off with Jeremy then. Okay.
You don't have to talk to me, you know. I was just sitting here on my phone. You came up to me.
Yeah, I'm on Team Jeremy with this one. We're a bit of a bitch.
Without another thought he'd given, he'd just look back on his phone. Things got really, really awkward super quick. I decided to just walk away and sit next to Flip, since I guess it's better to leave Jeremy for now. Once everyone was sitting down, the professor made his way up to the blackboard. He wrote his name on the board in big letters and turned to face everyone.
Oh no, hops.
Chris, do you want to do hops?
Hello, class. I'm Professor Hoop. I'll be your teacher each morning for the next year. Or 7 days. That's how long the game is. I'll start by introducing myself a little more. I mostly teach English, but I also leave my room open at break times, should you want a little extra.
Sorry, I wasn't in the script. But that's what he's getting at, right?
I like the little
Seems
bit
to
of
be.
grass stuck to his bum.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's very sweet.
Feel free to come to my room and eat your lunch. To socialize, I'll try not to interrupt your conversations as long as they aren't too juicy.
This professor's a creeper.
Is this guy seriously our teacher? He's kind of weird. I'm sure I'm meeting some characters today.
I think I picked the right voice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
After Professor Hobbs sat back down, he asked all of us to introduce ourselves at the front of the class, and as expected, first up to the front was Prince.
Hello, fellow frogs. My name is Prince. I'm sure we'll become close friends. Though when I break this blasted spell, I should probably make my exit. In my free time, I enjoy taking walks around my 20-acre garden and talking to the ladies who spend their time gazing at me from upon my balcony.
Ladies?
I'm super popular where I'm from, you see.
Oh, I hate him so much.
I love him.
We all looked at each other and gave a small, polite clap. He seems pretty confident, but I can't help think that there's something a bit off about him. I considered talking to him after class to learn more. He walked back to his seat, brushed it off, and sat down.
I'm Croquette. There's no need to remember my name, though. I'm going to be big in the fashion industry, so you'll be seeing my name on every magazine. Make sure to follow me on my Frogstagram at Croquette the Queen, boss.
As Croquette took her seat, almost everyone erupted into cheers. A few folks quickly grabbed at their phones and began frantically typing in her username.
Rightly so.
They seem pretty eager to follow her, and I can see why. You're stupid not to, since she oozes popularity. I decided to look her up and... What?
Chameleon? Hey everyone, I'm Flip. I enjoy cooking and baking. Snail sashimi is my speciality, but I also make a mean slug pie. Don't expect me to make you guys any though. My food is top quality, and only the greatest chefs and patissiers have experienced my cooking. And Froggy McFrogfish. But that's different, okay?
Oh, Flip.
Hopefully, we can all get along this year.
What was that last bit about? Anyway, he did a small bow and walked back to his seat. A few frogs gave him a clap, though most were still looking at Croquette's Frogstagram page.
Frogstagram.
Oh, my turn, I guess. Hey, I'm Tad. Anything here that there is to know about me is pretty readily available. I'm a pretty open book, actually. Ha ha. Well, I play basketball for the local team and practice on the courts near my house. I'll be shooting a couple of hoops in the courts outside the class if anyone wants to join me. What else? I guess I won a gold medal recently. Something called the Frog Olympics. Not sure what all the fuss was about, but it seemed pretty impressive to the other frogs. Anyway, I'll catch you all on the hop side.
Guys, we have another £50 anonymous donation. Thank you. Whoever you are.
They love frogs.
They just love the frog dating sim.
Yeah. 431 is the current count.
Way, that's
Yay.
great.
We're probably going to play for another 5 minutes, and then we'll.
Let's
head
get to
in.
the end of this section. Maybe.
Frog kiss speed run.
Frog kiss.
Yes% speed run now.
Go.
Go on, Livy.
Go, Livy.
Did he say what I thought he said? That's probably false, right?
About the Olympic.
He doesn't seem like the sharpest rock on the pond, so maybe he got confused. Everyone else seemed a bit shocked too, but I gave a whooping applause nonetheless. I heard a few whispers of recognitions as he was retaking his seat. Here he comes.
What am I supposed to say again? An introduction? Okay, well, I'm Jeremy. I watch football with my friends on the weekend, and I like to play tadpolio kart. I also like watching TV. My favourite colour is blue, and I really like pop music.
I think we went in the right direction with Jeremy.
With Jeremy, yeah.
That's pretty much everything there is to me. If you play COC, my guild needs more members, so give me your username and I'll invite you later.
You're absolutely right about
I think we dodged a bullet.
Yeah.
With that absolutely abysmal introduction, Jeremy sat back down. At first there was silence, and I'm sure we're all thinking the same thing.
What a beta.
Yeah. Fuck
Yeah.
Jeremy.
But louder than they had for anyone else. Everyone seemed to love this guy.
Oh my god.
I'm the fucking king.
They keep saying things like, he's so relatable, and, oh, I can't believe he's so cool.
Oh my goodness.
Stop
I
being
don't-
so noisy.
I just don't get the hype. He feels like a male anime protagonist in all the worst ways, yet somehow it's kind of endearing.
You're making me nervous.
It's alright, we've already completely ruined our chance.
It's break time.
Oh.
I decided.
Who do you want to meet at break?
I decided to see if I could meet up with one of the frogs I'd met today. Jeremy.
No!
No.
Prick.
I mean, I
Go-
love
go where the
Flip.
money is. Go where the money is.
I love all of them.
Yeah.
I think we should go with Flip.
I like Flip. I mean, if I was Toady McToad, no, Froggy McFrogface, I would be dating Flip, without a doubt.
The baker.
Yeah, the Austrian,
Make
Bavarian,
sashimi, for Christ's sake.
Dutch.
Get into
Yeah,
it.
he makes
No,
sashimi.
It's good.
Yeah, let's hang out with Flip. I saw Flip heading towards the courtyard and followed him out, as I remember something about leftover food and it enticed me. Flip, wanna hang out?
Hey, Froggy McFrogface. Wanna hang out with me? Okay, sounds good. Not like I had anything else to do, so whatever, I guess. I had some leftovers again. I packed them into this lunchbox full. But don't get the wrong idea. I just had some extras when I made a dish for Chef Gordon Frogsy.
See what you did there.
Flip shoved a neatly packed box into my hands. I opened it to find the most appetizing looking meal I've ever seen.
Aw. It's Frogioli. I used the best tomatoes money can buy. I also handmade the pasta using spider eggs, and I even went as far as to ground the wheat for the flour myself.
Try hard.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Personally, I'd say it's my best dish yet, and not to brag, but Chef Frogsy thought so too. He's a regular customer of mine. But, well, don't just look at it. Try some, or else I'll give it to someone else, okay?
Don't just look at it, eat it.
Wow, Gordon Frogsy, I don't know if I'm worthy. Or take a bite.
Take a bite.
Take a bite.
Take a bite. Well, what do you think?
Oh no!
Oh, Flip.
Honestly, it sucks, and I'm trying really hard not to spit it out. The sauce is really bitter and acidic.
Oh no. Are you going to be honest?
The pasta is basically falling apart. It's obviously way overcooked.
Oh no.
There seems to be chili flakes in the sauce, but she didn't add nearly enough. It also has zero effect on the taste. Now I look more carefully. He didn't even add any herbs or spices other than a measly amount of chili flakes. Did Gordon Frogsy really enjoy this?
Flip might be full of
Flip,
shit.
what have you done?
Oh, I would feel bad if I told Flip the truth, but it might help him improve if I did.
We're never going to see these frogs again. Tell him the truth.
Tell the truth.
Crush his drip. Oh.
Oh, he liked it.
Ooh.
Flip, I'll be honest.
He likes honesty.
It's great. I know.
Yeah, it's okay. I think there's a little bit of room for improvement. I think if you...
You're right, Froggy McFrogface. You may not have a single clue what makes a good meal, but I know it wasn't. I just trying to impress you.
Aww.
Sorry, Frogface.
Oh, he's got little tears in his eyes.
Yeah.
Flip, maybe instead of lying, you can try to improve with a bit more practice. It'll be perfect, and I just know it.
Thanks, Froggy McFrogface. Really, that means a lot. Thanks for being honest.
Flip and I parted ways after that. I think it was a really positive thing for him. He really needed someone to tell him the truth.
Flip and I parted ways after that, and we never saw each other again.
I mean, yeah, on that, we are unfortunately
On
going to have
that
to say
note-
goodbye.
Oh.
Goodbye to our frog dating simulator.
Oh, that's brilliant. I love it. Absolutely love
Um,
that. It's got real Hatterful boyfriend vibes to it, hasn't it? With the
Yes.
pigeon.
Definitely. Chris, shall we pop into Video Ninja to say
Europe?
our thank yous and goodbyes?
Let's do that.
Guys, thank you so much for joining us in this last little.
Thank you.
No
last little
worries.
bit.
Those were expertly curated dating
Yeah.
sims. Thank you.
I'm glad
I will
you
be
enjoyed
saving
it.
all of them. I will be playing
Yeah.
all of them.
And
I'm
we've got
playing
to
all of
then
them.
go through. We've got to do this again so we can play Ratchula season 2.
Exactly.
Yay.
Nate, if you get a chance, you should put the itch links into the chat
Yes, I will. I will do that definitely.
because I don't have them.
Oh, gosh.
We're just going to go to a little break screen while me and Chris get back onto the camera. So we will be with you very, very shortly to just say goodbyes and thank yous. So see us in a bit. But thank you again, guys. We'll talk to you in a sec.
Thank you
Well
very
done,
much.
guys.
Ta-da.
Let's go do that. Right. I mean, feel free to hang around and maybe we might talk to you guys later. It's a bye. I'm just going to try to show you the real quick. Oh, you're probably getting double microphone there. Let's turn that off. Chris has just quickly gone for a little toilet break. But we wanted to hop in here really quickly. We've got about 5 minutes left until the stream finishes. I'm really pleased that we were able to get to 11 hours. Not a hell of a lot sort of going wrong. Seems like we've had a pretty successful day. So I really want to say like a big thank you to everyone who came online and helped us. Here comes Chris. He's back. He's back. He's back on the screen. He's just getting his headphones, and then he's going to realise that. Hello, I started before you coming back.
Yeah, I thought you might have done. Sorry, I really needed to go to the bathroom.
That is quite all right. That's
I've
quite
been
all right.
drinking a lot of water to try and combat my cold.
Yeah. So both of us have had colds to sort of combat. But it's been great. Like for the first time doing like a 12-hour stream, like I feel like this has been like a really big success. So again, sort of like a massive thank you to everyone who's joined us today. So I'll go down the line. So we had Harry and Sarah who joined us for the disability and creative chat. So thank you to them for joining us and being massively open about their situations and their lives and giving some really helpful advice. A really big thanks to Georgia and Theo for bringing their suggestions for the Doctor Who drawing monster thing. That was absolutely brilliant, and sort of opened my eyes to some really interesting creatures that they have on Doctor Who. A really big thank you to Laura and Marida, who talked about comic festivals and their work within the independent comic festival scene. We hope that will give some important information for people who may very well be joining up to go to comic festivals or are looking to actually make their own comic fair. A really big thank you to the Explorers of Elsewhere, so to DM Dan and to Georgia again, to Errol, to Julia and to Livy for playing a fantastic game of Thirsty Sword Lesbians. I know that I was really excited to see that play out, and I think they did a fantastic job, so thank you again to them. After that, a big thank you again to Julia and Dan, but also a big thank you to Wolfgang, who joined us in the drawing stream for D&D Monsters. Thank you so much, Wolfgang, for joining us. And then a really big thank you to Zoe for joining us, talking about sort of monsters and queerness. We kind of went on a little bit of a tangent with that, but I think it was all like incredibly interesting and definitely worth chatting about. And then for the last one, just a really